A Reincarnation of the Strongest Sword, God audiobook by Kevin. Chapter 2961, Chapter 36, Reaching Refinement in One Punch. Chapter 36, Reaching Refinement in One Punch. Dodge it. I must dodge it. When Shi Feng threw out his punch, Chen Ziyu promptly snapped out of her daze and began treating Shi Feng's attack with unprecedented focus. A master's punch could stumble an elephant. This was a saying that had constantly circulated in the fighting industry. When hearing this saying, ordinary people would typically laugh it off as a joke. After all, an elephant was a humongous creature that weighed several tons. A human's punch would be fortunate if it could even give the elephant an itch, let alone stumbling an elephant. However, Chen Ziyu knew exactly how frightening a master's punch could be. It was because she had personally witnessed an internal strength master exploding a sandbag weighing hundreds of kilograms with one punch. Although the internal force master she previously saw had a much larger build than Shi Feng, even the weakest internal force master could execute a punch carrying 500 kilograms of force. Even professional athletes would get crippled if they tried to receive such a powerful punch, which was why everyone regarded internal force experts as masters. Seeing Shi Feng's fist moving closer and closer to her, Chen Ziyu's mind began overclocking itself as she manipulated every muscle fiber in her body in an attempt to dodge Shi Feng's punch. However, even though Chen Ziyu had reacted swiftly thanks to her innate Godspeed response, Shi Feng's fist had seemingly seen through her actions as it changed course to match her evasive maneuver. This situation forced her with no choice but to block the attack. How is this possible? Chen Ziyu despaired at the abrupt change in the trajectory of Shi Feng's fist. The previous evasive maneuver was already the best she could accomplish within this limited time frame. Yet her prided reactions were utterly useless against Shi Feng's fist. She could only watch on helplessly as Shi Feng's fist moved closer and closer to her. Am I really going to die here? Countless thoughts ran through Chen Ziyu's mind as she looked at the seemingly gigantic fist approaching her. In the past, whether it was in the real world or God's domain, she could always rely on her Godspeed response to defeat opponents stronger than herself. Yet now, faced with Shi Feng, someone who had weaker physical fitness than herself, she could not even dodge his attack. When facing Shi Feng, she felt like all the battles she had fought before were nothing but a joke. No, I cannot die yet. I still have to challenge Wu Xiaoxiao. I still have to see the wider world. The appearance of these thoughts caused Chen Ziyu to grow frenzied. Then, almost instinctively, she twisted her body and spun it sideways, her body barely dodging Shi Feng's fist by a hair's breadth before stopping beside Shi Feng. Not bad. Shi Feng retracted his fist after seeing Chen Ziyu dodge his punch. At this time, Wu Lingling, who had witnessed this brief scene, gaped in shock. She never thought that Shi Feng would be an internal strength master, an existence that numbered around only a handful in the entire Jinhai city. She also didn't think that Chen Ziyu would be so amazing as to dodge an internal force master's punch. Previously, it was evident that Chen Ziyu couldn't execute any more evasive maneuvers after dodging Shi Feng's punch the first time. Yet, Chen Ziyu had defied all odds and executed a maneuver that no normal person could execute in that short time. During that instant, Chen Ziyu's speed was so fast that Wu Lingling couldn't even keep up with her. When Wu Lingling put herself in Chen Ziyu's shoes, she suspected that she wouldn't even realize how she had lost to Shi Feng. I dodged it? Chen Ziyu muttered in surprise and confusion as she looked at Shi Feng in her mind. There was no way she could have dodged Shi Feng's punch. When she mentally simulated herself spinning her body to dodge Shi Feng's punch, the outcome she got was that she would get struck and killed. Yet now she was standing in one piece beside Shi Feng. This situation simply didn't make sense. However, before Chen Ziyu could figure out what was happening, Shi Feng suddenly sent another punch flying at her head. Moreover, the speed of his fist was much faster than before, as it created even a sonic boom this time. Instructor Shi? Wu Lingling was horrified when she saw this. Shi Feng's punch occurred too suddenly. Even while watching this scene play out from a distance, it still caught her off guard. If she were the one standing beside Shi Feng instead of Chen Ziyu, she definitely wouldn't have any time to react and would have gotten killed on the spot. Boom! When the loud boom echoed throughout the classroom, Wu Lingling had also thoroughly fallen into shock and confusion. How is this possible? Contrary to Wu Lingling's expectations, Shi Feng's fist did not land on Chen Ziyu's face. Instead, it stopped just short of an inch from Chen Ziyu's chin due to Chen Ziyu lifting her head and tilting it sideways. Refinement realm. I entered the refinement realm. Compared to Wu Lingling, Chen Ziyu was in even greater shock and confusion right now. Never did she think that Shi Feng's statement was true. Being a refinement realm expert meant having the ability to manipulate one's body to a minute degree and use the simplest and most efficient actions to do combat. Meanwhile, trying to reach the refinement realm in the real world was significantly more challenging than in God's domain. Yet the evasive maneuvers she just took were indisputable proof that she had already reached the refinement realm. Do you still not get it? Shi Feng was rendered slightly speechless when he saw the look of confusion on Chen Ziyu's face. The reason why you couldn't reach the refinement realm all this time is because you tend to think too much. You are too skilled at utilizing your innate talent. This, in turn, has caused your control over your body to become sluggish and prevented you from reaching the refinement realm. Shi Feng had to admit that Chen Ziyu was incredibly talented. Chen Ziyu had already trained herself to sufficiently high standards when it came to body manipulation. However, one couldn't just rely on critical thinking and perfect control in combat. One also needed to rely on one's bodily instincts to a certain extent. Hence, to stop Chen Ziyu's brain from trying to exert perfect control over her body, she needed to experience a true life or death situation, which would in turn force her to rely on her combat instincts. So that's why I keep getting a feeling of inconsistency when I'm fighting. It's because I have been limiting myself too much, Chen Ziyu muttered when she heard Shi Feng's explanation, a hint of self-deprecation in her voice. In the past, she indeed had a habit of analyzing her actions carefully before acting in battle. Even if her opponent made an unexpected move, she could still swiftly react to it thanks to her Godspeed response. However, she never thought that her Godspeed response would become her biggest constraint to improve. "All right, it's your turn next, Wu Lingling," Shi Feng said as he looked toward Wu Lingling. "Your talent is too subpar, so you still have quite a ways to go before you reach the refinement realm." Meanwhile, upon hearing Shi Feng's words, Chen Ziyu, who had just snapped out of her daze, couldn't help but turn to look at Wu Lingling in astonishment. Subpar talent? If it wasn't for the strength and combat standards Shi Feng had just displayed, Chen Ziyu would have definitely cast him a contemptuous look. After all, Wu Lingling's talent was one of the best the God's Domain Academy had ever seen. Even the various first-rate guilds executives recognized her as a top-tier genius in God's domain. Even if she were to be put into a superpower, she would still receive priority training. If Wu Lingling's talent was considered average, Jinhai University's God's Domain Academy would have no geniuses. Yet, after hearing Shi Feng's words, Wu Lingling readily nodded and made a worried and embarrassed expression. This situation surprised and confused Chen Ziyu. Ignoring Chen Ziyu's reactions, Shi Feng asked Wu Lingling, "What's your current progress on the exercise I previously taught you? How long do you need to finish a set?" "Around 6 minutes," Wu Lingling said confidently. Previously, it had taken her 10 whole minutes to complete one set of the aerobic exercise Shi Feng previously taught her. However, after the training session in the Withered Ruins, her control over her body had improved slightly, so she managed to reduce her time to 6 minutes. "That's barely passable, I guess," Shi Feng said calmly. "Next, I will teach you a breathing technique. Pair it with the aerobic exercise I taught you. Whenever you can finish a set in under 1 minute, you will reach the refinement realm. Before reaching the refinement realm, though, you must make sure to do at least 30 sets a day. Only after reaching the refinement realm are you allowed to stop doing it." I'll work hard," Wu Lingling said, nodding earnestly. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's words had further dumbfounded Chen Ziyu. Since when did the lofty refinement realm become something so worthless? The refinement realm was something even the various first-rate guilds' core executives had gone through great pains to reach. Yet now Shi Feng was saying that a couple of exercise moves and a breathing technique were all that was needed to become a refinement realm expert. How could anyone possibly believe such a thing? Even after knowing that Shi Feng was an internal force expert, Chen Ziyou couldn't help but feel that Shi Feng was tricking Wu Lingling. Yet what made things worse was that Wu Lingling believed him afterward. Shi Feng started instructing Wu Lingling on how to execute the breathing technique he mentioned. Then, once he was done, he had Wu Lingling apply this breathing technique while executing the aerobic exercise. After Wu Lingling repeated the exercise for over an hour, Chen Ziyou became thoroughly dumbfounded.
"Impossible? Is she a monster?"
Chen Ziyou thought as she stared at Wu Lingling in shock. If it was before she had reached the refinement realm, she would have most likely treated the exercise Wu Lingling was doing as nonsense. However, it was a different story now that she had reached the refinement realm and understood it for what it was. Simply put, reaching the refinement realm meant achieving subtle and proper manipulation of one's body. Meanwhile, on Wu Lingling's first attempt at completing the exercise set, her control over her body's movements could only be described as strained. However, on her subsequent repetitions, the minute movements her body executed had started to become smoother and smoother. It should be known that manipulating the subtle movements of one's body was easier said than done. Accomplishing this feat required one to undergo numerous live combat situations, conduct many combat reviews, and experience repeated trials and errors. Only then could one start to exert control over one's minute movements. Meanwhile, this was something that most people could not do. Yet in less than 2 hours, Wu Lingling had continuously improved her control over her minute movements. By now, she could already control her limbs' subtle movements to a smooth extent. Rather than doing simple aerobic exercise, it felt more like she had just undergone thousands of arduous battles. It should be known that Chen Ziyou had taken 3 months to accomplish similar results. Meanwhile, after reaching this standard, players already possessed the qualifications to challenge the early stage of the Trial Tower's 6th floor. Was he really just a Tier 3 expert at his peak? Ziyou couldn't help but grow confused and curious as she watched Shi Feng instructing Wu Lingling. Chen Ziyou admitted that Wu Lingling was a top-tier genius. However, even if Wu Lingling was a genius, there was no way she could go from being at the 5th floor middle stage standard to the 6th floor early stage standard after just one lesson. Moreover, Chen Ziyou herself had reached the refinement realm she had dreamt of after dodging only one punch from Shi Feng. She'd be lying to herself if she said that these two things were merely coincidences. Not only was Shi Feng an internal force master, but he even possessed such extraordinary teaching standards. How could such a person possibly be a measly Tier 3 expert in God's domain? At this time, even if someone were to tell her that Shi Feng was a Tier 4 expert, she wouldn't doubt this statement in the slightest. However, while Chen Ziyou was immersed in her thoughts, the bell in the classroom had rung. Realizing that class was over, Chen Ziyou couldn't help but regret wasting her time thinking about useless matters instead of asking Shi Feng for more pointers. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do but watch as Shi Feng left the classroom. Subsequently, after Chen Ziyou bid goodbye to Wu Lingling and arrived at the teaching block's entrance, she found Luo Tiansheng and Gu Tong standing there waiting for her. "Senior Ziyou, how was Wu Lingling? Did she end up learning nothing from Instructor Shi's class?" Gu Tong asked in a delighted tone. Wu Lingling could have gained a significant harvest had she attended Instructor Shi's class instead. It's a pity that she missed it. I heard that there would be a practice match held during the Secret Pavilion tour 2 days later. I'll be sure to show her how important it is to have a good instructor at that time. Originally, Gu Tong did not have the qualifications to visit the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters. However, his instructor was a senior instructor in the academy, and every one of the academy's senior instructors would receive a slot for this field trip. Meanwhile, as he was Instructor Chi's best-performing student this semester, Instructor Chi's slot naturally went to him. However, when Chen Ziyou heard Gu Tong's words, she couldn't help but sigh and look at her junior with sympathy as she said, "I understand that you want to avenge your past disgrace, but with her current standards, I'm afraid she is already invincible among you freshmen." Gutong grew confused when he heard Chen Ziyu's words. However, before he could say anything, Luo Tiancheng anxiously asked, "Student Ziyu, did you find out what kind of connection Shi Feng has with Soulfire?" "I haven't found any clues as of yet," Chen Ziyu said, shaking her head. Then, with a strange look on her face, she asked Luo Tiancheng, "But I am suddenly interested in learning one thing about Shadow. May I know if you can humor me, Instructor Luo?" Seeing the strange gaze Chen Ziyu was giving him, Luo Tiancheng asked curiously, "What is it? Why did Shadow dismiss Instructor Shi from the guild in the first place?" Chapter 2962, Chapter 36, Godslayer. Chapter 36, Godslayer. "Why are you suddenly asking about this matter, Student Ziyu?" Luo Tiancheng asked, growing curious after hearing Chen Ziyu's question. Gu Tong, too, was bewildered, failing to understand why Chen Ziyu would ask such a strange question. Shi Feng was merely a Tier 3 player. No matter how one looked at it, he wasn't suited to serve as the guild leader of a second-rate guild. It was especially true now that Shadow had gone under World Domination's wing. If Shadow allowed a Tier 3 player to continue serving as its guild leader, it would probably become a joke to everyone. Seeing the confusion in Luo Tiancheng's eyes, Chen Ziyu explained, "It's nothing. I just think that Instructor Shi is very strong. Even if he couldn't remain as Shadow's guild leader, he should have no problems taking on the position of an honorary elder. Yet now he is working as an instructor in the academy, so I couldn't help but find it puzzling." "Strong? Shi Feng?" Luo Tiancheng laughed. "You must love your jokes, Student Ziyu. While I admit that Shi Feng is talented, to say that he is very strong is a joke. Also, it is as you've said with his current strength, he is indeed worthy of becoming an honorary elder or even a vice-guild leader. However, he failed to see the changing times and cherish the opportunity Director Lan gave him." "Is that really the case?" Chen Ziyu was a little surprised to hear Luo Tiancheng's words. "That's right," Luo Tiancheng nodded. Then, in a slightly envious tone, he said, "If I were him, I would have long since gone to beg Director Lan. I would be satisfied with even a vice-guild leader position. At the very least, I would still hold real authority within the guild, and it is a much more comfortable position than a junior instructor." Hearing Luo Tiancheng's words, Chen Ziyu couldn't help but give the other party a strange look. She had a feeling that Luo Tiancheng must be joking with her. An internal force master was in existence even the various first-rate guilds would fight to recruit. Yet Shadow, a second-rate guild, had driven one away without hesitation. She really couldn't understand what was going through the heads of Shadow's shareholders. Moreover, even crazier was that Luo Tiancheng wanted an internal force master to go and beg Lan Heilong. Even the directors of the various first-rate guilds wouldn't dare to do such a thing. However, Chen Ziyu didn't think too much over this matter. This was Shadow's problem, after all. It had nothing to do with her. Next, she looked at Luo Tiancheng and asked, "Can you sell me some academy points, Instructor Luo? Academy points?" Luo Tiancheng was a little surprised to hear Chen Ziyu's request. It was normal for the academy's students to lack academy points. In comparison, the academy's instructors had vastly greater points since they had many more acquisition methods available to them. Hence, when students needed points, they tended to purchase points from instructors. It could be considered one of the several ways the academy's instructors generated income. However, when students reached Chen Ziyu's level, they would typically have no more need for academy points. Rather than purchasing points, Chen Ziyu should be selling her points to others. Thus, Luo Tiancheng was surprised. Even so, he still readily agreed to Chen Ziyu's request, asking, "How many do you want?" "I want everything you have," Chen Ziyu said without hesitation. "I have 300,000 points on me. Are you sure you want everything?" Luo Tiancheng couldn't help but ask. He had spent the past year or so accumulating these 300,000 points. With this many points, he could sponsor a talented student from enrollment until graduation and still have points to spare. In fact, he would have plenty to spare. After all, the stronger a student was in the academy, the less need they would have for the academy's resources. Rather than exchanging for resources, such students would use their points to exchange for credits instead. "I want everything," Chen Ziyu said affirmatively. "All right. I'll transfer them to you now. Luo Tiancheng also agreed to the transaction without hesitation. He even grew a little excited over this situation. After all, it was rare to have a student come and purchase so many points from him. However, he still couldn't help himself from asking, "What do you need so many points for, Student CEO?" If I recall correctly, there shouldn't be any events going on in the academy that require such a huge sum of points. Gutong also expressed his curiosity toward Luo Tiancheng's question as he looked at Chen Ziyu. It was true that many places in the academy required significant expenditures of points. One example would be the academy's advanced training hall that cost 2,000 points per hour of visit. However, even then, purchasing a massive sum of 300,000 points was still overkill. "It's nothing." In a slightly helpless tone, Chen Ziyu said, "I just need some points to attend classes. I already spent all of my points attending the previous class." Gutong felt his worldview cracking slightly when he heard Chen Ziyu's words. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked, "Do you need so many points to attend class?" That was 300,000 points they were talking about. With this many points, he could attend the classes of senior instructors continuously until he graduated. "Student Ziyu, didn't you attend Shi Feng's class just now?" Luo Tiancheng was also surprised by Chen Ziyu's answer. Hurriedly, he asked, "Did he deliberately scam you because he found out that you were there to investigate him?" "No. Instructor Shi did not scam me. 10,000 points for a class is already very cheap," Chen Ziyu said, shaking his head. "Moreover, I'm afraid 300,000 points still isn't enough. I'll have to go and buy some more from the other instructors later on. 10,000 points for a class is cheap." Chen Ziyu's words dumbfounded Luo Tiancheng and Gutong. They couldn't help but feel that Chen Ziyu was messing with them. Either that or Chen Ziyu had gone crazy after getting provoked by Shi Feng. Even the academy's senior instructors would only charge a few hundred points per class. Yet Shi Feng, a junior instructor, was charging 10,000 points. Moreover, even with such a price tag, Chen Ziyu still thought it was cheap and planned to go for more classes. Who would believe this? However, after Chen Ziyu finished speaking, she promptly ran for the faculty office. Her hurried behavior made it seem like those instructors' points would disappear if she spent even a second longer here. Instructor Luo. While looking at Chen Ziyu's departing figure, Gutong couldn't help but ask, "Do you think Senior Ziyu was messing with us?" "I don't know. Even I can't figure out what's going through the mind of a genius like Student Ziyu," Lu Tiancheng said, shaking his head. Then he turned to look at the teaching building behind him, a sneer appearing on his face as he continued. "However, that Shi Feng is probably a goner this time. Instructors are only allowed to change the price of their classes once a month. Moreover, junior instructors must hold at least 15 classes a month and have at least 40 students attending their classes. They will be fired if they can't meet this quota." Luo Tiancheng had originally thought he couldn't do anything about Shi Feng anymore. After all, Shi Feng had already taken in a genius as his apprentice, a loyal one at that. However, all of Luo Tiancheng's worries had disappeared now. 10,000 points per class. How many students could possibly afford to attend such a class? Meanwhile, so long as Shi Feng was fired, he naturally couldn't remain as Wu Lingling's instructor anymore. At that time, he'd be nothing but an easy game. Miniature ancient world, 100 Flow City. After ending his class, Shi Feng paid no heed to his students, simply telling them to practice the exercise he taught them previously and prohibiting them from entering God's domain until they could finish the whole workout in under 3 minutes. This class assignment had left all of Shi Feng's students in despair and confusion. After all, they needed 10 minutes to complete the exercise on average. Even someone as talented as Wu Lingling had only managed to lower her time to 5 minutes. It was simply a tall order to have them complete the whole exercise set in 3 minutes. Many students even suspected that Shi Feng had only given them an impossible task because he didn't wish to teach them. What made things worse was that Shi Feng had even prohibited them from logging into God's domain before accomplishing this task. While everyone was frantically grinding for levels and resources in the miniature ancient world, they were stuck doing exercises in the real world. Unlike his students, Shi Feng had gone home without hesitation and logged into God's domain. Meanwhile, after returning to God's domain, Shi Feng made his way to the hotel's core room and took out the hotel's deed, which had a magic array drawn on it. Then he started chanting an incantation while holding the deed against the core room's magic array, gradually removing the magic barrier sealing the hotel. System: Hotel's magic barrier has been fully unlocked. Do you wish to open the hotel? Open it, Shi Feng answered. System: Please give your hotel a name. A name? Shi Feng fell into thought for a moment as he looked at the system notification. Then he said, Let's go with Candlelight, then. He had relied on the Candlelight trading firm as his foundation to sweep across the entire God's Domain continent's economy during his previous life. Now that he was restarting his campaign in God's Domain, he planned to have Candlelight's name shine on the entire God's Domain again. System: Naming successful. The Candlelight Hotel will be fully opened in 5 minutes. System: The Candlelight Hotel is currently a 1-star hotel. It requires 10,000 popularity points and 30,000 gold to become a 2-star hotel. Just reaching 2-star status costs 10,000 reputation points and 30,000 gold already? Shi Feng was flabbergasted when he saw the hotel's upgrade cost. A 1-star hotel could be regarded as the most common hotel in an NPC city. Players could only recruit the most basic of NPCs as hotel staff. Meanwhile, apart from providing players a roof over their heads, a 1-star hotel did nothing else. It had no advanced functions whatsoever. Typically, players would only be willing to spend money to stay in a 1-star hotel if it was located in an NPC city, with a special environment or a guild town or city close to a leveling spot. Otherwise, they'd be wasting their money for no reason. Meanwhile, on the main continent, the promotion of 1-star hotels located in NPC cities generally only required around 1,000 popularity points and several thousand gold. It seems I have no choice but to convert some of my credits into coins if I want to upgrade the hotel to 2-star status quickly. Shi Feng smiled bitterly as he looked at the shabby hotel lobby. He, a Tier 6 sword god in the past, was now having a headache over money. Nobody would believe him if he shared this matter with other people in his previous life. When Shi Feng was about to find a player merchant to exchange for coins, he suddenly received a call notification. Meanwhile, the caller was none other than Mysterious Moon's Zhuo Yalin. What's with the sudden call, Miss Nightingale? Did something happen? Shi Feng asked curiously after answering the call. You sure are a straightforward person, Mr. Black Flame, Zhuo Yalin said, smiling. Responding in kind, she got straight to the point and said, I am indeed calling because something came up. Moreover, it is something big. May I know if you have time to spare right now, Mr. Black Flame? After thinking for a moment, Shi Feng said, Sort of. He was in no hurry to exchange for coins. After all, his hotel still needed to accumulate 10,000 popularity points before he could upgrade it. That's great. Zhuo Yalin grew happy immediately. We found the entrance of a Hell Mode team dungeon, and we wish to invite you to join us. May I know if you are willing to join us? A Hell Mode team dungeon? Shi Feng was a little stunned. Unlike the team dungeons found in the outside world, everything about the miniature Ancient Worlds team dungeons was random. Not only did these team dungeons appear randomly, but even their difficulty was random, going from normal mode to hard mode and Hell Mode. Naturally, the higher the difficulty, the greater the harvest one could obtain from these team dungeons. It was especially true for Hell Mode team dungeons. These dungeons had a considerably high chance to drop 2 legacies instead of just 1. So, coming across a Hell Mode team dungeon in the miniature Ancient World was akin to hitting the jackpot. That's right, a Hell Mode team dungeon, Zhuo Yalin said excitedly. Of course, I'm not asking you to work for free. If a second legacy appears, you can have it. What do you think? I'll pass on the legacy, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. I only want the priority to choose 3 items from the boss's loot. You don't want the legacy? Zhuo Yalin was surprised when she heard Shi Feng's words. The legacies dropped in the miniature Ancient Worlds team dungeon didn't just provide knowledge on mana manipulation. It also provided players with the opportunity to acquire a hidden class. Not only could a hidden class increase one's strength, but it could also increase one's chances of getting promoted to higher tiers. This was also one of the reasons why so many experts from the main continent had flooded into the miniature ancient world. I don't need it. 3 items from the boss will do, Shi Feng said affirmatively. He had never been interested in the miniature ancient world's ancient legacies. It was especially true after he acquired that gray key. He had seen plenty of legacies during his previous life. This included legacies from ancient gods. However, compared to the Godslayer's legacy, even the legacies of ancient gods were slightly inferior. According to his research, the Godslayer hadn't killed only Tier 6 gods. When the Godslayer reached Tier 6, he had killed even ancient gods. It was precisely because of this that the Godslayer had acquired his title. However, Shi Feng had already reached Tier 6 when he learned about the Godslayer's legacy during his previous life. At that point, he could no longer learn the legacies of others. So he had no choice but to give up on the Godslayer's legacy. Now that Shi Feng had restarted his progress from Tier 3, he naturally wouldn't consider any other legacies. All right. Zhuo Yalen agreed to Shi Feng's condition without hesitation. Then she sent Shi Feng a message and said, "This is our current location." All right. I'll head over immediately. After looking at the dungeon's coordinates, Shi Feng promptly set the hotel to hire employees automatically before setting out. While Zhuo Yalen held her conversation with Shi Feng, a gorgeous woman also stood beside her. This woman was none other than Lin Yaoyu, who had only entered the miniature ancient world recently. Meanwhile, as soon as Zhuo Yalen ended her call with Shi Feng, Lin Yaoyu frowned in dissatisfaction as she said, "You've gone too far, Yalen. This is the boss of a Hell Mode team dungeon we are talking about. Do you know how many Refinement Realm experts will go crazy just for 1 item? Yet not only did you promise that guy 3 items, but you're even letting him have first pick for all 3 of them. The others in the guild will definitely grow dissatisfied once they learn about this." Zhuo Yelen nodded in response to her friend's complaints. Then she smiled and said, "I understand, but he is really strong. He's an expert who managed to secure an S-rank evaluation in the Colosseum. He is definitely much stronger than your average Refinement Realm expert." "Let's hope he is as strong as you say he is," Lin Yaoyu said, rolling her eyes at Zhuo Yalen. Then she looked at the other guild team standing a short distance away, a wary expression appearing on her face as she continued, "Although we got lucky and found the dungeon's entrance this time, the Star Alliance's side has acted quickly as well. Hopefully the Star Alliance doesn't send someone powerful. The Star Alliance was a veteran first-rate guild in God's domain. Even after experiencing the dozen or so major upheavals that had occurred in God's domain, it had remained standing firmly. The strength of its foundations far surpassed that of Mysterious Moon without question. When Mysterious Moon's executives learned that the Star Alliance was using Hundred Flows City as its base in the miniature ancient world, they had promptly dispatched a large number of experts to the miniature ancient world as reinforcements. Meanwhile, Lin Yaoyu was one of these experts. Zhuo Yalen nodded when she heard Lin Yaoyu's words. Then, when she looked at the 200 or so players gathered a short distance away, fighting spirit appeared in her eyes as she said, "So what if they send a powerful expert? The Star Alliance might be strong on the main continent, but that remains to be seen in the miniature ancient world." However, shortly after Zhuo Yalen finished speaking, the atmosphere over at the Star Alliance's side suddenly turned silent and solemn. The next moment, the 200-plus Star Alliance members separated into 2 groups, forming a wide and open path between them. Afterward, a stalwart man in his 40s walked down this path and quietly observed the dungeon entrance that had formed only a while ago. During this time, every Star Alliance member looked at this middle-aged man with a reverent look on their faces. Meanwhile, upon seeing this middle-aged man, Zhuo Yalen and Lin Yaoyu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Galaxy past? Why is the Star Alliance's first-generation guild leader here? Chapter 2963, Chapter 37, Galaxy Past, Chapter 37, Galaxy Past. Why is he here? Both Zhuo Yalen and Lin Yaoyu were shocked and confused when Galaxy Past appeared among the Star Alliance's team. Galaxy Past could be regarded as a legendary figure in God's domain. When he was in his 30s, he had made the decision to have the Star Alliance, which wasn't particularly well known in the virtual gaming industry back then, tackle God's domain using all of its available assets. Afterward, he had led the Star Alliance to prominence in the Star Moon Kingdom, defeating several rival first-rate guilds in the process and developing the Star Alliance into a top-tier first-rate guild capable of competing against even super first-rate guilds. Moreover, he had done so while refusing all investment offers made by powerful international corporations. Because of his feats, he became a big shot known by all in God's domain. However, not long ago, Galaxy Past suddenly announced his retirement and handed his position to Purple Eye, another legendary individual coming from the Star Alliance and one of the top 16 contenders for the current Ten Saints League. Afterward, he vanished from the public scene, and nobody had heard from him ever since. Yet now Galaxy Past had suddenly appeared in the wilderness here. While Zhuo Yalin, Lin Yaoyue, and the other members of Mysterious Moon were shocked by Galaxy Past's sudden appearance, Galaxy Past shifted his attention away from the dungeon's entrance and turned around. Then he started slowly making his way towards Zhuo Yalin and Lin Yaoyue. "It seems you two are Mysterious Moon's leaders this time around." After scrutinizing Zhuo Yalin and Lin Yaoyue for a moment, Galaxy Past praised. "Not bad. It seems Old Confused Heart's efforts these past years hadn't gone to waste if he managed to nurture geniuses like you two. Mysterious Moon won't have to worry about not having people to run it in the future." "You jest, Guild Leader Galaxy," Zhuo Yalin replied humbly after composing herself. "We are still too weak to take on the great responsibility of leading the guild. Elder Heart has always urged us to learn from Senior Purple Eye." Hearing Zhuo Yalin's words, Lin Yaoyu lowered her head and kept silent, a bitter smile appearing on her face. Although Elder Confused Heart was only Mysterious Moon's great elder and not the guild leader, his position in the guild was the highest. Even the guild leader needed to treat Elder Confused Heart respectfully and carefully listen to his suggestions. This was because Elder Confused Heart was responsible for teaching most of the guild's peak experts. Lin Yaoyue and Zhuo Yalin were also disciples of Elder Confused Heart. Meanwhile, only apex experts such as Galaxy Past would be worthy of referring to the Great Elder as Old Confused Heart. I'm not the one responsible for teaching Purple Eye. I don't have that kind of ability either. She has relied entirely on her efforts to reach her current strength, Galaxy Past said, shaking his head. Then he let out a soft sigh as he continued, "If I had Old Confused Heart's teaching abilities, the Star Alliance wouldn't be stuck as just a first-rate guild right now." Zhuo Yalin remained silent in response to Galaxy Past's words. It was just as Galaxy Past had said, if the Star Alliance could produce a sufficient number of peak experts, it would have long since become a super first-rate guild by now. After all, the Star Alliance currently had a god-ranked expert in its ranks. Meanwhile, this person was none other than the Star Alliance's current guild leader, Wind God Purple Eye. After getting emotional for a moment, Galaxy Past suddenly put on a stern gaze as he said, "All right, I've wasted enough time talking. The Star Alliance wants this Hell Mode team dungeon. However, I don't want others saying that I am bullying two little girls, so I will give you 3 chances to challenge me. So long as you can last 3 moves against me, the Star Alliance will give up on this dungeon. Of course, if you don't wish to accept this challenge, I don't mind starting an all-out fight here, either. This." Zhuo Yalin was at a loss for words when she heard Galaxy Past's words. The other Mysterious Moon experts standing behind Zhuo Yalin also grew silent. If any other executive from the Star Alliance had said these words, they would have chosen to fight without hesitation. After all, everyone present was currently Tier 3. Even if there was a difference in combat standards, the difference in actual combat power wouldn't be significant. However, it was an entirely different matter if Galaxy Past were the one saying these words. Not only was Galaxy Past the Star Alliance's former guild leader, but he was also a Tier 5 Apex expert during his peak. Even on the scale of the entire God's domain, he could be considered a top-ranking expert. Even if Galaxy Past had regressed to Tier 3 now, The strength he could exhibit would still be far beyond the imagination of ordinary experts. It was no exaggeration to say that he could single-handedly turn the tides of a battle involving thousands. "I can give you 10 minutes to consider," Galaxy Past said. Then, after giving Zhuo Yalan and Lin Yaoyu one last look, he turned around and returned to his team to start preparing for the upcoming dungeon raid. His behavior made it seem like he didn't care what choices Zhuo Yalan and Lin Yaoyu made. Meanwhile, after Galaxy Past walked away, Lin Yaoyu looked toward Zhuo Yalan and whispered, "What should we do? Neither the guild leader nor Elder Heart is in the miniature ancient world. It doesn't matter whether we choose to fight one-on-one or as a group. We won't have any advantages either way." In Mysterious Moon, the guild leader and Elder Confused Heart were the only people who could win against Galaxy Past. Although the guild had other Apex experts, they would have difficulty even matching Galaxy Past, let alone defeat him. Not to mention, these Apex experts were elusive individuals. It was also highly unlikely that any of them had entered the miniature ancient world, since that would mean restarting their progress from Tier 3. Unless an Apex expert had great determination and willpower, they absolutely would not set foot into the miniature ancient world. "Indeed, we don't have any advantages," Zhuo Yalan said, nodding. Then a passionate fighting spirit appeared in her eyes as she continued, "However, we must still try and fight for this team dungeon." "Are you insane?" Hearing her friend's words, Lin Yaoyu hurriedly said, "Our team can't afford to take on such a loss right now." The various powers that had entered the miniature ancient world were currently frantically developing their influence and increasing their levels. Meanwhile, for the sake of raiding the Hell Mode team dungeon this time, Mysterious Moon had already gathered most of its experts. If all of these experts got killed and regressed to level 100, it would become very difficult for them to catch up to the experts of other guilds. "How stupid do you think I am?" Zhuo Yalan couldn't help but smile when she saw the nervous look on Lin Yaoyu's face. "What I mean is that we should go for the one-on-one challenge. Even if we lose, it won't affect the big picture. Also, I will be taking one of the 3 spots. As for the 2 other spots, they'll go to whoever is willing to take up the challenge." "I'll take up one as well, then," Lin Yaoyu said, gritting her teeth. If they were on the main continent, she absolutely would not dare to challenge Galaxy Past. After all, a Tier 5 expert could kill them with the flick of a finger. However, Galaxy Past had also regressed to Tier 3 now. She wanted to use this opportunity to see how much of a difference there existed between herself and an Apex expert. Was it really true that she couldn't last even 3 moves? That's great. We can also use this chance to see who has improved more during this period, Zhuo Yalan said with a smile. Afterward, Zhuo Yalan brought up the remaining slot to the other team members, checking to see if there were any other volunteers. Then, in no time at all, a tall and robust level 101 berserker clad in epic set equipment walked out of the crowd. Meanwhile, when Zhuo Yalan announced her decision to challenge Galaxy Past to a one-on-one fight, the Star Alliance's members instantly exploded into rage. "Are you really going to accept their challenge, guild leader?" "That's right. They're merely a bunch of blind and ignorant brats. Who do they think they are to challenge you, guild leader?" "That's right. That's right. Let's just kill them all." The Star Alliance's core experts present voiced their dissatisfaction with Zhuo Yalan's decision one after another. Everyone in the Star Alliance respected and revered Galaxy Past. Even if Galaxy Past had withdrawn from the front lines, he was still the Star Alliance's guild leader in everyone's eyes. Hence, seeing someone daring to challenge Galaxy Past angered them greatly. "Enough. Be quiet," Galaxy Past said sternly. "I was the one who suggested this challenge, so don't go blaming them. Also, I have already said many times that I am no longer the guild leader. Just call me Elder." After getting reprimanded by Galaxy Past, the Star Alliance's members instantly fell silent. Nobody voiced their complaints and dissatisfaction anymore, though their eyes looked like they could kill when they looked at Zhuo Yalan and the others. Meanwhile, when Zhuo Yalan walked into the clearing, separating the 2 teams, and sensed the burning gazes the Star Alliance's members were giving her, she couldn't help but smile bitterly as she thought to herself, Is there a need to react like that? You can make the first move, little girl, Galaxy Past said after entering the PvP site. Then, while watching Zhuo Yalin unsheath the 2 daggers hanging on the back of her waist, he shook his head and said, "You shouldn't have stepped forward first." Zhuo Yalin was an assassin, so the foremost thing she should do was understand her opponent. The more she understood her opponent, the higher her chances of executing a successful ambush. It was especially important that she succeeded in ambushing a berserker like him. The berserker was a heavy armor class. Not only would an assassin have a difficult time damaging a berserker with their weapons, but so long as the assassin's ambush got countered or resisted, the assassin would fall into a passive state immediately. Now that he had given Mysterious Moon 3 chances to challenge him, the optimal choice for Zhuo Yalin to make would be to have the other 2 challengers probe him first. Yet Zhuo Yalin had chosen to step forward first. "I know." Zhuo Yalin nodded. Her eyes brimming with fighting spirit, she said, "But I want to see how far I can go with my true strength." "Good, as expected of old Confused Heart's disciple," Galaxy Past said in approval. "In that case, come at me." After saying so, Galaxy Past started walking closer toward Zhuo Yalin. However, he showed no intention of drawing his weapon at all. Meanwhile, Zhuo Yalin didn't hold back even after seeing this, choosing to activate stealth in the Tier 3 shadow split without hesitation. Not only did she vanish from everyone's vision, but she even split into 3 copies of herself while in stealth. Then all 3 of her copies charged at the unarmed Galaxy Past from 3 different directions. Formless steps. This little girl is quite skilled. Many of the Star Alliance's older generation experts were surprised when they noticed Zhuo Yalin disappearing from their perception completely. As the Star Alliance's older generation experts, they had experienced countless battles throughout their career in God's domain. They had naturally seen many assassin experts as well. Hence, they knew that assassins capable of erasing their presences completely were experts who had trained in formless steps to the extreme. Formless steps was one of God's domain's most complicated top-ranking advanced combat techniques. Typically, only experts who had reached the Void Realm could master this combat technique. Meanwhile, assassins could erase their presences completely while in stealth after mastering this skill. This, in turn, would allow them to challenge even opponents that were much stronger themselves. Has she mastered it already? Lin Yaoyu was also surprised and overjoyed to see Zhuo Yalin using formless steps. Formless steps. This was one of Elder Confused Heart's strongest moves. He had successfully assassinated many Apex experts by relying on this combat technique. Although Zhuo Yalin had only recently reached the Flowing Water Realm, now that she had mastered formless steps, she should have no problem withstanding 3 moves from Galaxy Past. What a pity. On the battlefield, Galaxy Past muttered softly after looking at his surroundings. Then, he took a sidestep and suddenly threw a punch behind him. Tier 3 skill, Mountain Splitter. It was a skill that increased one's strength by 60% and doubled one's damage and destructive power for 1 attack. Boom. Accompanied by an explosive sound, Zhuo Yalin's figure suddenly appeared behind Galaxy Past. Then, like a cannonball, her body flew across the air and landed 30 yards away. When she landed, her HP started plummeting rapidly, showing no signs of stopping even after reaching a critical level. How is this possible? He killed her in 1 hit. Mysterious Moon's experts gaped in shock when they saw Zhuo Yalin getting sent flying. Although they had long since known that Zhuo Yalin wasn't a match for Galaxy Past, they didn't think that Zhuo Yalin, one of the younger generation's geniuses cultivated by the guild, would get killed in 1 hit. While everyone was still in shock, Lin Yaoyu was the first to react as she hurriedly shouted, "Healers, save her quickly!" Upon hearing Lin Yaoyu's words, the healers on Mysterious Moon's team promptly snapped out of their daze and started casting healing spells on Lin Yaoyu. In God's domain, even if players received damage that exceeded their HP threshold, so long as their HP did not reach 0, it was still possible to heal them using special healing spells. Meanwhile, the struck player could avoid death so long as the healers managed to otheal the damage dealt. After several healing lights landed on Zuo Yalin's body, her HP eventually stopped falling and settled at 1. Then, subsequent heals quickly brought her back to full HP. However, as Zuo Yalin had already entered a heavily injured state, it would take some time before she could fully recover her combat power. After recovering her HP, Zuo Yalin slowly stood up and looked at Galaxy Past reluctantly, saying, "I lost. Are you wondering why I can see through your formless steps so easily?" Galaxy Past asked, a smile appearing on his face when he saw the unreconciled look on Zuo Yalin's face. "Yes, my formless steps should have been perfect," Zuo Yalin said, nodding. "Even if someone managed to see through her formless steps, it shouldn't be possible for them to strike directly at her defensive blind spot." Yet Galaxy Past had done so without a shred of hesitation. His attack was so quick and precise that she didn't even have time to defend herself. Shaking his head, Galaxy Past said, "Your formless steps might be good, but it is far from perfect. It was especially true when you were attacking. Your killing intent was too obvious, or should I say immature. You didn't try to package it at all. In my eyes, you might as well not have entered stealth. I didn't package my killing intent?" Zuo Yalin was rendered speechless when she heard Galaxy Past's words. Could something like killing intent even be packaged? Not to mention, it had already taken all of her focus to maintain formless steps. She couldn't afford to split her attention to do other things at all. Galaxy Past did not continue explaining. Instead, he looked to the other members of Mysterious Moon and asked, "All right, who's next?" Even though Galaxy Past spoke in a calm and neutral voice, none of Mysterious Moon's members dared to step forward. Even Lin Yaoyue couldn't help but hesitate. Even someone as strong as Zuo Yalin had lost without knowing how. So how could any of them stand a chance against Galaxy Past? Just when Mysterious Moon's members would forfeit the rest of the challenge, a cloaked man with a black longsword by his waist sighed softly before walking out of the crowd and asking, "May I?" Chapter 2964, Chapter 38, Fair Fight, Chapter 38, Fair Fight. "Who is he? He doesn't seem like someone from Mysterious Moon. There's no guild emblem on him. Since you're not someone from Mysterious Moon, what are you making trouble for? Get lost." "Do you really think just anyone will have the qualifications to challenge our guild leader?" The Star Alliance's members were enraged when they looked at the young man who had walked out of the crowd, many of them having the urge to just charge forward and kill him immediately. Who is he? Did our guild have such a member? Meanwhile, Mysterious Moon's members were confused when they looked at the cloaked young man, Mr. Black Flame. Zuo Yalin immediately recognized the cloaked young man when she saw the other party. He was none other than Shi Feng, the person whom she had invited to help raid the Hell Mode team dungeon this time. Black Flame? Lin Yaoyue also turned to look at Shi Feng when she heard Zuo Yalin's words. Then a look of surprise appeared in her eyes as she asked, "Is he that expert you were talking about?" At this time, although Shi Feng was wearing a black cloak to hide his information, the cloak didn't do much to hide the shape of his easily recognizable starter's equipment. Lin Yaoyue found it hard to believe that an expert capable of scoring an S-rank evaluation in the Colosseum's epic challenge would still be using starter's equipment even until now. It should be known that any Tier 3 expert who had spent some time playing God's Domain could easily acquire a level 100 dark gold set equipment when entering the miniature ancient world. It's him. Zuo Yali nodded, a hint of excitement appearing in her eyes. "We finally have a chance now." A chance? No matter how Lin Yaoyue looked at Shi Feng, the latter did not seem like an expert at all. So, she couldn't help but doubt her friend's judgment. "Are you sure?" He's still using starter's equipment, while Galaxy Past is using the 8-piece Blood Dragon set. That set is labeled as one of the 9 strongest level 100 epic set equipment in 100 Flow City. Just the boost it provides to the strength attribute is enough to let a Tier 3 player rival Tier 4 players. Lin Yaoyue wouldn't have doubted Shi Feng's abilities if he was at least geared in an 8-piece epic set equipment like Zuo Yalin. Suppose that was the case. They might have a small chance of winning. but starter's equipment versus the Blood Dragon set. There was already an insurmountable difference in just the basic attributes the two provided. An ordinary expert geared in the Blood Dragon set could beat up even a Refinement Realm expert in level 100 Dark Gold set equipment, let alone someone geared in Secret Silver starter's equipment. Upon hearing Lin Yaoyu's concerns, Zhuo Yalin also finally noticed the state of Shi Feng's equipment. Suddenly, her confidence wavered as she hesitantly said, "It should be fine." Meanwhile, when Zhuo Yalin and Lin Yaoyu were conversing with each other, Shi Feng had also arrived in front of Galaxy Past. "Not bad. You are a very courageous young man," Galaxy Past said, smiling as he examined Shi Feng. "You say that you want to challenge me, but can you represent Mysterious Moon?" "I'll need to ask," Shi Feng said. He honestly wasn't sure whether Mysterious Moon would let him represent it. So he turned to Zhuo Yalin and asked, "Miss Nightingale, can I fight on behalf of Mysterious Moon?" "If you are willing, Mysterious Moon won't have any problems with it, Mr. Blackflame," Zhuo Yalin said, nodding. "Good. Since Mysterious Moon doesn't have any problem, I don't have any problems with it either," Galaxy Past said when he saw Zhuo Yalin nodding. Then he returned his gaze to Shi Feng and said, "Young man, I won't bully you as a senior, so you can make the first move." "No need. Let's just have a fair fight," Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Honestly, Shi Feng felt rather complicated facing Galaxy Past, who was talking to him from the perspective of a senior. The Zero Wing Guild Shi Feng created during his previous life had clashed with the Star Alliance on many occasions. However, later on, Zero Wing had already grown to a state where the Star Alliance couldn't even hope to match, so whether it was the Star Alliance or Galaxy Past, both had long since faded out of Shi Feng's vision. Now that Shi Feng was meeting with Galaxy Past again, he couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. Even if the current Galaxy Past did not know him, Shi Feng still found it a rare opportunity to meet someone familiar in this foreign world. At this time, apart from the Hellmode regional dungeon, a larger part of the reason why Shi Feng had stepped forward was to see how strong Galaxy Past had become after fighting in God's domain for 10 years. Meanwhile, upon hearing Shi Feng's words, the Star Alliance's members couldn't help but laugh. "Ha! He really thinks he can fight with the guild leader." Even Nightingale, with her 8-piece set equipment, had fallen after receiving one punch from our guild leader. So how dare he utter such bold words while clad in starter's equipment? "That's right. The guild leader is too soft-hearted. If he fights fairly, those people probably wouldn't even know how they died." The Star Alliance's members ran their mouths one after another, their words causing Mysterious Moon's members to feel angry and ashamed. This was because everything the Star Alliance's members said was true. If even Zhuo Yalin, the 3rd Legion's vice commander, couldn't last more than a punch against Galaxy Past, anyone else who challenged Galaxy Past would probably suffer an even more miserable fate. So Mysterious Moon's members had no choice but to keep quiet in this situation and pray that Shi Feng wouldn't lose too miserably. "Okay." Galaxy Past looked at Shi Feng in admiration when he heard the other party asking for a fair fight. "Let me see if you can make me give you a fair fight, then." After saying so, Galaxy Past leaped into the air and threw a punch at Shi Feng. Tier 3 Legacy skill, Tiger Transformation. Immediately Galaxy Past's body increased in size, his height reaching 4 meters. The intensity of the aura he radiated also soared, transforming from a calm sea into a violent storm that threatened to devour all life. His fist had even transformed into a tiger claw the size of a boulder. When Galaxy Past's fist fell, even the space around it had started cracking. It was as if his punch was bringing down the entire sky with it. It was an attack that could neither be dodged nor blocked. It's over Zhuo Yalin's complexion paled when she saw Galaxy Past's attack. Tiger Transformation was one of the skills Galaxy Past was known for. Not only did the attack have a wide AoE, but it also had astonishing destructive power. Moreover, the skill even doubled its user's strength during the attack. One could say that it was a mini berserk skill. When used against an opponent with weaker basic attributes, the skill could achieve a crushing victory. Most importantly, Galaxy Past's actions were simply too fast to keep up with. Even with her standards, she had failed to react immediately when Galaxy Past had launched his attack. She reacted to his attack only after he had activated Tiger Transformation and his fist was falling. If she were standing in Shi Feng's shoes, it would have already been too late for her to do anything. In such a situation, the only thing she could do was watch as Galaxy Past's fist came for her. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening boom, a shock wave spread across the battlefield, covering a radius of several hundred yards. Within several dozen yards of the shock wave's epicenter, dust and dirt were also sent flying over a dozen meters into the air. He's a goner for sure. Serves him right for behaving so arrogantly. Even Mysterious Moon's healers won't be able to save him now. The guild leader is too serious. He's only going up against a newbie, yet he even brought out Tiger Transformation. I guess that kid got a worthwhile death. The Star Alliance's members started chatting merrily when they looked at the dust clouds surrounding the battlefield. They were not surprised by this outcome at the slightest. As for Mysterious Moon's members, their expressions turned very gloomy. It was especially true for Zhuo Yalan. It was another one-hit knockout. While Mysterious Moon's members were shaking their heads and sighing, the dust on the battlefield also gradually settled. However, to everyone's surprise, they could faintly see two figures standing among the dust clouds. How is this possible? He didn't die? Everyone was shocked when Shi Feng's figure appeared among the dust clouds. At this time, not only was Shi Feng still standing, but he didn't even lose a single point of his HP. As for Galaxy Past, he had missed his punch and created a crater several meters deep beside Shi Feng. Did the guild leader miss his attack? That shouldn't be the case. With the guild leader's strength, he wouldn't miss even if he closed his eyes. The Star Alliance's members were greatly surprised by this scene. None of them could make sense of the situation. Meanwhile, Zhuo Yalan and Lin Yaoyu were even more confused by this situation, their minds failing to understand how Galaxy Past had missed his attack. At this moment, out of everyone present, only Galaxy Past looked at Shi Feng with a serious gaze. Unlike everyone else, he knew that he didn't mess up his attack just now. Instead, Shi Feng had preemptively dodged his attack. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the instant he started moving, Shi Feng had seemingly already seen through his attack trajectory and dodged to the side ahead of time. Moreover, he had failed to get a hold of Shi Feng's evasive trajectory. Godspeed response. Luck. These thoughts surfaced in Galaxy Past's mind one after another. However, Shi Feng seemingly paid no heed to his extraordinary evasion as he looked at Galaxy Past and asked calmly, "Can you get serious now?" Chapter 265, Chapter 39, Sword Technique. Sword's Orbit. Chapter 265, Chapter 39, Sword Technique. Sword's Orbit. Get serious? What bold words. That's right. He only dodged the guild leader's punch by instinct. He would have long since died if the guild leader got serious. Although Shi Feng did not speak loudly, everyone present was a Tier 3 expert. They could hear him loud and clear even from over 100 yards away with their senses and physique. Meanwhile, the Star Alliance's experts promptly rose to a clamor upon hearing Shi Feng's question. In the opinions of the Star Alliance's experts, Shi Feng must have relied on luck to dodge Galaxy Past's punch. After all, the difference in basic attributes between the 8-piece Blood Dragon set and the Secret Silver ranked starter's equipment was more than double. Faced against Galaxy Past's Tiger Transformation, even the peak experts in the professional league's A-League would have an extremely difficult time dodging it. After all, Galaxy Past was only half a step away from reaching the legendary tier. His ability to perceive and predict the movements of Void Realm experts had already reached the extreme. In comparison, Shi Feng was merely a nobody using starter's equipment. In a situation where his basic attributes were vastly inferior to Galaxy Past, luck was the only reasonable explanation for his success in dodging Galaxy Past's attack. A fluke? Zhuo Yalan was also surprised and confused when she looked at Shi Feng. In her opinion, it was simply impossible to dodge Galaxy Past's attack that had been empowered by Tiger Transformation. Even if Shi Feng was an expert capable of achieving an S-rank evaluation in the Colosseum's Epic Challenge, She didn't think he could evade Galaxy Past's attack. It was especially true when he was only geared in starter's equipment. While a commotion was happening outside the PvP area, Galaxy Past suddenly smiled. "Good, very good. It's been a long time since I met an expert like you." Galaxy Past said, a hint of fighting spirit appearing in his eyes as he looked at Shi Feng. "Although I don't know whether luck was involved just now, you are now qualified for me to get serious." After saying so, Galaxy Past moved his finger around at the empty space before him. He had obviously called out his system interface and was doing something with it. A moment later, a massive saber appeared in Galaxy Past's hand, the weapon matching his height. The saber had a snowy white body made out of a special type of crystal. Just the weapon's emergence had caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. Meanwhile, the instant Galaxy Past held on to the saber, the intensity of the aura he radiated also increased significantly. Now, he felt more like a humanoid beast than a player, and everyone present felt an invisible pressure bearing down on them. Its ice roar. Madness. This is madness. He actually brought a famed saber to the miniature ancient world. Can anyone even match him now? When Mysterious Moon's members saw the great sword in Galaxy Past's hand, every one of them felt their sanity falling a little. During God's Domain's 10 years of operation, players didn't just pay attention to the various experts in the game. They had also made various ranking lists for the various weapons that existed in God's Domain. Among them were lists for famed swords, famed sabers, etc. Every list had 100 entries, and the lists recorded weapons beneath the legendary rank. Meanwhile, any weapon capable of making these lists was unquestionably a weapon with powerful basic attributes and heaven-defying abilities that could drastically increase its wielder's combat power. Some weapons could even allow their users to transcend tiers. Meanwhile, Ice Roar was ranked 83 in the ranking list for famed sabers. It was also known as the River Sealer. Although Ice Roar was only an epic weapon, its combat effects were not the slightest bit inferior to fragmented legendary weapons. It was a godly weapon that one couldn't even acquire even after offering up an entire guild town. Upon seeing Ice Roar, Zuo Yelin's expression instantly turned grave. Only experts who had reached her caliber would understand just how terrifying an expert like Galaxy Past could become if he had a weapon like Ice Roar. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that he would become invincible among Tier 3. Meanwhile, after holding onto Ice Roar's hilt, Galaxy Past casually swung the massive saber. Boom! Immediately, a dazzling energy blade cut through the air and flew up to 50 yards away, transforming the grassy plain in its path into an icy plain. Afterward, Galaxy Past looked toward Shi Feng and proudly said, "All right, receive my second move." After saying so, Galaxy Past raised Ice Roar and swung it at Shi Feng, who stood less than 15 yards away. Similar to before, Galaxy Past's slash had generated another energy blade. However, unlike the one before, this energy blade continuously distorted its shape and altered its trajectory mid-flight, making it impossible for others to predict its trajectory. Advanced combat technique, curved light. Then, when Shi Feng was evading the energy blade, Galaxy Past suddenly stepped forward and rapidly rotated his body. Tier 3 Legacy Skill, Frenzied Gale. Immediately, Galaxy Past transformed into an icy tornado that devoured all life around him. How is this possible? Zhuo Yalin's mouth widened slightly when she saw Galaxy Past transforming into an icy tornado. It's actually a fusion technique. Combat techniques in God's Domain were different from skills and spells. So long as players successfully learned a combat technique, they could use it repeatedly without having to wait for a cooldown. Moreover, the power of a combat technique was in no way inferior to the average skill and spell. However, the downside of combat techniques was the significant stamina and concentration consumption. The expenditure was so significant that first-rate experts would exhaust themselves just by using an ordinary combat technique, while refinement realm experts would barely be able to use an advanced combat technique. As for fusing combat techniques with skills and spells, that was a feat even most peak experts had trouble accomplishing. However, so long as one could accomplish this feat, not only would the power of their skills and spells increase drastically, but their skills and spells would also carry some of their combat techniques' properties. These results could easily allow expert players to transcend tiers. The guild leader is finally getting serious. Let's see how that kid dodges the guild leader's attack now. The guild leader can clash with even mythic monsters using his ice tornado. The move even has a wide AoE of 50 yards. There's no way that kid can evade the guild leader's attack. The Star Alliance's members grew excited when they saw Galaxy Past transforming into an icy tornado. At this moment, they could already foresee the moment Shi Feng got shredded to death. Meanwhile, inside the PvP area, Shi Feng finally unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night after seeing the approaching icy tornado. That's not a bad move, but it is still not enough to kill me, Shi Feng calmly commented while he leisurely brandished his longsword. Sword technique, sword's orbit. Suddenly, a galaxy of stars formed around Shi Feng. Then, when the icy tornado was about to hit Shi Feng, it suddenly veered past him, landing not a single hit on him. When the icy tornado eventually disappeared, the battlefield had also transformed into a river of ice. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Shi Feng remained standing on the battlefield. Moreover, the area within 5 yards of him did not contain even a single speck of frost. No, this can't be. I must be dreaming. Everyone couldn't help but rub their eyes in doubt when they saw this scene, their minds refusing to believe the reality before them. You? How did you? At this moment, even Galaxy Past was flabbergasted when he saw Shi Feng coming out of his attack unscathed. Never did he imagine such an outcome would occur. However, before Galaxy Past could speak his mind, Shi Feng suddenly raised the Winter of Eternal Night and said, "Now that I've received your attack, it's time you received mine." After saying so, Shi Feng swung down his sword. Sword technique, swords transmigration. Chapter 2966, Chapter 40, Who is he? Chapter 2966, Chapter 40, Who is he? When the Winter of Eternal Night descended, everyone immediately saw a snowy white lotus flower blooming around Shi Feng, the sight beautiful and transcendental. A bronze combat technique? Galaxy Past's expression turned unprecedentedly grave when he saw this snowy white lotus. Combat techniques in God's domain could be differentiated into various ranks. Meanwhile, ranked above advanced combat techniques were bronze combat techniques, and combat techniques of this rank were so rare that even most Tier 5 experts didn't possess one. However, so long as a Tier 5 expert managed to acquire a bronze combat technique, their combat power would instantly skyrocket to the peak of Tier 5. It wouldn't even matter even if they only had average equipment standards. The reason for this was because bronze combat techniques provided players with the strength to transcend tiers. This remained true even for Tier 5 existences. I have to block it. When Galaxy Past saw the gigantic lotus flower moving toward him, he promptly let out a shout as he used the Tier 3 Legacy Berserk skill Savage God's Howl. Suddenly, an illusory behemoth appeared around Galaxy Past as his basic attributes doubled. The space surrounding him also began to shatter, looking as if it couldn't withstand the new source of power that dwelled within his body. Then, after activating his Berserk skill, Galaxy Past promptly brandished his saber against the approaching lotus flower. Advanced combat technique, Sky Breaker. All of a sudden, several blades of light shot out from Galaxy Past's saber before merging to form a gigantic saber that crashed into the lotus flower. Boom. A deafening boom shook the area within 1,000 yards of the battlefield. The trembling ground and spreading shock waves could even be felt by the spectating players standing over 100 yards away. In addition, the grassland within a 100-yard radius of the collision had also transformed into barren land, and the ground had sunk by more than 10 meters. I don't think even top-tier Tier 4 players can deform the terrain to such an extent. Are they really Tier 3 players? Mysterious Moon's members subconsciously gasped when they looked at the state of the battlefield. In God's domain, players were known to become superhumans after reaching Tier 3. However, when it came to destructive power, even a large-scale destruction spell used by a Tier 3 magical class player couldn't deform the terrain to such a great extent. Typically, only after reaching Tier 4 would players have the strength to do so. Even then, the area of destruction would be limited. Few Tier 4 players could cause as much destruction as Shi Feng and Galaxy Pass did. It should be known that there was a huge gap in strength between Tier 3 and Tier 4. There was even a saying in God's domain which stated that all those beneath Tier 4 were ants. Through this saying, one could tell how much stronger Tier 4 players were than Tier 3 players. Looking at the destroyed terrain before her, Zhuo Yalin dazedly muttered, "Is this a fight between first-generation experts?" Lin Yaoyu also nodded in agreement when she overheard Zhuo Yalin's mutterings, her eyes filled with shock and excitement. Although she had seen countless experts clashing in God's domain's professional league before, she had never seen players causing such devastation at Tier 3. This was without a doubt her first time. Rather than a fight between Tier 3 players, it'd be more apt to call this a fight between two behemoths. While everyone was in a state of shock, the dust clouds covering the battlefield also gradually dissipated, revealing two people staring off at each other. Unlike Shi Feng, though Galaxy Past's HP was no longer in a pristine state. Instead, 10% of it was missing. Evidently, Galaxy Past had lost in his clash with Shi Feng. The guild leader lost? How is this possible? The guild leader even used his berserk skill already. How could he still lose? The Star Alliance's experts were flabbergasted when they saw the state of Galaxy Past's HP, their minds unable to accept this reality. With the combination of a Tier 3 legacy berserk skill and an advanced combat technique, Galaxy Past should be able to exert as much power as a level 100 mythic monster with his attacks. Yet even with such power, he still lost to a player geared in starter's equipment. Who could possibly believe this? At this time, let alone the Star Alliance's members, even Mysterious Moon's members were stunned by this situation. "Yaoyu, does this mean we won?" Zhuo Yalin asked, her eyes blinking in disbelief. "It should be." Lin Yaoyu nodded stiffly as she looked at Shi Feng. She too found this outcome unbelievable. This was Galaxy Past they were talking about. Galaxy Past was a mighty expert standing at the top of God's domain. He was considered top tier even among Tier 5 experts. Yet even after wearing the 8-piece Blood Dragon set and wielding the famed Saber Ice Roar, Galaxy Past had still lost. If news of this matter spread, it would certainly cause an uproar in the entire God's domain. Black Flame, is it? Looking at Shi Feng's cloaked figure, Galaxy Past asked in an excited voice, "With your strength, there is no way you would appear in a small place like the miniature ancient world. Moreover, out of all the experts I know of in God's domain, I don't recall an expert like you. May I know if you are a person from that side? An expert with a bronze combat technique capable of defeating him while using only starter's equipment couldn't be a nameless person in God's domain." Yet, Galaxy Past had never heard of the name of Black Flame. There was also no possibility of one of God's domain's big shots starting a sub-account. God's domain didn't allow players to have two accounts after all. There was also no way any of those big shots would be willing to abandon their accounts and start all over again. Thus, the only explanation left for Shi Feng's existence was that he was someone from that side.
Someone from that side?
What side? What does the guild leader mean? The surrounding spectators grew confused when they heard Galaxy Past's words. What did he mean by someone from that side? When Zhuo Yalin and Lin Yaoyu heard Galaxy Past's words, though, their expressions instantly changed as they turned to look at Shi Feng in shock and surprise. No way. He's someone from that side? Ordinary experts in God's domain and even the middle management of the various major powers would probably be confused if they heard Galaxy Past's words. However, it was a different story for Zhuo Yalin and Lin Yaoyu, who were reserve executives of first-rate guilds. Thanks to their status, they had the qualifications to touch upon information not privy to most ordinary powers in God's domain. Meanwhile, according to what they heard from their superiors, there wasn't just one world of God's domain, but many instead. Moreover, these other versions of God's domain were played by people from other planes of reality. Take the latest expansion pack, for example. when everyone heard that a war between two worlds of God's domain was going to be held. Most people only assumed that the people from the other God's domain were merely other people from the same reality. After all, Earth wasn't the sole living place for humans. Humans living on other planets might be playing God's domain as well. Meanwhile, communication between planets was incredibly difficult, so it wasn't strange that they hadn't heard about humans on other planets playing God's domain until now. However, according to their understanding, the players from other versions of God's domain weren't living in the same reality as them at all. When Zhuo Yalan and Lin Yaoyu first learned of this information, both of them had found it to be unbelievable. They thought it was nothing more than fantasy. However, after their superiors showed them evidence, they came to understand that all of this was true. Moreover, they also came to understand that the virtual reality game known as God's domain definitely wasn't as simple as everyone imagined it to be. Instead, it was a game that wagered the fate of humanity. Chapter 2967, Chapter 41. Its name is Zero Wing. Chapter 41. Its name is Zero Wing. Yalan, should we inform Elder Hart now? If Black Flame is from that side, I'm afraid we won't have the qualifications to handle this matter, Lin Yaoyu said, reminding her friend, who was still in a daze, of the severity of the situation. If the man known as Black Flame really came from that side, his value would be unimaginable. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that matters involving him were already outside their authority. According to the information they got from Mysterious Moon, the overall standard of Outer World players was generally stronger than the players in their God's domain. In addition, these Outer World players also surpassed them in terms of training efficiency by a large margin. If they could join forces with an Outer World power, they might be able to raise the strength of their guild members by a large margin. It might even be possible to instantly elevate the guild's rank by one whole level. However, this still wasn't the most important point. Rather than training methods, what was crucial to the various powers of their God's domain was the Outer World's material resources. According to investigative reports, Outer Worlds had many precious resources not available in their God's domain. While these resources were deemed worthless by these Outer Worlds, they would become incredibly valuable when put in their God's domain. Some of these resources could even provide players with significant help in improving their personal strength. Meanwhile, seeing how abnormally strong Black Flame was, there was no way he would be a nobody in the Outer World he came from. He might even have a massive power backing him. If this was the case, the person known as Black Flame was no different than a mountain of endless treasures to them. All forces in God's domain would go crazy for him. It should be known that even after the world passage had opened, players still couldn't freely travel between the two linked worlds of God's domain. Setting aside the various travel restrictions, just the resistance put up by the local powers would become a huge limiting factor. After all, none of the two worlds' local powers would casually allow outsiders from entering their world and plundering the resources there. It was only natural that they would desperately fight to control the world passage and protect their resources. Seeing that Black Flame had managed to appear in the miniature ancient world, despite this fact, it proved that Black Flame must have a secret path that allowed him to travel between different worlds of God's domain. Meanwhile, the value of such a secret path went without saying. However, Mysterious Moon wasn't the only guild that had discovered this matter thus far. There was also the Star Alliance, a guild which was stronger than Mysterious Moon. If they handled this situation poorly, they would become the sinners of Mysterious Moon. No wonder he is using starter's equipment even though he has such astonishing skills. So this is the reason why? At this time, Zhuo Yalan also came back to her senses. When she remembered the scene when she first saw Shi Feng, she felt that she had finally strung things together. Then she nodded and said, "You're right. Although we still can't be sure if Black Flame is someone from that side, Guild Leader Galaxy's insight and experience make it unlikely that he will be wrong. I'll log off now and contact Elder Hart and the others. Before that, you must find a way to fight for this opportunity, Yaoyu." After saying so, Zhuo Yalan promptly logged out of the game, not daring to waste even a moment. In the meantime, Lin Yaoyu took a deep breath to calm her frantic heart. Then she quickly walked up to Shi Feng. Meanwhile, Shi Feng was a little surprised by Galaxy Past's inquiry. He didn't think Galaxy Past would mistake him for a player from another god's domain. However, it made sense after he thought about it. A nameless expert wearing starter's equipment had defeated a highly celebrated apex expert in God's domain. No matter how one thought about it, there was no way such a situation could happen. Unless, of course, this nameless expert didn't originate from this world. After letting out a sigh, Shi Feng looked at Galaxy Past and said, "With the current situation, I doubt you'll believe me even if I deny it, right?" "You jest. I'm sure an expert like you is a man of your word. Moreover, you don't need to lie to me, right?" Galaxy Past said, smiling. However, even though he spoke as if he would believe Shi Feng regardless of Shi Feng's answer, the confidence and determination in his eyes said otherwise. Seeing the look of determination on Galaxy Past's face, Shi Feng helplessly nodded and said quietly, "Okay, I admit that I am not from this world." It was pointless for Shi Feng to explain himself and clear up Galaxy Past's misunderstanding. Rather than waste his time on such a futile effort, he might as well keep up the misunderstanding and make the best of the situation. Shi Feng was well aware that a solo player couldn't progress far in God's domain. If a player wished to climb to great heights, they would need the support of an organization. Even he, a former Tier 6 sword god, was no exception. Originally, Shi Feng had planned to develop his own force after he had developed his strength and foundation a little more. Now, though, he could just skip this process. Meanwhile, Lin Yao Yue, who had just walked over, shuddered upon seeing Shi Feng nodding. "It's actually true." An inexplicable sense of excitement filled Lin Yao Yue as she looked at Shi Feng's cloaked figure. However, she maintained a calm expression on her face, pretending as if she found this matter to be insignificant. "I knew you couldn't be bothered to lie to me," Galaxy Past said. He too grew a little excited after hearing Shi Feng's affirmation. "I haven't had time to introduce myself before. I am Galaxy Past, the former guild leader of the Star Alliance, a first-rate power in this god's domain. May I know which outer world power you come from, Mr. Black Flame?" "Zero Wing," Shi Feng said, memories of his previous life suddenly surfacing in his mind. Then, after reminiscing for a brief moment, he added, "It's a relatively idle power. However, it is also the strongest power in the god's domain I come from." When talking about Zero Wing, Shi Feng's words exuded the pride and confidence of a superior. The emotions in Shi Feng's voice were so vivid that Galaxy Past could even feel the influence Zero Wing held in the god's domain Shi Feng originated from. The strongest power? Meanwhile, after hearing Shi Feng's statement, both Galaxy Past and Lin Yue were secretly shocked. At the same time, the enthusiasm in their hearts also cooled down a little. Neither of them had thought that Shi Feng would have such a huge origin. Originally, they had wanted to fight for trading rights with Shi Feng by relying on the influence and strength of their respective first-rate guilds. However, all of their previous thoughts had become a joke at this moment. If a guild could call itself the strongest power in a god's domain, one could easily imagine how frightening the strength and influence it held was. It should be known that even if the current 5 great super guilds banded together, they wouldn't dare to call themselves the strongest power in God's domain. Yet Shi Feng had spoken without hesitation. Through this, they could tell that Zero Wing's strength in Shi Feng's world was undisputed. It was also unlikely that Shi Feng would lie to them. After all, experts were prideful creatures. It was especially true for experts of Shi Feng's caliber. In addition, they were well versed at reading people thanks to their experiences. Meanwhile, they could tell that Shi Feng wasn't lying when he said he came from the strongest power in his god's domain. In that case, how could the strongest power of an entire god's domain possibly put first-rate guilds like the Star Alliance and Mysterious Moon in its eyes? "I know you want to trade with me, or rather, you want to make deals with the power behind me." Schmidt smiled when he noticed the expressions of the two people before him turning a little ugly. "Unfortunately, the guilds behind you do not have such qualifications. Even so, there's no need for you to be discouraged. Although the guilds behind you aren't qualified to be equal trading partners, your guilds have the chance to become an affiliated power. May I know if you two are interested?" Chapter 2968, Chapter 42, Zero Wings Foundation. Chapter 2968, Chapter 42, Zero Wings Foundation. An affiliated power? Galaxy Past and Lin Yaoyu were stunned when they heard Shi Feng's words. Then complicated emotions appeared on their faces. If the person saying these words to them wasn't Shi Feng, the representative of Zero Wing, but a representative of some other superpower instead, their answers would have told this person to get lost without hesitation. Although there were many first-rate guilds in God's domain, it didn't mean that they were weaklings. A typical first-rate guild would have control over 100 major cities or more. Top-tier first-rate guilds would even have control over an entire medium-sized kingdom. Hence, first-rate guilds were by no means pushovers. It was especially true for their two guilds. They were confident that their respective guilds could become a super first-rate guild and join the ranks of God's domain's superpowers in the future. At that time, apart from the 5 great super guilds, there would be no other existence that their two guilds would be afraid of offending. Thus, asking their two guilds to become affiliated powers was nothing but a joke. After pondering in silence for a moment, Lin Yaoyu took a deep breath and said in a neutral tone, "I'm afraid I do not have the authority to give you an answer right now, Mr. Blackflame. I will have to discuss your offer with my superiors first. I'm afraid I will also have to discuss it over with my guild's current guild leader," Galaxy Past said, nodding in agreement with Lin Yaoyu. "Do you think that my condition is a little too brazen?" Shi Feng wasn't surprised when he heard Galaxy Past and Lin Yaoyu rejecting his offer. Chuckling, he said, "Don't be so quick to shoot down my offer. I understand the pride you have for your respective guilds. After all, a first-rate guild is only one step away from joining the ranks of superpowers. I'm guessing that your respective guilds aren't even afraid of ordinary superpowers right now, much less becoming an affiliated power to one." Galaxy Past and Lin Yaoyu remained silent as they looked at Shi Feng, evidently agreeing with what Shi Feng had just said. "Since you wish to consider, take your time doing so," Shi Feng said. "However, before that, I plan to show you Zero Wing's foundations. How about making a decision after that?" "May I know how you plan to display it, Mr. Blackflame?" Galaxy Past asked curiously. Lin Yaoyu also nodded her head, her eyes looking at Shi Feng with curiosity. There was no way any of their guilds would willingly become an affiliated power without something to convince them. Though even if Shi Feng did show them Zero Wing's might, their two guilds would most likely still reject his offer. After all, their two guilds possessed great ambitions for the future. How could they possibly submit themselves to another power just for some small profits? However, it'd be a lie if they said that they weren't curious about how powerful outer world powers were. After thinking for a moment, Shi Feng said, "How about we raid this team dungeon together?" "Raid this team dungeon? Does that mean you plan on having your guild's other experts come over?" Galaxy Past's eyes brightened. The strength of a power relied heavily on the number and quality of the experts it possessed. If he could use this opportunity to see the number and quality of experts Zero Wing possessed, he could make a rough guess of Zero Wing's strength. "No, it'll be just me," Shi Feng said, shaking his head. "Only one person?" Lin Yaoyu was stunned. She failed to understand Shi Feng's intentions. "How will you display Zero Wing's strength, then?" A power's foundation couldn't be composed of just one expert. Even if a guild had a Tier 6 God-ranked expert leading it, it would simply be evaluated as a top-tier first-rate guild in God's domain. "I'll show it through our mana technique," Shi Feng said with a faint smile. "Mana technique?" Lin Yaoyu grew even more confused. Any expert at Tier 4 or above would come into contact with mana techniques. It was because mana techniques were a form of manipulating mana, just like how combat techniques were a form of manipulating the physical body. Meanwhile, after reaching Tier 4, players would need to learn a lot about mana usage, since only by doing so could they display the power of Tier 4 skills and spells. So long as players reached Tier 4, they would have to touch upon knowledge of this aspect even if they didn't want to. Meanwhile, mana techniques were the best tools for learning how to manipulate mana. However, while mana techniques might be rare in God's domain, their rarity hadn't reached a point where they could be considered priceless. Even first-rate powers would have a few mana techniques in their possession, let alone superpowers. Thus, mana techniques couldn't be used to prove a guild's strength. "You'll understand once we reach the boss," Shi Feng said, not bothering to explain himself. "What do you two think?" The Star Alliance has no problem with this arrangement, Galaxy Past said nonchalantly. Since he had already lost the challenge, the Star Alliance naturally wouldn't have anything to do with this Hell Mode Team Dungeon any longer. However, while he couldn't acquire the items inside the Team Dungeon, getting the opportunity to understand an Outer World expert wasn't a bad idea either. After all, the current powers of God's domain had incredibly little information on Outer World players. Mysterious Moon doesn't have any problem with this arrangement either, Lin Yayu said, nodding. Good. We'll form a 1,000-man team and enter right away then, Shi Feng said. Then he sent a team invitation to Galaxy Past and Lin Yayu. Meanwhile, neither Galaxy Past nor Lin Yaoyu had a problem with Shi Feng becoming the leader of the team. After all, they wouldn't have felt reconciled if they had let each other lead the team. Rather than have one of them lead the team and the other feeling unreconciled, they might as well let Shi Feng become the team leader. After joining Shi Feng's team, Galaxy Past and Lin Yaoyu had their respective team disband and joined Shi Feng's team. In less than 10 minutes, a team of 1,000 top-tier experts was formed and ready to enter the Hell Mode Team Dungeon. The inside of the miniature Ancient Worlds Team Dungeons was completely different from that of the Outside Worlds Team Dungeons. The inside of the Team Dungeon was so massive that it looked more like a regional dungeon instead. Moreover, not only were there level 103 to level 105 Great Lord ranked demonic beasts, but there were also plenty of level 105 Grand Lord ranked demonic beasts leading these Great Lords. Even the smallest group of monsters in the Team Dungeon had at least several thousand Great Lords and 50 Grand Lords, while some of the bigger groups had over 100 Grand Lords and a mythic ranked demonic beasts leading them. Rather than a dungeon raid, it felt more like they were fighting on a primordial battlefield instead. Moreover, these demonic beasts behaved more like soldiers than monsters. Not only did they move in unison, but they would also always fight in groups instead of alone. An ordinary Tier 3 expert team would stand no chance against these organized monsters. However, faced against the elites of 2 first-rate guilds, these demonic beasts were still a little lacking. Even the weakest expert on the team was geared in a mix of level 100 dark gold and epic equipment. In addition, there were over a dozen Refinement Realm experts on the team, plus Lin Yaoyu and Galaxy Past. Lin Yaoyu was a great mage who had reached the Flowing Water Realm. She was akin to a human-shaped cannon, and she could instantly cast Tier 3 AoE spells one after another. As for Galaxy Past, he was a Domain Realm berserker. Even when mythic-ranked demonic beasts tried to attack Lin Yaoyu and stop her rampage, none of them could get close to her because of Galaxy Past. In less than 5 hours, Shi Feng and the others had already successfully arrived at the central castle inside the Team Dungeon. And here I thought this Hell Mode Team Dungeon was going to be challenging. It seems I overestimated it. That's not true. We already killed 4 mythic monsters on our way here. These mythic monsters could already be regarded as the final boss in other dungeons. Moreover, you shouldn't forget that our team consists of the core experts of 2 first-rate guilds. Any other team would have gotten annihilated several times by now. That's right. Didn't you see Guild Leader Galaxy stopping a level 105 mythic monster all by himself? I doubt you can find another expert with such strength in the miniature Ancient World. Everyone was thrilled when they arrived in front of the ancient castle. It also didn't look like they had just experienced a series of tough battles at all, since none of them looked tired. This should be where the legacy is located, right? Everyone's already rested, so should we open the door now? Lin Yaoyu asked Shi Feng when she saw that everyone was mostly rested. Shi Feng had hardly ever fought on their way here. Apart from when he needed to protect the healers, he spent most of his time commanding the team. Meanwhile, Lin Yaoyu had to admit that Shi Feng was an incredibly capable commander, his commands maximizing the team's combat power. However, even until now, she had yet to see the foundation Shi Feng had promised to display. Now that they were about to fight the final boss, she couldn't help but wonder what the mana technique Shi Feng mentioned was all about. "All right, open it," Shi Feng said as he stood up from the stone pedestal he sat on. Upon hearing Shi Feng's command, The several dozen berserkers on the team approached the massive stone doors that measured 30 meters in height. Then they pushed against it with all their might, opening it slowly. When a gap formed between the doors, an ancient aura promptly flooded out of the gap. At the same time, a vast courtyard with a dragon statue in the middle entered everyone's eyes. There were also divine runes engraved across the courtyard ground. Meanwhile, as the doors gradually opened, not only did the runes on the ground light up as if awakened, but the dragon statue in the middle also started to tremble and crack. Then, under everyone's gaze, the statue exploded and a real dragon appeared in its place. A Tier 4 bronze dragon? How is this possible? Why would a dragon appear in a Hell Mode team dungeon? Everyone was stunned when they looked at the 80-meter-tall bronze dragon. Schwartold. Dragon. Mythic. Level 105 HP. Dragons were the personification of destruction in God's domain. They were also the apex race of God's domain. Even a Tier 3 infant dragon was more than capable of destroying a city by themselves, while a Tier 4 adult dragon could plunge an entire kingdom into despair and possibly even annihilation. Let's retreat quickly, Mr. Blackflame. A Tier 4 dragon isn't something current players can go up against, Lin Yaoyu hurriedly suggested. Even Tier 5 players would have a headache fighting a Tier 4 dragon, let alone Tier 3 players like themselves. Unless they could get the help of a Tier 5 expert, only death would await them if they tried to challenge Schwartold. A dragon? No, that's not right. After looking at the engravings on the ground, Shi Feng said, "While he might be a bona fide Tier 4 dragon, he has already died for quite some time by the looks of it. His body is merely being controlled by the runes on the ground." That should be the case. Galaxy Past agreed with Shi Feng's analysis. If this Hell Mode team dungeon really requires players to fight against a Tier 4 dragon, I doubt there is any team in the current miniature ancient world capable of raiding this dungeon. Looking at the raid environment, I believe we are required to figure out a way to destroy the pillars with engravings located around the battlefield. If we do that, the dragon will probably fall on its own. That is true, but we have to face a Tier 4 dragon as we destroy those pillars, Lin Yaoyu said, feeling a little exasperated. Even if they had the strength to destroy the pillars, they had to survive the dragon's onslaught before they could do so. However, even if all of them combined their strength, they probably couldn't survive even a hit from the Tier 4 dragon. Indeed. If we cannot face the dragon's attacks, destroying those pillars will be nothing but a dream, Galaxy Past said, nodding in agreement. It seems our only option now is to retreat. Let's leave quickly, then. If the dragon starts attacking us, none of us should think of leaving, Lin Yaoyu hurriedly said. Hold on a second, Shi Feng suddenly said. Although we have to face a Tier 4 dragon, we are not without a chance. A chance? Looking at Shi Feng in confusion, Lin Yaoyu asked, "What chance?" Honestly, Lin Yaoyu felt reluctant to give up on the raid so easily. After all, this was one of the miniature ancient world's legacies they were talking about. If she could get her hands on it, she might be able to improve herself further. However, no matter how she looked at it, there was simply no way they could go up against a Tier 4 dragon. "I'm not sure if I can succeed, but I will only know after I try." After saying so, Shi Feng took a step forward, instantly entering Schwartold's area of influence. Immediately, the bronze dragon stood up from its resting position and swung one of its massive claws at Shi Feng. Is he crazy? Lin Yaoyu was momentarily dumbfounded by this situation. At this time, even Galaxy Past couldn't help but gape in shock at this scene. He didn't think that Shi Feng meant this when the other party said he would try. Shi Feng had just provoked a Tier 4 dragon. Although it is a little early, I can use this opportunity to test out the effects of this move, Shi Feng thought as he looked at the approaching claw that destabilized the surrounding space. Then he unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night, wielded it over his head with both hands, and activated the sword's skill Radiant Night, which increased the rank of his attack by 2. Immediately afterward, Shi Feng swung down his sword against the approaching dragon claw, First Sword, Light Shadow. Chapter 2969, Chapter 43, One Sword to Shake the Ages. Chapter 43, One Sword to Shake the Ages. When Shi Feng swung the Winter of Eternal Night, an illusory sword measuring over a dozen meters long suddenly appeared. Then the illusory sword created a dark trail in the air as it descended toward the oncoming dragon claw, the constantly extending spatial tear making it seem as if the sky was being cleaved in half. Boom, accompanied by a deafening boom. Spatial cracks appeared all around the courtyard. Immediately afterward, a shockwave spread across the courtyard. The shockwave so strong that everyone standing outside the courtyard's entrance had stumbled backward. Even Galaxy Past, a player as strong as a Tier 4 mythic monster, had to take half a step back before he managed to stabilize his body. Was he not serious during our previous fight? Galaxy Past was shocked when he saw the state of the courtyard. Although Galaxy Past dared not say that he was the strongest Tier 5 player before coming to the miniature ancient world, he still considered himself one of the top-ranking Tier 5 experts in God's domain back then. Now that he had entered the miniature ancient world with a blood dragon set and famed saber ice roar, he felt he should be an invincible existence here. Even if there was someone stronger than him, the gap in strength between them should be limited. An example would be how Shi Feng was only slightly stronger than him even after relying on a powerful bronze combat technique. However, what was up with this situation? Right now, Shi Feng had not only shattered space with one move, but he had even forcibly stopped a Tier 4 dragon's attack. This was no longer at the level of just being slightly stronger. Shi Feng was already standing in a completely different dimension. Is this the mana technique he spoke of? Lin Yao Yu was also dumbfounded by this scene. She had seen experts using mana techniques before, and the power of these mana techniques went without saying. The boost in power a mana technique provided could practically rival a Tier 4 berserk skill. However, even the strongest mana technique she knew of could not let a Tier 3 player contend against a Tier 4 dragon. Dragons were existences regarded as invincible among opponents of the same tier. Even domain realm experts would need to have an advantage of at least one tier to go up against a dragon of the same level. Meanwhile, experts capable of going up against dragons of the same tier were regarded as legendary individuals in God's domain. When everyone was in shock, a figure flew out of the shattered space in the courtyard's center and landed around 20 yards away. As expected of a Tier 4 dragon, it still has such power even though it is already dead. Shi Feng revealed a bitter smile as he looked at his trembling hands and humming weapon. It seems this is the limit of this move. Light Shadow was the first of 3 parts of the Holy Annihilation mana technique that the heavenly blue Saint Eliade was known for. Even though Light Shadow was only the weakest out of the 3 parts, it still surpassed the standard of the mana techniques used by ordinary Tier 6 gods. Not only did one require an extremely powerful physique to use Light Shadow, but one would also need an incredibly high concentration standard. Under normal circumstances, a Tier 3 player should be incapable of executing Light Shadow perfectly. However, thanks to his legendary mana body and Winter of Eternal Night, Shi Feng managed to turn the impossible possible. Unfortunately, even with a complete Light Shadow at his disposal, Shi Feng still didn't have enough strength to go up against a Tier 4 dragon. After only one exchange, not only did he get sent flying, but he had also lost around 1/3 of his HP. In other words, he would be killed after receiving 3 more normal attacks from Schwartold. Before Shi Feng could finish lamenting his weakness, Schwartold suddenly flapped its wings and soared into the air. Then it raised its claw once more and started gathering mana around it. Evidently, the bronze dragon planned to use a skill or spell this time instead of a normal attack. Not good. That's the Tier 4 dragon magic, Meteor. Lin Yaoyu's complexion paled when she saw the magic arrays forming around Schwartold's claw. Dragon magic was a type of ancient magic that surpassed the magic found in modern God's domain. Under the same tier, the power of dragon magic far surpassed that of ordinary magic. The cast time was also much shorter. Dragon magic was one of the reasons that made dragons invincible among opponents of the same tier. Meanwhile, among Tier 4 dragon magic, Meteor was a large-scale destruction spell, capable of obliterating an area of several hundred yards in one hit. It's over. There's no way we can run away in time. How can this be? everyone's expressions turned ugly when they looked at the bronze dragon in the air. Dragon magic of the destruction variety wasn't just capable of destroying physical objects. After the spell's power reached a certain extent, it could even destroy souls, which also included the souls of players. If they got hit by Schwarthold's meteor now, even if their souls didn't get erased, their souls would still enter a heavily injured state. They would most likely be prohibited from logging into God's domain for at least half a month if that happened. If they were still on the main continent, they wouldn't have minded losing half a month's worth of progress. However, now that everyone was desperately fighting for resources in the miniature ancient world, losing half a month's worth of progress would create an insurmountable gap between them and the experts of other guilds. At this time, even Galaxy Past couldn't help but smile bitterly at this situation. He had originally come with the goal of spectating. He didn't think he would end up getting dragged into such a mess. This would become a huge loss for the Star Alliance. However, when everyone was quietly waiting for death to claim them, Shi Feng suddenly shouted in the team chat, saying, "Guild Leader Galaxy, I'll pin down the boss while you figure out a way to destroy those stone pillars. Pin down the boss? Didn't you try that already?" Galaxy Past couldn't help but grow confused when he saw Shi Feng suddenly charging at the bronze dragon once more. It was already a miracle that Shi Feng had managed to receive the bronze dragon's normal attack without dying previously. After all, Shi Feng was only geared in starter's equipment right now. There was no way Shi Feng could stand a chance against Tier 4 dragon magic. It should be known that the legendary individuals who had managed to clash against dragons of the same tier had done so while being fully geared in godly equipment. Had they repeated their feats using only secret silver equipment, they would have died 10 times out of 10. Not to mention, Shi Feng was currently 1 tier lower than the Tier 4 bronze dragon. Only death would await him if he tried to stop the bronze dragon's Tier 4 dragon magic with the move he used before. The move before might not work, but I still have another move I can try, Shi Feng said in a serious tone. However, you need to move quickly. I won't be able to hold it down for very long. He still has another move. Galaxy Past was momentarily stunned. Then, just when he thought of dissuading Shi Feng, he saw Shi Feng leap into the air and stay suspended in midair. He's hovering. Isn't the flight ability only available at Tier 4? Could it be a Tier 3 skill or spell? Everyone was once again shocked when they looked at Shi Feng hovering in the air. No, he's using his mana domain to fly. Moreover, it's a complete mana domain. Galaxy Past also felt flabbergasted by this situation. Is he really human? How can he already use a complete mana domain at Tier 3? An epic mana body. Does he have an epic mana body? Lin Yaoyue couldn't help but rub her eyes and wonder if she was dreaming when she saw Shi Feng flying. Unlike ordinary expert players, she knew that players would need to fulfill one condition if they wished to use a complete mana domain at Tier 3, and that was to have an epic mana body, something that even Tier 6 God-ranked experts dreamed of obtaining. Roar. When everyone was in shock, Schwarthold let loose an angry roar, seemingly dissatisfied with Shi Feng standing at the same height as him. In the blink of an eye, the magic arrays surrounding his claw finished forming, and he promptly smashed his claw down at Shi Feng. "Come!" Seeing the descending claw, Shi Feng raised the winter of eternal night once more. This time, though, he got into a stance for a horizontal slash instead of a vertical slash. Immediately afterward, both the mana in the courtyard and the mana in the void started gathering around the winter of eternal night, the speed at which mana gathered dozens of times faster than that of Schwarthold's meteor. The mana vortex that formed had even taken on physical properties already. Second sword, Holy Devour. Shi Feng swung his sword, summoning a torrent of blinding flames that brightly illuminated the entire courtyard, the flames devouring even space itself as they made their way toward the oncoming dragon claw. Boom, boom, boom. The collision between the torrent of flames and the dragon claw was akin to a collision between 2 meteors' flames, instantly flooded the entire courtyard, and the entire sky had transformed into an empty void. Meanwhile, after the flames in the void vanished, the bronze dragon in midair could be seen pushed back by half a step from its original position. Several scales had also fallen off its claw, and dark golden blood could be seen flowing from its wounds. Chapter 2970, Chapter 44, the Fifth Person. Chapter 44, the Fifth Person. The dragon's injured. He managed to injure a Tier 4 dragon. Is he even human? Everyone gasped when they saw the dark golden blood flowing down from Schwarthold's claw, their minds having a hard time believing this situation. Looking at Shi Feng suspended in midair, Lin Yoyu couldn't help but ask Galaxy Past. If Black Flame can injure a Tier 4 dragon at Tier 3, he should be on par with those legendary individuals. Right? Guild leader? Galaxy? No, I'm afraid that even those legendary individuals are incapable of accomplishing such a feat, Galaxy Past said, shaking his head after snapping out of his daze. I think only those four are capable of doing something like this. Those regarded as legends in God's domain were God-ranked experts who had accomplished many miraculous feats and possessed astonishing battle records. However, Galaxy Past had never heard of anyone ever managing to injure a Tier 4 dragon while they were only at Tier 3. Those four. When Lin Yoyu heard Galaxy Past's analysis, a deep sense of awe and yearning also appeared in her eyes. If one were to try and decide who was the strongest among the many God-ranked experts in God's domain, it would only lead to an endless and inconclusive argument. However, if one were to point out which God-ranked experts shouldn't be provoked at any costs, it would have to be those four God-ranked experts. Unlike other God-ranked experts, those four were the real deal. They were existences capable of holding their ground against Tier 6 gods all by themselves. The strength of Tier 6 gods was undisputed in God's domain. Even creatures as strong as dragons had no choice but to submit in front of gods. This was because any random god possessed the strength to transcend tiers. They were not existences that ordinary dragons could hope to match. Meanwhile, it was also because of the existence of these four god-ranked experts that the 5 great super guilds wouldn't dare to call themselves the strongest, even if all 5 of them banded together. Only, this was a secret only known to a small number of people. Typically, only the executives of first-rate powers and superpowers would know about this secret. As for everyone else, they recognized the 5 great super guilds as the strongest powers in God's domain. Now that Shi Feng had displayed strength on par with those four, Lin Yaoyue had no choice but to start reconsidering Shi Feng's previous offer. At this moment, though, Shi Feng wasn't faring as well as everyone thought as he faced the bronze dragon before him. Sure enough, Holy Devour isn't something that can be used at Tier 3. I'll be drained of concentration and stamina if I use it a few more times, Shi Feng thought, a bitter smile appearing on his face as he looked at his trembling arm. Originally, Shi Feng had only planned to display light shadows effects to let Galaxy Past and Lin Yaoyu become aware of the existence of such a special mana usage method. After all, there was a significant difference, even among mana techniques. In the case of the average mana technique, it could only increase a player's combat power to a certain extent and help players familiarize themselves with the basic principles of mana. However, in the case of powerful mana techniques, not only could they allow players to transcend tiers, but they could also improve players' control over mana drastically. Meanwhile, even stronger mana techniques would be the ones created by saints. Not only could these mana techniques allow players to thoroughly grasp the basic operating principles of mana, but they could also grant players the opportunity to master a law. The Holy Annihilation mana technique was something the Heavenly Blue Saint had created. Mana techniques of such caliber were extraordinarily rare even among the many worlds of God's domain Shi Feng had visited during his previous life. Meanwhile, so long as players perfectly mastered a mana technique, they could create countless copies of the technique's manual and share it with others, just like combat techniques. Only, achieving perfect mastery over a mana technique was very challenging. Even among Tier 6 God-ranked experts, few could achieve such a feat. However, as luck would have it, Shi Feng had perfectly mastered the Holy Annihilation mana technique. So, he could make as many copies of Holy Annihilation's manual as he wanted. This was also why he was confident in negotiating with the Star Alliance and Mysterious Moon. However, Shi Feng felt that he had just incurred a huge loss. Not only did he fail to let Light Shadow's effect shine, but he had even used Holy Devour, something that he shouldn't be using at Tier 3. To make matters worse, even after using Holy Devour, he had only managed to push back the Bronze Dragon and nothing more. There isn't much time left. It seems I have no choice but to go for broke. After taking a look at Radiant Knight's remaining duration, Shi Feng shouted in the team chat, "Guild Leader Galaxy, 10 seconds. I can only hold the boss for 10 seconds. Only 10? Galaxy Past was surprised when he heard Shi Feng's words. He didn't think that Shi Feng could only pin down the Bronze Dragon for such a short time. However, after thinking it over, he felt this was a reasonable outcome. After all, it was already unbelievable that Shi Feng could hold off a Tier 4 dragon for 10 seconds using only starter's equipment. Immediately, Galaxy Past responded, "Okay, since that's the case, we'll go all out as well." Destroying all pillars in 10 seconds? How is that even possible? When Lin Yoyu looked at the stone pillars located around the courtyard, she couldn't help but feel that the time Shi Feng had given them was too short. There were 3 stone pillars in the courtyard, and every one of them had a magic barrier protecting them. Moreover, based on the structure of the barriers, she could tell that these barriers were created by Tier 4 defensive magic arrays. Attacks under Tier 4 would do little to no effect against them. Moreover, even if their team could launch attacks at the Tier 4 standard, they still needed to deplete the mana reserves of these barriers. In other words, they needed to overcome 3 Tier 4 defensive magic arrays in the short time of 10 seconds. It should be known that even the weakest Tier 4 defensive magic array would need over 100 Tier 4 attacks to deplete. Currently, Galaxy Past was the only person on the team capable of launching Tier 4 attacks. No matter how Lin Yaoyu looked at it, there was no way Galaxy Past could destroy 3 Tier 4 defensive magic arrays in 10 seconds. "Just leave it to us, little girl. Once we start charging for the pillars, all you need to do is dump as many AoE spells on the pillars as you can," Galaxy Past said with a confident smile. Lin Yaoyue grew even more confused after hearing Galaxy Past's words. She couldn't understand what the other party planned to do. However, she still nodded and said, "That won't be a problem. However, AoE spells don't differentiate between friend and foe. Don't blame me if you get hurt." "Don't worry. We've long since gotten used to such matters," Galaxy Past said nonchalantly. Then he looked at the 8 Refinement Realm experts behind him and said, "All right, let's begin." Hearing Galaxy Past's words, the 8 Refinement Realm experts from the Star Alliance smiled bitterly. Then they each took out a blood-red crystal from their bags and started chanting an incantation. As soon as the 8 Refinement Realm experts were done chanting, blood-red magic arrays started appearing around Galaxy Past. Then a massive amount of mana flooded Galaxy Past's body, causing his aura to increase in intensity rapidly, a battle array. Lin Yaoyue was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. Battle arrays were incredibly rare in God's domain as they allowed a group of players to share their mana and increase their combat power significantly. However, the various large guilds treated battle arrays as their trump cards. No guild would take out their battle array for use without an important reason. Even though she was a reserve executive of Mysterious Moon, she had never gotten the opportunity to personally see a battle array in action. After all, battle arrays were consumables that would disappear after use. There was no way guilds would use such precious items to raid a dungeon. Before Lin Yaoyu could recover her senses, Galaxy Past had already transformed into an afterimage as he dashed straight for the nearest stone pillar. His speed was so fast that even Tier 3 experts had a hard time catching him with their eyes. "Roar!" Meanwhile, the instant Galaxy Past started charging for one of the pillars, the bronze dragon in the air also let loose an angry roar. Evidently, Schwartold had realized Galaxy Past's intentions. "Don't even think of getting away from me." However, Shi Feng naturally wouldn't allow Schwartold to interrupt Galaxy Past. Immediately, he sent another Holy Devourer smashing into the bronze dragon. Meanwhile, seeing the dazzling torrent of flames appearing once more, Schwartold hurriedly dismissed his thoughts of stopping Galaxy Past and swiped its tail at the flames. It dared not receive the full brunt of Shi Feng's attack with its body at all. Boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, intense shockwaves shook the entire castle, and the space above the courtyard transformed into a dark void. Good. I nearly thought I was a goner. Galaxy Past breathed a deep sigh of relief when he saw Shi Feng successfully stopping the bronze dragon. Then he promptly started brandishing his saber against the magic barrier in front of him. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes, 4 slashes, advanced combat technique, Skybreaker. 4 energy blades converged into one before smashing into the magic barrier, the powerful attack instantly reducing the barrier's defensive properties by a large margin. Attack it quickly, Galaxy Past hurriedly shouted upon seeing the magic barrier weakening. Heeding Galaxy Past's command, Lin Yaoyu and the other magical class players, who had already finished chanting the incantation for a large-scale combination spell, promptly released their spell at the weakened magic barrier. Boom. After just one hit, the weakened magic barrier started cracking slowly. Then, after this phenomenon continued for 2 seconds, the magic barrier disappeared, and the stone pillar it protected transformed into dust. In the meantime, Galaxy Past had already arrived in front of the second stone pillar and executed another Skybreaker against the magic barrier before him. Seeing this, Lin Yaoyu started double-casting without hesitation and bombarded the weakened magic barrier with a series of spells. 5 seconds later, the second stone pillar also turned to dust. Despicable intruders, you have angered me. Along with the second pillar's destruction, Schwarthold's anger also reached its peak. Immediately, he flapped his wings and soared higher into the sky, having no intention of getting entangled with Shi Feng any longer. Then, after putting 100 yards between himself and Shi Feng, he opened his mouth. As soon as the bronze dragon opened his mouth, time in the surrounding area had seemingly stopped for a moment. Then all mana within the area disappeared into the bronze dragon's mouth, the absence of mana causing everyone to feel uncomfortable and suffocated. Die. The bronze dragon let loose an angry roar. Then a destructive beam of light that was as bright as the sun shot out of the bronze dragon's mouth. Not good. It's a dragon breath. That's cheating. Why is his dragon breath's preparation time so short? Everyone fell into despair when they saw the descending beam of light. Dragon breath was the strongest attack a dragon was capable of using. It was stronger than even dragon magic. Meanwhile, the dragon breath used by a Tier 4 dragon could instantly destroy an entire city. It simply wasn't something that a bunch of Tier 3 players could stop. At this time, Shi Feng also wore a grave expression on his face. Immediately, he swung the Winter of Eternal Night horizontally and activated World of Frost afterward. With Shi Feng as the center, the temperature within a 500-yard radius instantly plummeted. Then, 9 massive frost swords appeared out of thin air, the presence of these swords causing the surrounding space to tremble. Go. With a pale complexion, Shi Feng manipulated the 9 frost swords and executed Light Shadow with all 9 of them. He fused a mana technique with a skill? How is this possible? When Lin Yaoyu and the others saw Shi Feng using Light Shadow with all 9 frost swords, they were so shocked that they had even forgotten about their fear of the oncoming dragon breath. It was common knowledge that mana techniques were special means of manipulating mana. In essence, mana techniques were the same as skills and spells. The only difference was that mana techniques did not rely on magic arrays to take form. Hence, it should be impossible to use mana techniques in conjunction with skills and spells. At most, players could mana techniques with support skills and spells that buffed their combat performance indirectly. Yet now Shi Feng was using mana to manipulate mana, achieving a true fusion between mana technique and skill. Boom, boom, boom. Series of explosions rang out in the sky as the frost swords clashed with the dragon breath one after another. Meanwhile, along with the destruction of each frost sword, the power of Schwarthold's dragon breath also grew weaker and weaker. By the time the 7th frost sword had disappeared, Schwarthold's dragon breath had also faded out of existence. At the same time as Shi Feng successfully stopped the dragon breath, Galaxy Past, and the others had also destroyed the last stone pillar, which in turn caused the bronze dragon in the sky to transform into dust with a reluctant expression. Chapter 290-71, Chapter 45. Dragon's Loot, Chapter 45, Dragon's Loot. We did it. We won. Everyone cheered out loud when they saw the bronze dragon disappearing. Although everyone present had raided many Hell Mode team dungeons in the past, this was undoubtedly the first time they raided one with a Tier 4 dragon guarding it. Moreover, they had done so while still being at Tier 3 only. This was a feat that could go down in the annals of God's domain. While everyone was celebrating in joy and excitement, the sound of a system notification entered their ears. System, congratulations. You are the first team to have raided the Hell Mode Team Dungeon Sleeping Dragon's Castle. 100 Flow City reputation plus 100, level plus 1, legacy skill point plus 5. What abundant rewards as expected of the miniature ancient world. I can't believe it gave us a whole level. It would be great if we can get a few more of these rewards. 100 city reputation points. With this many points, we can already start accepting city quests from the Adventurers Association. Everyone was flabbergasted by the abundant first clear reward. It was especially true for the Star Alliance's members. This was a pleasant surprise to all of them. Setting aside the XP they gained, just the 5 legacy skill points reward was already more than enough to make the time they spent here worthwhile. In God's domain, players could only learn their respective classes' legacy skills through spending legacy skill points. However, obtaining legacy skill points outside of the leveling up was incredibly difficult. Typically, only epic quests would award legacy skill points. Even then, players could only get 3 to 5 points per quest. For experts of their caliber, the value of legacy skill points far surpassed that of top-tier weapons and equipment. Now that everyone on the team had received 5 legacy skill points, it was as if everyone had just completed an epic quest. The first clear reward was truly generous. However, after a moment of excitement, everyone quickly had their attention drawn toward the rain of light that had appeared after the bronze dragon's death. When the bundles of light landed on the ground one after another, they transformed into glittering items and quickly formed a small mountain. Eventually, when the rain of light ended and 2 stone tablets radiating a dark purple glow appeared, both the Star Alliance's and Mysterious Moon's members couldn't help but gulp. Crap. Are you kidding me? This is insane. 2 ancient legacies. Moreover, both are peak legacies. Mysterious Moon really lucked out this time. They might even get 2 apex combatants thanks to these legacies. At this moment, even Galaxy Past, who was originally behaving indifferently toward the bronze dragon's loot, couldn't help but grow envious when he saw the 2 peak legacies hovering in the air. If players wished to have a better future in God's domain, they would have to climb to higher tiers. Meanwhile, the best way to improve one's tier was to obtain a hidden class. While it was true that hidden classes tended to increase the difficulty of leveling up and getting promoted to higher tiers, the difficulty increase was negligible compared to the boost in combat power and knowledge players could obtain. Players would still have a net positive gain after obtaining a hidden class. According to the statistics players in God's domain had made throughout the years, even a basic class legacy could increase an expert player's chances of reaching Tier 4 by 10%, while an advanced legacy provided a 30% increase, and a peak legacy provided a 50% increase. In the case of peak legacies, they could even increase players' chances of reaching Tier 5 by roughly 10%. While 10% might not seem like much, it should be known that Tier 4 experts would have to go to hell and back to even increase their chances of reaching Tier 5 by 1%. An increase of 10% would require a Tier 4 player to experience numerous fortuitous opportunities to obtain. We hit the jackpot. 2 peak legacies. With this, Vice Commander Sky and Vice Commander Nightingale will have a chance of reaching Tier 5. What do you mean they have a chance? The 2 Vice Commanders already had a huge chance at reaching Tier 5 originally. If they receive a peak legacy on top of that, it's almost guaranteed that they'll reach Tier 5. If we gain 2 more Tier 5 experts, our guild will instantly enter the ranks of top-tier first-rate guilds. Mysterious Moon's members grew ecstatic as they looked at the 2 stone tablets floating in the air. The strength of a guild depended on the number of experts it possessed. In the case of first-rate guilds, Their strength was determined based on the number of Tier 5 experts they possessed. Meanwhile, if a first-rate guild possessed 10 Tier 5 experts, it would be categorized as a top-tier first-rate guild. Of course, if a first-rate guild had one Tier 6 God-ranked expert, it could similarly be categorized as such. Previously, Mysterious Moon had always been stuck at just 9 Tier 5 experts. Hence, it could never enter the ranks of top-tier first-rate guilds. Now that Mysterious Moon had acquired 2 peak legacies, it was almost certain that Mysterious Moon would become a top-tier first-rate guild in the future. However, during the time Mysterious Moon's members were celebrating joyfully, Lin Yayue suddenly approached Shi Feng and took a deep breath, saying, "Mr. Black Flame, although you have previously told Nightingale that you don't need any legacies, a peak legacy is far more valuable than the average legacy. I believe you will need it as well. However, may I ask if you can let Mysterious Moon have both of them?" Mysterious Moon is willing to pay you the appropriate price. Upon hearing Lin Yayue's words, Mysterious Moon's members instantly fell silent. Then they turned to look at Shi Feng, their hearts palpitating anxiously. Peak-class legacies possessed extraordinary value in God's domain. When confronted with 2 peak legacies, even super guilds would break their promises without hesitation, let alone an outer-world player power. If the person they were dealing with was an ordinary expert, they wouldn't have bothered negotiating at all. They would have simply gone along with their previous agreement and taken the 2 peak legacies for themselves. However, the person they currently faced was Shi Feng, an existence capable of contending against a Tier 4 bronze dragon at Tier 3. Shi Feng could decide their life and death with nothing more than a thought. Not to mention the Star Alliance was also present. So long as Shi Feng gave the word, the Star Alliance would probably be willing to work for him and split the loot with him so long as he gave the word. What a smart little girl. No wonder Old Confused Heart has so many praises for her and the other girl. Galaxy Smile secretly revealed a bitter smile as he watched Lin Yaoyu calmly negotiating with Shi Feng. If it weren't for Shi Feng's presence, Galaxy Past wouldn't be polite with Mysterious Moon at all. As for their previous agreement, that was nothing but a joke. In God's domain, strength was everything. Even super guilds would be tempted by the prospect of gaining 2 Tier 5 players, let alone first-rate guilds like the Star Alliance. However, unbeknownst to Galaxy Past, Lin Yayue wasn't as calm as she showed herself to be. On the contrary, her heart started beating rapidly in fear as soon as she finished speaking. She was very much afraid that Shi Feng would refuse her offer. "You don't have to test me, Miss Clear Sky," Shi Feng said as he looked at Lin Yaoyu. Then, in a contemptuous tone, he continued, "A promise is a promise. It is just 2 peak legacies. Zero Wing isn't so desperate to renege on a promise for this bit of resources." This bit of resources? Lin Yaoyu was rendered speechless when she heard Shi Feng's contemptuous words. Even if Shi Feng was a legendary expert, she still felt that Shi Feng was being too boastful in his words. At this time, even Galaxy Past, who was watching from nearby, was at a loss for words. A peak legacy was essentially a shortcut to reaching Tier 5. Even if Zero Wing was as powerful as Shi Feng said it was, there was no way it could ignore 2 peak legacies. After all, reaching Tier 6 was incredibly challenging in God's domain. Luck and strength were both needed in abundance, and it was no longer a goal that could be reached simply by dumping a ton of resources. Tier 5 players were considered the main fighting force of the various superpowers. "Don't believe me?" After taking a look at Lin Yaoyue and Galaxy Past, Shi Feng took out several memory crystals that could be bought from any NPC grocery store and said, "I believe you must have seen the mana technique I used before, right?" Lin Yaoyue and Galaxy Past silently nodded in agreement. The sight of a Tier 3 player repulsing a Tier 4 dragon without relying on external strength was something they could never forget, even if they wanted to. Shi Feng's usage of mana was simply brilliant. Seeing the look of fascination on Lin Yaoyu and Galaxy Past's faces, Shi Feng fiddled with the memory crystals in his right hand and said slowly, "The complete guide to the mana technique you just saw is recorded inside these memory crystals." Chapter 290-72, Chapter 46. Zero Wings Initial Establishment. Chapter 46. Zero Wings Initial Establishment. The mana technique just now is recorded inside this memory crystal. As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, Lin Yaoyu and Galaxy Past promptly turned their gazes toward the 5 memory crystals in Shi Feng's hand, their eyes filled with shock and burning desire. The tier progression in God's domain was brutal. The higher one reached, the more difficult it would be to make further progress. It was especially true for players seeking to reach Tier 5 and beyond. They would have to develop their physique and control over mana to an extremely high standard. Meanwhile, between peak legacies and mana techniques, peak legacies served mainly to improve a player's physique, whereas mana techniques served to improve a player's control over mana. Both were essential for players seeking to ascend to higher tiers. However, the mana technique Shi Feng had previously displayed was unprecedented. It wouldn't even be an overstatement to say that the mana control he exhibited was at a divine level. If they could master such a mana technique, let alone reaching Tier 5, even reaching Tier 6 might not be a problem. In comparison, a peak legacy's value paled significantly. After all, a peak legacy provided almost no help to players in getting promoted to Tier 6. These things should be enough to prove my point, right? Shi Feng said, a faint smile appearing on his face as he looked at Lin Yaoyue's and Galaxy Past's expressions. Just one copy of this mana technique should be worth 4 or 5 peak legacies, right? Indeed, Galaxy Past said, nodding as he walked closer to Shi Feng and Lin Yaoyue. Then, with overflowing desire in his eyes, he continued, "It is just as you say, Mr. Black Flame, let alone 4 or 5 peak legacies. The various superpowers will probably be willing to trade 10 peak legacies for just one copy of this mana technique. At the end of the day, a peak legacy could only be used to produce a Tier 5 expert. However, the mana technique in Shi Feng's possession could increase a player's chances of reaching Tier 6 significantly. Just this point alone was more than enough to cause all superpowers in God's domain to go crazy for it. After all, the value of a Tier 6 God-ranked expert easily exceeded the total value of 10 Tier 5 experts. Although powers with only one Tier 6 God-ranked expert could only be considered a top-tier first-rate power, it would become a first-rate power that no superpower would dare to provoke. Meanwhile, if a power had 2 Tier 6 God-ranked experts, it would be considered a superpower regardless of the standard of its other members. This showed just how powerful Tier 6 God-ranked experts were. "It seems I have indeed been ignorant, Mr. Black Flame," Lin Yaoyu said as she retracted her gaze from the memory crystals. Then she looked at Shi Feng and tentatively asked, "May I know if you are willing to sell this mana technique, Mr. Black Flame? Compared to a peak legacy, Shi Feng's mana technique would be of much greater help to a magical class player like herself. If she could get her hands on one of those memory crystals, she would have a much easier time progressing on the path of becoming a mage god. If you are willing to sell it, the Star Alliance will pay double of whatever Mysterious Moon offers Mr. Black Flame," Galaxy Past said without hesitation. He did not hide his desire for the Holy Annihilation mana technique at all. Guild Leader Galaxy, Lin Yaoyu grew anxious when she heard Galaxy Past's offer. Unlike Galaxy Past, the Star Alliance's former guild leader, she was only a reserve executive of Mysterious Moon. Meanwhile, her desire to obtain the Holy Annihilation mana technique was for her personal benefit. Mysterious Moon definitely wouldn't be willing to pay too high a price for her. Seeing that the 2 people before him were about to break into an argument, Shi Feng promptly stored the memory crystals away and said, "You 2 don't need to argue over it. There is no way I can sell this thing." "It's not for sale?" Galaxy Past and Lin Yaoyu were visibly disappointed when they heard Shi Feng's words. However, they felt that it made sense after giving it some thought. Such a precious mana technique could be used as a guild's foundation. How could Shi Feng possibly sell them? It was true that mana techniques were similar to combat techniques in that they could be duplicated infinitely once a player had achieved perfect mastery over them. It was also true that players could benefit massively by selling these duplicates. However, by doing so, players would also be strengthening potential rivals and enemies. They would essentially be putting the cart before the horse. Although I won't be selling this holy annihilation mana technique, that doesn't mean you don't have a chance at obtaining it, Shi Feng said when he saw the crestfallen looks of Lin Yaoyue and Galaxy Past. It simply depends on whether you are interested in my offer. Hearing this, Galaxy Past hurriedly nodded and said, "Of course I am interested. May I know what your offer is, Mr. Black Flame?" Before entering the miniature ancient world, Galaxy Past had been stuck at Tier 5 for many years. Now that there was a chance for him to reach Tier 6, he would be lying if he said he wasn't interested. Meanwhile, Lin Yaoyue also silently nodded in response to Shi Feng's words. Although her circumstances differed from Galaxy Past, she was well aware of her limits. With her current talent, it'd be challenging for her to even reach Tier 5, let alone Tier 6. However, if she had the Holy Annihilation Mana technique, she was certain she could reach Tier 5 at the very least. Become an outer member of Zero Wing, and you'll have the opportunity to learn the Holy Annihilation Mana technique. Looking at the two people before him, Shi Feng proudly said, "Normally, you two wouldn't have any chances at joining Zero Wing. However, Zero Wing is looking to develop in this world, so it is indeed of talents and resources. While you two aren't particularly skilled, you still barely qualify." After thinking about it, Galaxy Past asked, "Do you mean for us to abandon our current guilds and join Zero Wing, Mr. Black Flame?" Hearing this, Lin Yaoyue also grew a little hesitant. After all, abandoning Mysterious Moon to join an unknown outer world power was simply too big of a risk. "No." Shaking his head, Shi Feng said, "I previously mentioned that Zero Wing is a rather idle power. It is especially true for outer members. There aren't many restrictions in place for outer members. Becoming an outer member is more like joining an adventurer alliance than joining a guild. Once you two join, you can do whatever you want so long as you don't make an enemy out of Zero Wing. You can also complete orders or tasks issued by Zero Wing to earn points and exchange them for Zero Wing's resources." In the past, after the subworld he operated in gained access to the many worlds of God's domain, the big shots of the various subworlds had used a similar method to form alliances with his subworld's various powers. Compared to taking over other subworlds, this was a much more feasible method for a power to gain access to the resources of other subworlds. Now that the subworld he resided in had yet to gain full access to the many subworlds, he could use this chance to lay a foundation for himself in advance. "If that's the case, I'm willing to join," Lin Yaoyue said without hesitation. "I don't have a problem with it either," Galaxy Past said, nodding. The two of them definitely couldn't give up their existing guilds to join Zero Wing. However, it was a different story if Shi Feng was only having them join a casual organization as individuals. Such an arrangement was no different than players joining the Adventurers Association. Both sides would only take what they needed from each other. It wouldn't affect their positions in their current guilds. "Good." Shi Feng nodded slightly. Then he took out 2 magic contracts he had prepared beforehand and handed them to Lin Yaoyue and Galaxy Past, saying, "Sign it if you two don't have any problems with a contract." Magic contracts were the highest degree of protection in God's domain. It was also the main means the subworld alliances used to bind their members. Once players signed a magic contract, it didn't matter which subworld they were in. So long as they went against the contract's terms, the penalty stated on the contract would take effect immediately. Even Tier 6 God-ranked experts couldn't escape the contract's effects. After receiving the magic contract, Galaxy Past and Lin Yaoyue gave the stated terms a read. The contract was relatively simple. It prohibited them from becoming enemies with Zero Wing and leaking its secrets to players outside the guild. Of the 2 clauses, the second one would remain in effect even after they left or got dismissed from Zero Wing. Meanwhile, they would be prohibited from logging into God's domain forever if they break any of these conditions. After reading the contract's content, Lin Yaoyue looked at Shi Feng and asked, "Mr. Black Flame, am I allowed to invite others to join after entering Zero Wing?" Chapter 290-73, Chapter 47, Zero Wing's Membership Slots. Chapter 47, Zero Wing's Membership Slots. Upon hearing Lin Yaoyue's question, Galaxy Past couldn't help but turn his gaze to Shi Feng. He, too, was concerned about this issue. While Galaxy Past might not know how strong Zero Wing was exactly, he had seen Shi Feng's prowess with his own two eyes. One sword to shake a dragon. This was a frightening battle record that only 4 other people could accomplish in God's domain. Meanwhile, every one of these 4 people was in existence the various super guilds feared. Just this point alone was more than enough reason for him to join Zero Wing's alliance. Not to mention, there was even the benefit of being able to exchange for the Holy Annihilation mana technique. If he could get a bunch of his companions to join Zero Wing, it would become a lot easier to accumulate contributions in Zero Wing. 1. Seeing the expectant gazes the 2 people were giving him, Shi Feng slowly said, "Each of you will have only 1 invitation slot. Moreover, the people you invite must be at the refinement realm at the very least. If the invited player wishes to have an invitation slot, they need to reach the flowing water realm first. Depending on the combat standards of the invited players, you will also receive a corresponding amount of points. Zero Wing's points will follow the value of God's domain's coins. With 1 point equaling 1 gold coin, you will receive 1,000 points for refinement realm experts, 3,000 points for flowing water realm experts, and 10,000 points for void realm experts. If you manage to invite a domain realm expert, not only will you receive 50,000 points, but you will also receive an additional invitation slot. If you yourself reach the domain realm, you will also receive an additional invitation slot." Originally, Shi Feng had planned to have Lin Yaoyue and Galaxy Past invite as many people as possible so that Zero Wing could grow strong quickly. However, rapid development would only lead to Zero Wing's early destruction with his current strength and resources. Moreover, after experiencing the world after the many subworlds of God's domain gained free access to each other, he knew that numbers would only be important during the early phase. Later down the line, it was quality that mattered. Shi Feng planned to raise his requirements this time and develop Zero Wing into a true alliance of experts. He would develop Zero Wing into an organization similar to Demon's Gate, an assassin organization feared by even the big shots of the various subworlds. Part of the reason why Demon's Gate was feared was because it had 9 experts with the strength to solo kill Tier 6 gods. However, what made the various big shots truly fear Demon's Gate was when the organization had destroyed an entire subworld. Back then, news of the matter had shaken the many subworlds, and Demon's Gate's existence instantly became taboo among the many subworlds. Nobody dared to offend Demon's Gate even at the slightest. 1 point equals 1 gold coin? That's a generous invitation bonus, Galaxy Past muttered in surprise. Then, in a disappointed tone, he continued, "But I'd rather have a smaller reward and more invitation slots instead." Lin Yaoyu also nodded slightly when she heard Galaxy Past's mutterings. Receiving 1,000 gold's worth of Zero Wing points just for recruiting a refinement realm expert was certainly a generous reward. After all, at the current market rate, 1,000 gold was worth 100,000 credits. That was already enough money to cover an ordinary family's living expenses for a year. Not to mention, after the miniature ancient world was released, the price of coins was continuously rising. In the miniature ancient world, where using low-quality equipment was out of the question, players could get a relatively good level 100 epic weapon with 1,000 gold. That would increase an expert player's strength significantly. However, for executives of first-rate guilds like themselves, Zero Wing's invitation slots were much more important than the invitation rewards. If there wasn't an invitation limit, they could invite many experts and companions to join them in completing Zero Wing's tasks and acquiring points. They would also have an easier time communicating with their allies. After all, Zero Wing's contract explicitly prohibited them from sharing Zero Wing's secrets with outsiders. Now that they could only invite 1 player each, they would have to carefully consider whom to use their invitation slot on. By their most conservative estimates, a mana technique as powerful as the Holy Annihilation technique should be worth 50 million points at the very least. After all, a peak legacy typically sold for 10 million gold on the main continent, which was already enough to empty the working capital of an ordinary first-rate guild. Meanwhile, 50 million gold was an astronomical sum that neither the Star Alliance nor Mysterious Moon possessed. The only fortunate matter was that they could exchange for the Holy Annihilation technique as soon as they had enough Zero Wing points. In comparison, they wouldn't be able to purchase a peak legacy even if they had the money to do so. If you want to acquire more invitation slots, you will have to think of ways to improve yourselves, Shi Feng said, a faint smile appearing on his face when he saw the bitter faces on Galaxy Past and Lin Yaoyu. Now that you've signed the contract, if you wish to acquire points, exchange for resources, or invite your companions into the guild, you can do so at 100 Flow City's Candlelight Hotel. However, I advise you to consider who you use your invitation slot on, since points won't be so easy to come by. With that said, I will be taking my leave now. After saying so, Shi Feng extended his arms in the direction of Schwartold's loot. Immediately afterward, 3 items radiating a purplish golden hue flew into Shi Feng's hand. At a glance, anyone could tell that these 3 items were extraordinary. Their value was most likely second to only the peak legacies dropped. However, nobody present had any qualms with Shi Feng claiming these 3 items. On the contrary, they felt that it was only right that he did so. After all, a God-ranked expert service wasn't something one could normally buy with just 3 items from a Tier 4 dragon's loot. After obtaining the 3 items, Shi Feng took out a return scroll for 100 Flow City and activated it, showing no intentions of staying for even a moment longer. He left already? Lin Yaoyu couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when she saw Shi Feng disappearing from the dungeon. She would benefit immensely if she could receive even a little bit of guidance from a God-ranked expert. The progress she could make wouldn't be something she could achieve with just hard work alone. Do you really think God-ranked experts have a lot of time on their hands? Galaxy Past said, rolling his eyes at Lin Yaoyu. Experts of their caliber have many things they need to consider and deal with. The volume of work they have on their plates is not something we can hope to imagine. The fact that a God-ranked expert is willing to spend so much time talking to us can already be considered a rare opportunity. So stop being greedy. Right now, what you should be thinking of is who you are going to invite. Thanks to his many interactions with Purple Eye, who is now a Tier 6 God-ranked expert, Galaxy Past knew exactly how busy a Tier 6 God-ranked expert was. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even a second of their time was incredibly precious. The reason was that players would get to touch upon some of the true secrets of God's domain after reaching Tier 6. Meanwhile, the things they did and the considerations they had to make were no longer restricted to only the world they lived in. Instead, their focus was on a much wider world. However, what Galaxy Past did not know was that Shi Feng's swift departure wasn't due to any of the reasons he assumed. Instead, Shi Feng had left because he had exhausted both his stamina and concentration after overusing Holy Devour, and he was in urgent need of rest. Meanwhile, after hearing Galaxy Past's reminder, Lin Yaoyue quickly decided who she should invite. Obtaining 0 wing points, is it? I should discuss it properly with Yalan. Lin Yaoyu didn't intend on notifying the guild regarding Zero Wing's invitation this time. Instead, she planned to tell only Zhuo Yelin and have her friend join Zero Wing secretly. After all, Shi Feng had only mentioned Zero Wing's matter to her and Galaxy Past. Everyone else on the team was excluded from the conversation. Meanwhile, after all was said and done, Lin Yaoyu and Zhuo Yelin were only reserve executives in Mysterious Moon. Although they would receive priority for resources in the guild, it didn't mean they would receive the best resources available. Lin Yaoyu was certain that should she tell this matter to the guild leader or Elder Confused Heart, they would undoubtedly take her slot away. Once that happened, it would take ages before she could earn another slot to invite Zhuo Yalan into Zero Wing. Subsequently, after the Star Alliance's and Mysterious Moon's members disbanded the team and left the dungeon, Galaxy Past chose to log out of the game immediately. This trip to the miniature ancient world wasn't a waste after all. If I have this mana technique, I'm sure my strength will rise to the next level. When Galaxy Past stepped out of his virtual gaming cabin and re-watched the footage he recorded of Shi Feng's fight with the Bronze Dragon, he couldn't help but grow ecstatic. Points. I need to get more points. After re-watching Shi Feng's battle video a few times, Galaxy Past promptly called up his contact list on his quantum watch. Then he scrolled to the very bottom of the list and clicked on the name he had rarely ever contacted. Although fear briefly appeared in his eyes when he clicked on this name, He eventually chose to call this person still. Since he could gain one additional slot by inviting a domain realm expert, it'd be a waste to invite anyone weaker. Galaxy past? What's an old man like you calling me for? The lithe figure that appeared above Galaxy Past's quantum watch said, her voice full of contempt. I don't remember us being familiar with each other. It is true that we aren't familiar. However, Miss Soul, I have a proposition that you will definitely be interested in. Galaxy Past said. Even when faced with the other party's arrogance, he did not get angry in the slightest. On the contrary, he met the other party's arrogance with a smile. This was because the other party was Hidden Soul, one of the former commanders of the infamous Flower of Seven Sins. Chapter 2974, Chapter 48, Ancient God's Blood. Chapter 48, Ancient God's Blood. 100 Flow City, Candlelight Hotel. After exiting the teleportation hall, Shi Feng hurriedly made his way to the hotel and slumped down to the ground with a pale complexion. Sure enough, it's still too much for me to use it repeatedly. I'll probably have to refrain from combat for the next 2 days. Shi Feng breathed out a deep sigh when he looked at his trembling hands under his cloak. At the same time, he also felt glad as he thought. Thankfully, they didn't notice anything. It'd be a huge embarrassment otherwise. The Holy Annihilation mana technique was powerful, but its flaws were also evident. It placed too huge of a burden on the user's stamina and concentration, and it simply wasn't something players could use at Tier 3. Even using it at Tier 4 was pushing the envelope a little. Shi Feng might have behaved normally when he fought against Schwartold, even going as far as to use Holy Devour to repulse the Bronze Dragon, but that was entirely because of his legendary mana body and the Winter of Eternal Night's heaven-defying skill. Otherwise, even if he managed to use Holy Devour, he wouldn't have been able to injure the Bronze Dragon. Instead, he would get smacked to death like a fly. Moreover, the burden Holy Devour placed on his body would have reached unimaginable levels, and it might have even injured his mind and soul. If he hadn't achieved perfect mastery over the Holy Annihilation technique long ago, the instant he executed his first Holy Devour, he would have probably lost consciousness already. Even then, the few seconds he fought with the Bronze Dragon had nearly paralyzed him. His mind had also fallen into a weakened state, and he had only been holding on thanks to his strong willpower. In the end, he even had to go through the troublesome way of picking up his loot, using his mana domain to protect his and Zero Wing's image. Although I overexerted myself this time, judging by those two's reactions, they shouldn't doubt my words for the time being. When Shi Feng recalled the longing expressions Galaxy Past and Lin Yaoyue wore on their faces, a hint of expectation appeared in his eyes. Next, all I need to do is have them gather those items for me. Then I'll be able to challenge the Godslayer's legacy. So long as I acquire the Godslayer's complete legacy, I'll have enough confidence to clash against those outer world big shots once we gain access to the other subworlds. The current subworld he resided in was different from the subworld he fought in during his previous life. Back then, because he had become a Tier 6 sword god very early on, he had propelled his subworld's development significantly, allowing it to gain access to the greater world of God's domain much sooner. Meanwhile, powers from other subworlds had nearly taken over their entire subworld when that happened. This was because, unlike their subworld, the other subworlds had gained access to the greater God's domain much sooner than they did. The amount of time these outer world powers had to develop themselves was over 10 times more than they did. The foundation these outer world powers had built for themselves was far superior to the powers of their subworld. In a sense, their subworld was akin to a baby competing against adults. Fortunately, thanks to the suppression of the world's power, they were able to catch a breather and gradually reclaim their lost world. Meanwhile, this process had taken 3 years to accomplish. Although the current subworld he resided in had already been developing for 10 years, it was merely a slightly bigger baby in the eyes of the other subworlds. It was still nothing but easy prey. Before this subworld gained access to the greater God's domain, he needed to make sufficient preparations. Otherwise, let alone returning to his peak, even reaching Tier 6 would most likely become a dream. This was because promotion to Tier 6 required a large amount of 7 Luminaries crystals. Meanwhile, 7 luminaries crystals were a rare and precious commodity even in the greater god's domain. It was also one of the main factors limiting players from reaching Tier 6. Shortly after Shi Feng entered the hotel and sat on the floor, a beautiful woman dressed in a black uniform approached him. After giving Shi Feng a curious look, the NPC receptionist Blakeana asked, "You don't look so well, owner. Should I call a cleric here?" "No need. I'll be fine after a little rest," Shi Feng said, shaking his head. "How many customers have visited the hotel while I was away?" Now that God's domain had been developing for 10 years, the intelligence of NPCs was no different than that of players. The only thing that separated NPCs from players was their need to follow certain protocols. Because of the intelligence of NPCs, many players would even make friends with NPCs in God's domain. Players were now treating God's domain as a real world. A total of 2 people visited. "They're currently staying in the basic guest rooms," Blakeana said as she handed Shi Feng a detailed list. Shi Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw the list. Originally, he thought that many players would come to rest here since the hotel was located near the teleportation hall. After all, not only could players get rid of the foreign energy in their bodies much more quickly by resting in a hotel, but they could also accumulate the double EXP buff. Yet even after such a long time had passed, not one player had visited the hotel. The 2 customers the hotel welcomed were both NPCs. "Should I get you a cup of water, owner?" Blakeana asked with concern when she saw Shi Feng's complexion becoming paler. "No, I'm fine." Shi Feng shook his head. "It seems I won't be able to attract people here unless I make some sacrifices." According to his initial estimates, now that the miniature ancient world had only opened recently, players were unlikely to skimp on hotel fees to facilitate their grinding process. Hence, the hotel business should be booming around this time. It should be especially so for a hotel close to the teleportation hall. However, the miniature ancient world's players were much looser with their money than expected. Rather than staying at a 1-star hotel, players had chosen to rest in higher-ranking hotels instead. The 30,000 gold required to upgrade the Candlelight Hotel to 2-star status wasn't a problem for Shi Feng right now. He could instantly acquire it so long as he issued a few tasks to Galaxy Past and Lin Yayue. Although doing so would slightly affect Zero Wing's image, it was a necessary sacrifice. However, while money might not be a problem, the 10,000 popularity points needed to reach 2-star status was a problem. If a hotel wanted to grow its popularity, players and NPCs would need to stay in it. Afterward, Shi Feng had Blakeana help him to the hotel's core control room. Then he had the receptionist help him buy 3,000 magic crystals and various magic materials from player merchants, using his remaining gold coins, essentially bankrupting himself. Shi Feng wasn't just a Tier 6 sword god during his previous life. He was also a Grandmaster magician. Although he didn't have any magic array designs and couldn't construct complicated Grandmaster magic arrays by memory alone, so long as he had enough materials, constructing a Master Mana Gathering magic array still wasn't a problem for him. After working continuously for 3 hours, Shi Feng looked at the magic array he drew in satisfaction. With this magic array, luring players and NPCs shouldn't be a problem anymore. The ancient magic array, 7-star magic world, was one of the mainstream master-ranked mana-gathering magic arrays in the greater god's domain. Although it cost a hefty 600 magic crystals daily to maintain, it could increase the mana density of the affected area by 50% and speed up the removal of foreign energy by 50%. In the greater god's domain, the 7-star magic world was one of the must-have magic arrays for housing. After solving the hotel's customer problem, Shi Feng returned to his advanced guest room and activated its defensive magic array. Then he carefully took out the 3 items he looted from the bronze dragon. "I didn't think I would see these things here. This miniature ancient world really is extraordinary." Shi Feng couldn't help but sigh ruefully as he looked at the 3 items before him. Shi Feng had already seen through the identity of these 3 items when he picked them up with his mana domain. He was also incredibly familiar with these 3 items. They were a rare and highly demanded resource among the outer world powers. Mana Protection Crystal. The Mana Protection Crystal was one of the main reasons why Outer World experts were as powerful as they were. This was because the Mana Protection Crystal's main purpose was to improve a player's mana body. Indeed, it could improve a player's most fundamental mana body. So long as these mana protection crystals were refined using a magic array, it was possible to extract a few strands of an ancient god's blood from it. Meanwhile, these few strands of blood could be used to strengthen a player's mana body, of course. Each player could only use one strand of ancient god's blood in their lifetime. Moreover, the blood could only strengthen a mana body up to the basic epic rank. Although the effects were significantly weaker than the miniature ancient world's demon, God's Blood, the ancient god's blood was still amazing nonetheless. After all, once players constructed their mana body at Tier 3, they couldn't replace it or reconstruct it. Even players who managed to reach Tier 6 were no exception. These crystals are quite large. I wonder how many strands of blood I can extract. Afterward, Shi Feng started carving a magic array while observing the 3 mana protection crystals hovering in midair, his eyes full of expectations. 100 Flow City, Teleportation Hall, the main street outside the Teleportation Hall, was crowded with players. After a day of grinding, many players had returned to the city, and all of them were discussing their harvests with great enthusiasm. However, amidst the lively crowd, 2 cloaked players silently approached the Candlelight Hotel. Of these 2 cloaked players, one was a man and the other was a woman. Although the woman had concealed her appearance with her cloak, the cloak couldn't hide her stunning body. At a glance, one could tell that this woman was a breathtaking beauty, and many young men walking nearby couldn't help but turn to look at her. "Is this the place you talked about?" the cloaked woman asked the middle-aged man beside her after taking a look at the Candlelight Hotel. "It should be," the middle-aged man said, nodding. "I hope you're not lying to me. Otherwise, be prepared for the consequences." The woman gave the middle-aged man a long look before pushing open the hotel's doors and walking into the establishment. TL notes. Greater God's Domain is a term the author introduces in Chapter 71, but I am introducing it in advance as a replacement for many various worlds of God's Domain. From my understanding of the term, Greater God's Domain refers to the network of subworlds, not the main world of God's Domain. I'm not sure if the main world is included in this network, though. Chapter 2975, Chapter 49, Sin of Pride. Chapter 49, Sin of Pride. After seeing the cloaked woman enter the Candlelight Hotel, the middle-aged man couldn't help but grow worried as he looked at the ordinary-looking hotel before him. Let's hope Mr. Black Flame didn't lie to me. Otherwise, this fierce woman will definitely turn the entire Star Alliance upside down, the middle-aged man prayed before following the cloaked woman into the hotel. If Lin Yoyu was present right now, she would definitely be greatly surprised. This was because the middle-aged man was none other than Galaxy Past, the Star Alliance's former guild leader and a Tier 5 Apex expert during his peak. Yet, as strong as he was, Galaxy Past was actually behaving timidly around a woman. It was simply unbelievable. However, only Galaxy Past knew just how frightening the woman he brought was. She was someone even the various superpowers feared. Hidden Soul. Hidden Soul was a legendary assassin in God's Domain. At the same time, she was also one of the former commanders of the Flower of Seven Sins, God's Domain's strongest assassination organization. A few years ago, Hidden Soul had killed even the guild leader of a super guild before. Back then, her achievement had shaken the entire God's Domain and propelled her to become a legendary individual known by all. Although Hidden Soul had never managed to reach Tier 6 all these years, she was undoubtedly one of the trickiest players to deal with under Tier 6. It was especially true when the battlefield was set in the wilderness. She would become a death god with the cover the wilderness afforded her. In the past, one Tier 6 Berserker god had even publicly expressed that Hidden Soul had nearly assassinated him out in the wild. Hence, even though Hidden Soul was only a Tier 5 player, no Tier 6 god-ranked expert dared to underestimate her. If not for the sake of obtaining 0 wing points and 1 additional invitation slot, Galaxy Past definitely wouldn't have sought the help of Hidden Soul. While Galaxy Past was inwardly praying, He suddenly noticed Hidden Soul stop moving abruptly after entering the hotel. Did something happen? Galaxy Past's heart thumped as he hurriedly stepped forward. The instant Galaxy Past entered the Candlelight Hotel, he immediately felt his body brimming with energy and his mind becoming refreshed. At this moment, he even had the illusion that he had just woken up from a dream. How can the mana here be so dense? Galaxy Past was filled with disbelief when he sensed the near-misty state of the mana in the air. Mana was the foundation of everything in God's domain. It was true that the miniature ancient world's environment rivaled that of ancient times, and the density of the ambient mana here far surpassed that of the main continent. Meanwhile, this mana density would be further amplified under the magic arrays of hotels. However, compared to the environment found in other hotels, the environment in the Candlelight Hotel was on a whole other level. Specifically, there was a qualitative difference between the mana in the Candlelight Hotel and the mana in other hotels. If players trained in such a mana-rich environment, it would help significantly in improving their control over mana. Not only is the mana here dense, but it is also very stable. I can sense the operation of the magical elements much more clearly here, Hidden Soul commented, opening her eyes after carefully analyzing the mana around her. Even those super guilds will have a hard time letting an ordinary hotel gain such a mana-rich environment. It seems you didn't lie to me. Of course you've seen that battle video for yourself. You should know as well as I do that such an expert has never been seen in our God's domain, Galaxy Past said with a hint of pride. Indeed, out of the experts I know, none of them resemble him. The attack he used to injure the bronze dragon is especially something. Out of everyone in God's domain, only those 4 could probably accomplish a similar feat. But there is no way those 4 would be so free as to come to this place, Hidden Soul said, nodding. However, she still held a skeptical attitude as she added, "But I still don't think that person and the Zero Wing that you spoke of can help me reach Tier 6. Unlike Galaxy Past, Hidden Soul used to be the commander of the Flower of Seven Sins' Sin of Pride. She had free access to the Flower of Seven Sins information network, which was only slightly inferior to the Secret Pavilion's information network. She even had the fortune of visiting other gods' domains linked to their gods' domains. Thus, the things she knew of far exceeded that of Galaxy Past. The other gods' domains she visited were much stronger than their god's domain. Yet, even the strongest powers in these gods' domains didn't have the foundation necessary to help her reach Tier 6. This was because the cause of her inability to reach Tier 6 was no longer related to her combat standard. Her combat standard had long since surpassed many Tier 6 God-ranked experts. The standard of her mana control was even top-tier among Tier 6 God-ranked experts. Even if she were to fight Shi Feng, someone capable of butting heads with a Tier 4 bronze dragon, she was confident she could hold her ground and potentially kill him even. After all, combat with monsters was completely different from combat with other players. Seeing Hidden Soul's confidence, Galaxy Past's confidence also started wavering a little. Even so, he still firmly said, "I understand. But isn't that why I called you here, to verify it personally?" Galaxy Past didn't know exactly how strong the guild known as Zero Wing was. However, judging by the strength Shi Feng had displayed thus far, Zero Wing was definitely stronger than the current 5 great super guilds. After all, Zero Wing could afford to let a god-ranked expert like Shi Feng come to the miniature ancient world to restart his progress. This point alone was more than enough to prove Zero Wing's strength. If a guild wasn't overflowing with Tier 6 god-ranked experts, there'd be no way it would dare let a Tier 6 god-ranked expert retrain his account. Since Zero Wing had so many Tier 6 god-ranked experts, it shouldn't be difficult to help Hidden Soul, whose combat standards surpassed ordinary Tier 6 god-ranked experts, reach Tier 6. Amidst the conversation between Hidden Soul and Galaxy Past, Anna approached the two and asked, "Welcome to the Candlelight Hotel. May I know if you two need any help?" "Hello. We wish to meet with Mr. Black Flame. May I know if he is in?" Galaxy Past asked, getting straight to the point. "All right. Please wait for a moment. I will notify the owner of your request," Anna said, nodding before contacting Shi Feng. Second floor advanced room. After refining the mana protection crystals for 10 minutes, the 3 crystals gradually disintegrated in the magic array Shi Feng drew and revealed several strands of purple gold blood. Then, as soon as these strands of blood were freed from their containers, they started rapidly absorbing the rich mana in the room, depleting the room of mana in just 3 seconds. Meanwhile, after absorbing all that mana, the purple gold blood radiated an ancient divine might that filled the entire room. Success. Shi Feng grew excited when he looked at the strands of purple gold blood hovering and flowing before him. I can't believe I managed to extract 12 strands of ancient god's blood from just 3 crystals. Those outer world powers will probably die from envy if they learn of this. While mana protection crystals could be found in the greater god's domain, every crystal would involve a struggle between a group of Tier 6 god-ranked experts. Some Tier 6 god-ranked experts even sustained severe injuries during these struggles and required astronomical amounts of resources to recover. Hence, one could easily imagine the value of the mana protection crystal. Meanwhile, mana protection crystals typically yielded only 2 strands of ancient god's blood, with larger ones yielding 3 strands at most. Yet Shi Feng had extracted 4 strands of blood from each mana protection crystal, netting himself 12 strands in total. Meanwhile, shortly after Shi Feng finished extracting the ancient god's blood, he suddenly received a call from Blackana. "Owner, 2 people have come to the hotel asking to meet you. They are a man and a woman." "Do you want to meet them?" Blackana asked. "A man and a woman." Shi Feng quickly stored the ancient god's blood away after hearing this. Then he said, "Bring them here, then." Shortly afterward, Blackana knocked on the room's door. "I've brought them here, owner," Blackana said from outside the door. "You can head back to work. Have them enter on their own," Shi Feng said casually as he tidied up the magic crystal dust and remnant magic materials on the floor. After hearing Shi Feng's words, Blackana bowed slightly to Galaxy Past and Hidden Soul before returning downstairs by herself. "You want us to enter on our own? Let's see if you are as powerful as Galaxy Past says you are, then." Hidden Soul smirked and unsheathed the tattered short sword she carried on her back when she heard Shi Feng's words, immediately. Then, she abruptly opened the door and dashed inside, leaving behind an afterimage. Chapter 276, Chapter 50, Frightening, Zero-Wing. Chapter 50, Frightening, Zero-Wing. Stop, Soul. Galaxy Past panicked when he saw Hidden Soul dashing into the room with her short sword drawn. Although he had long since known that Hidden Soul was a crazy woman, he didn't think that she would try to test Shi Feng's strength as soon as they met. Maniac. Hidden Soul was a true maniac. However, ignoring Galaxy Past's words, Hidden Soul promptly vanished from Galaxy Past's vision and perception. The standard of her footwork and body technique were leagues ahead of Zhuo Yalin's. It's over. Galaxy Past fell into despair when he saw Hidden Soul vanishing. Originally, he had wanted to rely on Hidden Soul to help him earn points at a quicker rate. Yet now Hidden Soul had ended up trying to assassinate Shi Feng. There was no way he could salvage the situation now. Hidden Soul was labeled as a death god in God's domain because she could kill almost anyone within 10 steps of her. Even Tier 6 God-ranked experts were at risk of death if they weren't careful. It should be known that there was a gigantic gap in basic attributes between Tier 5 and Tier 6 players. So it was almost impossible for a Tier 5 player to assassinate a Tier 6 player, although Hidden Soul had regressed to Tier 3 now. Even Tier 4 experts were probably at risk of dying at her blade, let alone Tier 3 experts. Just when Galaxy Past thought that he had ruined his partnership with Zero Wing, he suddenly heard a loud boom coming from inside the room. It sounded like something crashing to the ground. Upon hearing this sound, he hurriedly entered the room with a worried heart. However, as soon as Galaxy Past entered the room, he was instantly dumbfounded. How is this possible? Currently, inside the spacious living room, Galaxy Past saw Shi Feng quietly sitting on the living room sofa while Hidden Soul's body lay paralyzed on the living room carpet. At a glance, it looked like something heavy was pressing down on Hidden Soul's body, and no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free from her current state. This outcome far exceeded Galaxy Past's expectations, and his mind had difficulty processing this situation. In a situation where both Hidden Soul and Shi Feng were at Tier 3, not only did Hidden Soul fail to assassinate Shi Feng, but judging by the current situation, it would seem that she didn't even manage to lay a finger on Shi Feng. However, after observing this scene for less than half a second, Galaxy Past suddenly felt an unbearably heavy pressure acting on his body, causing him to instantly collapse to the ground. At the same time, he also felt his mind being assaulted by a frighteningly powerful mental attack. Divine Might? Galaxy Past grew even more shocked after falling to the ground. As a Tier 5 player, he would often come into contact with items belonging to gods. Hence, Divine Might was something he was incredibly familiar with. Yet the Divine Might he was familiar with felt incredibly foreign right now. Divine Might was usually used to refer to the mental deterrence created by gods. It was something unique to Tier 6 gods, Tier 6 god-ranked experts, and possessions of gods. Meanwhile, the Divine Might that covered the room right now was so terrifyingly powerful that he felt as if a true Tier 6 god was standing before him. Such frightening Divine Might simply wasn't something Tier 3 players could resist. The only thing they could do in this situation was to submit. Even Hidden Soul, someone who had assassinated Tier 6 god-ranked experts before, was no exception. Yet, despite being enveloped by this same Divine Might, Shi Feng remained seated on the sofa nonchalantly, his behavior making it seem as if the Divine Might in the room did not exist at all. Oh right, I forgot that the Divine Might in this room hasn't fully dissipated yet. Shi Feng was a little surprised when he saw the two people collapsed on the ground before him. Then he quickly snapped out of his daze and apologized. Sorry, I was handling something just now. I think it'll be a while longer before this Divine Might disappears completely. It was indeed tough for players to resist Divine Might before reaching Tier 5 or higher. Not to mention the Divine Might the mana protection crystals radiated belonged to that of ancient gods. It was also because of this reason that unless one could resist an ancient god's Divine Might, one couldn't even extract the ancient god's blood stored inside mana protection crystals. Meanwhile, there existed mental techniques for players in God's domain to resist things such as Divine Might. Only such mental techniques weren't commonly seen in God's domain. However, once this God's domain gained access to the greater God's domain, learning such mental techniques would become a basic requirement. He was handling something. Galaxy Past suddenly felt his mind freezing. He couldn't even begin to imagine what item Shi Feng was handling to fill this room with such frightening Divine Might. However, after some time had passed, the Divine Might in the room had gradually disappeared, just like Shi Feng said it would. Meanwhile, Hidden Soul had also stood up, her eyes filled with fighting spirit and wariness as she looked at Shi Feng. Hidden Soul, stop messing around. Galaxy Past, who was still stuck on the ground, shouted hurriedly when he noticed Hidden Soul's expression. Hidden Soul? Sin of pride? Shi Feng was a little surprised when he looked at the woman standing before him. He was well acquainted with Hidden Soul during his previous life. He had even teamed up with the other party for an expedition before. However, it was precisely because of his familiarity with Hidden Soul that he found it hard to believe that the cloaked woman before him was the same Hidden Soul he knew of. Although Hidden Soul's impressive body remained the same, the aura she currently radiated felt completely different. During his previous life, the Hidden Soul he knew of was an outstanding woman, with individual strength so strong that she could fight Divine Heart Carbet, one of Demon's Gate's 9 great experts, to a standstill. Yet now, the current Hidden Soul felt like a crazed, hungry wolf, her body radiating a cold and violent aura. That's right, I'm the former sin of pride, Hidden Soul. Hidden Soul did not refute Shi Feng's words. However, when she mentioned the words sin of pride, a hint of bitterness briefly appeared on her face. Then she quickly reverted to her normal state, a hint of fear subconsciously appearing in her eyes. I was skeptical when Galaxy Past told me you were powerful before. After all, resisting a dragon's attack only proves that your attacks are strong. It is an entirely different matter for combat standards. Unlike Galaxy Past, who had only come across Divine Might radiated by items belonging to gods, she had fought actual Tier 6 gods before. So she knew what a Tier 6 God's divine might felt like. Hence, she knew that the divine might she just experienced didn't come from a Tier 6 God, but a much more ancient and powerful being instead. Faced with such a powerful divine might, even a half-step Tier 6 God-ranked expert like herself was rendered powerless. Yet Shi Feng had behaved nonchalantly while subjected to this same divine might. If she hadn't personally witnessed this scene for herself, she wouldn't have believed it. "Now that you've seen me in person, what do you think of my combat standard?" Shi Feng asked with a smile. "You are very strong," Hidden Soul readily admitted. "At the very least, your combat standard ranks within the top 10 of the people I know." "Top 10?" Shi Feng wasn't particularly surprised by Hidden Soul's appraisal. Then he asked, "So, may I know the purpose of your visit?" "To join Zero Wing." "Honestly, I've been on the fence on this matter originally, which is why I decided to come here in person to see if Zero Wing can help me. But after seeing you, I think the likelihood of that happening is low," Hidden Soul bluntly stated. "I've seen several experts of your caliber in other gods' domains, but none of the powers backing them can help me reach Tier 6. The strength of an expert could reflect the foundation of the power they belong to." This was also why she wanted to test Shi Feng by launching a sneak attack on him. However, while Shi Feng had displayed extraordinary concentration standard and willpower, his combat standard wasn't any better than the monsters she had come across. At most, he was on par with them. "So, does this mean you don't plan on joining Zero Wing?" Shi Feng asked as he looked at Hidden Soul. "That's right." Hidden Soul nodded. Upon hearing Hidden Soul's response, Galaxy Past, still stuck lying on the floor, immediately grew nervous. If Hidden Soul refused to join Zero Wing, it'd be tough for him to find another Domain Realm expert. After all, he couldn't randomly invite any Domain Realm expert he knew since he needed to take the Star Alliance's benefit into account. In Hidden Soul's case, she could already be considered an independent player. Even if she joined Zero Wing, it wouldn't disadvantage the Star Alliance in any way. However, just when Hidden Soul was about to leave, Shi Feng suddenly smiled and said, "If you were to ask for anything else in this god's domain, Zero Wing might have trouble fulfilling your request. However, if your request is only to reach Tier 6, Zero Wing can help you with that. Is what you say true?" Hidden Soul couldn't help but turn to Shi Feng, her eyes burning with passion. Honestly, she was already in despair over trying to reach Tier 6. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to the miniature ancient worlds seeking an opportunity. Of course. While scrutinizing Hidden Soul's expression, Shi Feng said, "There are two main conditions players need to fulfill if they wish to reach Tier 6. The first condition is to have sufficient control and understanding over mana. The second condition is to have concentration at the Tier 6 standard. You have clearly fulfilled the first condition already. So the reason why you've failed to reach Tier 6 thus far is because of your lacking concentration. Meanwhile, the reason why your concentration has failed to reach the Tier 6 standard is also simple. A strong body requires a strong mind. Likewise, a strong mind requires a strong body. I can see that your mana body is at the peak gold standard, and its completion rate is also very high. Normally, you should have long since reached Tier 6. Yet, the fact that you haven't reached it shows that your mental state is incredibly unstable, so you need an even stronger body to compensate for it. What you say is true. It is also the reason why I came to the miniature ancient world." Hidden Soul was not at all fazed by Shi Feng's words. After all, these were all things she had long since known about. "I've already tried challenging the Colosseum, but my limit is the peak gold standard. My completion rate is also at 100%. I can't make any further progress unless I can obtain a God Legacy. However, the rarity of God Legacies goes without saying. Even if someone manages to obtain one, there is no way they will sell it to me. Does Zero Wing have God Legacies available? God Legacies?" Hearing Hidden Soul's question, Shi Feng thought of a few God Legacies that should be undiscovered yet as of now. Then he shook his head and said, "We do have a few, but as you've said, they are incredibly valuable. They are not things an outer member should think of obtaining. Zero Wing has God Legacies." Galaxy Past couldn't help but lift his head and look at Shi Feng upon hearing Shi Feng's words. If Zero Wing had God legacies available for exchange, then Zero Wing's strength was far more frightening than he initially thought. They're available for exchange? At this moment, even Hidden Soul was a little stunned. She could tell that Shi Feng wasn't boasting or lying through his tone and facial expression. In that case, how strong must a guild be to have the leeway to offer God legacies for exchange? You shouldn't go thinking about those things right now, Shi Feng said, chuckling when he noticed Hidden Soul's fiery gaze. I've already said that they're not things an outer member can obtain. You can only use other methods if you wish to reach Tier 6. Other methods? Hidden Soul grew curious. That's right. While a God legacy is indeed your best option, it isn't irreplaceable, Shi Feng said, smiling. Then he took out a strand of ancient god's blood from his bag and said, Ancient god's blood, an item that can push your mana body to the next level. Chapter 2977, Chapter 51, Zero Wing's Outer Member. Chapter 51, Zero Wing's Outer Member. Ancient god's blood? Am I dreaming? Galaxy Past's eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at the strand of ancient god's blood stored in the crystal vial in Shi Feng's hand. In the current era, where gods had gone into seclusion, it was incredibly rare to come across even the possession of normal gods. Meanwhile, ancient gods were the most ancient existences among gods, and the possessions of ancient gods were incredibly rare even during the ancient era, let alone the modern era. It was especially true for an ancient god's precious blood. At this time, even the knowledgeable Hidden Soul was shocked and confused by the strand of ancient god's blood before her. Compared to Galaxy Past, Hidden Soul had a much more extensive information network in God's domain. Hence, she knew that there were only a few ancient gods' possessions that had been found in the current God's domain. She also knew the identity of these items, but none of them was as precious as the ancient god's blood. Even in the other gods' domains she visited, she had never heard of anything like the ancient god's blood. However, just when Hidden Soul and Galaxy Past were about to ask about the ancient god's blood's authenticity, a terrifying divine might suddenly descended upon the room once more. Immediately, both Hidden Soul and Galaxy Past fell flat to the floor again, neither of them able to put up any resistance. Meanwhile, the origin of this divine might was none other than the strand of purple-gold blood inside the crystal vial. Seeing the two people before him falling to the floor once more, Shi Feng returned the ancient god's blood into his bag and said, You've experienced the divine might. This thing radiates for yourself now. Meanwhile, its effects are what I just told you. It can strengthen a player's mana body once, but to what extent depends on the player using it. At most, it can strengthen a mana body up to the epic rank. This thing, no, this ancient god's blood, after struggling to stand up again, Hidden Soul asked Shi Feng, can Zero Wing's outer members exchange for it? Hearing Hidden Soul's question, Galaxy Past, who remained lying on the floor, perked up his ears in interest. After all, he'd be lying if he said he wasn't interested in obtaining an epic mana body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have abandoned his original level and achievements to restart his progress in the miniature ancient world. Yes, Shi Feng said, smiling when he saw Hidden Soul's interest toward the ancient god's blood. Are you interested in joining Zero Wing now? During Shi Feng's previous life, Hidden Soul was one of the Flower of Seven Sins' 7 commanders. Back then, her strength ranked at the very top even in the greater god's domain. Although Shi Feng didn't know why Hidden Soul would suddenly become a former commander of the Flower of Seven Sins in this life, it'd be a huge loss if he let her slip out of his grasp. After all, not only was Hidden Soul a domain realm expert, but she was even someone who had already taken the next step in the domain realm. Even if she wasn't as strong as she was in her previous life, she could still be regarded as a first-rate god-ranked expert in the greater god's domain. It should be known that Shi Feng's current physique in the real world was terrible. The state of his mind was also dragged down because of his poor physique. In a fight of pure skill, he would be no match for Hidden Soul whatsoever. Hence, if he could recruit Hidden Soul into Zero Wing, it'd help him significantly. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't interested. Hidden Soul said after taking a deep breath. Then she turned to Galaxy Past, who had just stood up and earnestly said, "I will remember the favor you've done for me this time. As per our agreement, I will work together with you to earn points from now on. It's great that you're willing to join," Galaxy Past said with a happy smile. "I guess we are allies now. Okay. Since you wish to join, here's the contract," Shi Feng said, nodding as he passed the magic contract he prepared beforehand to Hidden Soul. Then he turned to Galaxy Past and continued, "Since you invited a domain realm expert this time, you will receive 50,000 zero-wing points and one additional invitation slot." After saying so, Shi Feng took out 2 lists from his bag and handed them to the 2 people before him. "These are the items outer members can exchange. There is also a list of tasks and items you can use to acquire points. Take a look at them yourselves." After acquiring the mana protection crystals, Shi Feng had drawn up an item exchange list and task list to help create a positive development cycle for Zero Wing, while also ensuring that things didn't get out of his control. Currently, Zero Wing offered 3 services as an alliance. The first service was the exchange of Zero Wing points for items. Second service was the acquisition of points through tasks. The third service was the acquisition of points through item exchanges. As calculating and managing points was a relatively easy task, Shi Feng could leave it to the hotel's NPC receptionist, Blake Anna. So expensive, Galaxy Past was flabbergasted when he saw the list of items available for exchange. Currently, there were only 3 items available for exchange. The first item was the Holy Annihilation Mana Technique. It cost 40 million points, significantly less than his previous predictions. Even so, exchanging for the technique wouldn't be an easy task. After all, 40 million points were equivalent to 40 million gold. It was a significant sum of money that even the various superpowers would need some time to accumulate. The second item on the list was the Ancient God's Blood. It cost 10 million points to exchange. If converted to coins, it was an amount that would take a top-tier first-rate guild like the Star Alliance a significant amount of time to exchange. Although it was still incredibly expensive, it was far less unattainable than the Holy Annihilation technique. The third item up for exchange wasn't exactly an item. Instead, it was an opportunity to receive pointers. Each opportunity cost 1 million points. Although this was an astronomical price to pay for mere guidance, it was a worthwhile exchange if one could receive some inspiration when stuck at a bottleneck. However, the biggest problem here wasn't the cost of these items. Instead, the main problem was the lack of methods Shi Feng provided to acquire points. Currently, there was only one task on the task list, and that was to guide players. They would receive 500,000 points if they could help an appointed player reach the Refinement Realm, 2 million points for reaching the Flowing Water Realm, and 5 million points for reaching the Void Realm. While the rewards of this task might seem lucrative, helping a non-Refinement Realm player reach the Refinement Realm was easier said than done. It was a process highly dependent on luck, and the process could take anywhere from several days to several years. It was even more so for the Flowing Water Realm and Void Realm. Apart from tasks, the only other method of acquiring points was trading in items. Currently, there were only 3 items they could exchange for points. The first item was 7 Luminaries crystals, something which all powers in God's domain needed. 1 unit of 7 Luminaries crystal could be traded for 5,000 points. In coins, that was the current market rate for 7 Luminaries crystals. Only, nobody would trade 1 unit of 7 Luminaries crystal for 5,000 coins. The second item was the Holy Sword Broken Steel. It was one of the famed swords in God's domain, and it could be exchanged for 10 million zero-wing points. The amount of points Shi Feng offered far exceeded the actual value of the Holy Sword. However, Broken Steel was currently in a mighty expert's possession. Even if said expert was no longer using the Holy Sword, it wouldn't be easy to get it off his hands. The third item was legendary materials such as dragon fangs, dragon claws, dragon scales, etc. Each material could be exchanged for 5,000 points. The price could also be considered reasonable. However, such materials typically came from dragons or inferior dragons, so obtaining them would be very challenging. If you wish to trade in items for points, you can do it with me here or Blakana at the front desk, Shi Feng said. If you wish to receive pointers, you will have to wait until I am present in the Candlelight Hotel. Afterward, Hidden Soul and Galaxy Past discussed something privately with each other. Then, Hidden Soul chose to accept the teaching job while Galaxy Past logged out of the game immediately. Evidently, Galaxy Past planned to mobilize the Star Alliance to acquire some of the items on the item exchange list. Mr. Black Flame, how many players can I teach at a time for this teaching task? Hidden Soul asked after giving the matter some thought. You can teach at most 5 players at a time, Shi Feng explained. You also can't change your students unless they reach one of the 3 milestones. Originally, Shi Feng had planned to teach his students himself. However, he simply had too many things to do now that he had just established Zero Wing. Not to mention he had just gained a domain realm expert like Hidden Soul. It'd be a huge waste not to make proper use of her expertise. Do I instruct them in God's domain? Hidden Soul asked another question. That's right, Shi Feng nodded. However, you must keep everything about yourself a secret from these people. All you need to do is instruct them. That won't be a problem. I'll keep my cloak on at all times, Hidden Soul answered without hesitation. Can I start now, then? As a former commander of the Flower of 7 Sins, keeping secrets was her forte. Although she didn't know why Shi Feng wasn't doing the teaching himself, she understood that some questions were best left unasked. It was especially true when the questions involved Zero Wing, a guild capable of offering items such as the ancient god's blood and god legacies for exchange. I'm afraid you'll have to wait in the hotel for a bit, Shi Feng awkwardly said. I still need to contact the relevant people.
All right.
Hidden Soul readily agreed with Shi Feng's arrangement and went downstairs to wait. Meanwhile, Shi Feng hurriedly logged out of the game. God's Domain Academy Advanced Training Hall at this time, a tall young woman with silver hair and a frosty expression walked out of the advanced reaction tester. Then she looked at the robust man standing beside the tester and coldly said, What did you say? Ling Ling became a junior instructor's student? Mm-hmm. That instructor Shi used to be the Shadows Guild leader, but he was dismissed because of some matters. I don't know what he said to student Wu Lingling, but she adamantly insists on getting taught by him. Luo Tiansheng hastily replied, his body shuddering involuntarily when subjected to the silver-haired girl's cold gaze. However, he did not feel the slightest bit angry, even when faced with the silver-haired girl's rude questioning. On the contrary, he behaved respectfully in front of her. It was especially true after he saw the result displayed on the advanced reaction tester. S rank. Originally, the basic reaction tester the Academy possessed would only have evaluations of basic, intermediate, advanced, excellent, and perfect. However, after receiving a capital injection from various corporations, the Academy had introduced an advanced reaction tester to the advanced training hall. The tester was set to the standards of the various superpowers, and the tester similarly had 5 evaluation ranks: B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, and SSS rank. However, achieving a B rank evaluation in the advanced reaction tester was even more difficult than achieving a perfect evaluation in the basic reaction tester. The advanced reaction tester's testing criteria were so stringent that even some refinement realm experts could only score an A rank evaluation, which was also Wu Xiaoxiao's best score previously. Yet after leaving the Academy for training for a short period, Wu Xiaoxiao was now able to achieve an S-rank evaluation. It was simply astounding. She wants only him to teach her. Wu Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes on Luo Tiancheng. Then she grabbed her jacket from the nearby bench and coldly said, I know what you're up to, Luo Tiancheng. Don't think that I can't see that you're trying to sow discord. Even so, that man should think twice if he thinks he can delude Ling Ling. I want to see what kind of abilities he has to dare boast about teaching Ling Ling. Chapter 2978. Chapter 52, Silver Witch. Chapter 52, Silver Witch. Early morning, God's Domain Academy sports field, Although autumn had yet to arrive, the cooling wind persuaded many students to wear their sports jackets as they did their morning exercise. Some students chatted as they jogged around the field, while some did basic strength training. The lively atmosphere on the field was not at all inferior to that of the Academy's library. "You finished the 9 movement sets so quickly, Yu-heng," Chen Wuchen exclaimed as he looked at Xiao Yu-heng, who was covered in sweat and gasping for air. "Amazing. You finished in just 5 minutes and 33 seconds. Didn't it take you 7 minutes and 52 seconds to finish the whole exercise yesterday?" Wu Lingling said, her mouth gaping slightly as she looked at the time displayed on her stopwatch. The 9 movement sets Shi Feng taught them might seem simple, but after combining it with his special breathing method, every movement executed placed a huge strain on their bodies. It even felt like their hearts would explode when they did the exercise. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that completing one movement set was akin to running a 1,000-meter lap. By the time they completed all 9 movement sets properly, they would collapse to the ground in exhaustion. If they hadn't been training their bodies since young, they couldn't have completed even 1 repetition of the exercise at all. After completing 1 repetition, Xiao Yuheng giggled as she looked at Qin Wuchen and Wu Xiaoxiao. Then she cheekily said, "It's a secret." "That's mean of you, Yuheng. I even shared with you some of the basic techniques Instructor Shi taught me before," Wu Lingling said, puffing up her cheeks and pretending to be angry. Although she had managed to shorten her time to 3 minutes and 40 seconds after receiving Shi Feng's catered instructions, she was still far from reaching Shi Feng's requirement of 3 minutes. If she kept on training at her current pace, it'd take her at least 3 to 5 days to achieve the target. "There's nothing I can do about it." Shrugging helplessly, Xiao Yuheng said, "Only I am suitable to use this method. It's impossible for other people." "Only you can use it?" After hearing Xiao Yuheng's answer, Wu Lingling understood that Xiao Yuheng wasn't trying to monopolize the secret. Instead, there should be some special reason involved. Feeling a little frustrated, she said, "In that case, I'll probably have to attend another one of Instructor Shi's lessons before I can hit the 3-minute mark." Upon hearing Wu Lingling's words, Chen Wuchen looked at her aggrievedly and said, "Compared to Yu Heng, you're the more ruthless one, Wu Lingling. You wiped out all the points of so many instructors. Now the rest of us have no choice but to buy points at a higher price from the seniors. Even then, I only managed to secure enough points to attend 1 lesson thus far." Previously, after learning that they needed to pay 6,000 points to attend Shi Feng's classes, they had tried to purchase points from the other instructors. Yet, when they tried to do so, every instructor they asked responded by saying they had already sold all of their spare points to Wu Lingling. That was more than 80,000 points they were talking about. Meanwhile, due to Wu Lingling's antics, the rest of the class had no choice but to buy points from the seniors. However, even after asking every senior they could find, they only managed to gather enough for each person to have 6,000 points. Hearing Qin Wuchen's words, Xiao Yuheng and the others nodded to express their agreement. Because of Wu Lingling's behavior, not only did they have a difficult time buying points, but the price of points had even inflated. "Serves you right. Who told you guys to move so slowly?" Wu Lingling said, and stuck out her tongue, a hint of pride on her petite face. She had spent all of her savings to acquire around 80,000 points. With this many points, she shouldn't have to worry about not having enough points for the next 2 months. "By the way, about the message Instructor Shi sent us. He wants the top 5 among us to head to God's Domain's Candlelight Hotel for special training. What do you think Instructor Shi is planning on doing, Lingling?" Xiao Yuheng asked, after catching her breath. There was a reason why their whole class had suddenly come to the field early in the morning to exercise. It wasn't because they were diligent. Instead, it was because they were testing the time it took them to complete 1 repetition of Shi Feng's exercise and find the top 5 among them as per Shi Feng's instructions. "I'm not sure," Wu Lingling said, shaking her head. "However, I suspect that it has something to do with the visit to the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters. The Academy has just informed the instructors that the Secret Pavilion has decided to increase the number of students allowed to visit its branch headquarters. Instructor Shi must have received news of this as well, so he's probably conducting special training in preparation for that. After all, there is bound to be a spar between academies once we reach there. We're going to have to fight for our academy's reputation." "That's possible." Qin Wuchen nodded. "Thanks to the 4 heavenly kings, our academy always managed to rank within the top 8 of the provincial academy competition, although the visit to the secret pavilion this time won't involve all academies in the province. I heard that there will still be more than 10 academies participating in the tour. It'd be disgraceful for our academy if we performed poorly in the spar. An ordinary province would have around 70 or 80 God's Domain academies, while larger ones would have over 100. For an academy in a third-tier city like Jinhai City, it was amazing that their academy managed to rank within the top 8 of the province in the past. After all, there was a significant difference between third-tier cities and first- and second-tier cities, since the stronger a guild was in God's Domain, the more likely they would have their headquarters set in high-tiered cities. The fact that their academy managed to rank within the top 8, despite this fact, was proof of their strength. Naturally, they couldn't sully this reputation during their visit to the secret pavilion's branch headquarters. Subsequently, after everyone completed their test and decided on the top 5 of the class, the noisy sports field suddenly grew quiet. Confused by this situation, Wu Lingling and the others looked toward the sports field's entrance. At this time, the crowd originally gathered at the sports field's entrance had taken the initiative to separate and open up a path. Meanwhile, every student standing amidst the crowd wore expressions of respect and admiration on their faces. Short moment later, 2 people appeared on the opened path, one of them being Luo Tiancheng, a junior instructor of the academy, and the other being a silver-haired girl.
What? That's Wu Xiaoxiao.
"Senior Wu Xiaoxiao is back already." Qin Wuchen and the others promptly grew excited when they saw the approaching silver-haired girl.
Wu Xiaoxiao.
She was the #1 genius of Jinhai University's God's Domain Academy. At the same time, she was also the most talented student in the academy's history. Even though she was still a student, she had already become the vice commander of Dazzle Wave's main force. At the same time, she was also only 1 step away from entering the professional league's A-League, and she was known as the Silver Witch among God's Domain's new generation of experts. Because of Wu Xiaoxiao's presence, Jinhai University managed to rank within the top 5 out of all the province's God's Domain academies these past few years. Otherwise, even with the 4 heavenly kings' presence, Jinhai University probably couldn't even rank within the top 10. "Why are you here, big sis?" Wu Lingling obediently walked up to and greeted her sister. "Shouldn't you be out training?" "The special training is already over." When Wu Xiaoxiao saw her cute little sister, her expression softened significantly. "My initial plan was to come and see you after the results of my training are out, but do you think I can sit still after learning that you became the student of a junior instructor?" Hearing Wu Xiaoxiao's words, Luo Tiancheng couldn't help but sneer. Now that Wu Xiaoxiao had made a personal appearance, it wouldn't matter what Shi Feng did. Wu Lingling would definitely be changing instructors now. "You're overthinking things, big sis." Wu Lingling understood where her elder sister was coming from, so she explained, "Instructor Shi's teaching standard is incredible. I'm confident he is in no way inferior to the Academy's senior instructors." "Let's hope that's the case," Wu Xiaoxiao said, paying no heed to her little sister's words. "Can I meet with your instructor now? You want to meet with Instructor Shi?" After thinking for a moment, Wu Lingling said, "Instructor Shi isn't at school right now. If you want to meet him, you'll have to do so in the miniature ancient world. I just so happen to be in the miniature ancient world. I'll go online in a moment, so take me to him," Wu Xiaoxiao said, her tone allowing no objections. "If I deem him inadequate, you must transfer under my instructor." "All right, then. But you mustn't behave rashly," Wu Lingling said. She knew that she couldn't change her elder sister's mind with words alone, so she had no choice but to agree with her elder sister's demand for now. Wu Xiaoxiao nodded. Afterward, Wu Lingling and the other top 5 students of the class made their way back to the Academy's dormitory and logged into God's Domain. Chapter 2979, Chapter 53, New Era. Chapter 53, New Era. 100 Flow City, Candlelight Hotel. Although the sun had already set and the only illumination on the main street came from magic street lamps, the number of players flooding the main street did not decrease in the slightest. Instead, they gathered at the bars and restaurants lining the street to talk and laugh about their harvests and encounters. Did you hear? Many superpowers are now planning to send a large number of experts into the miniature ancient world because of the world passage's opening. I did. According to a friend of mine, this miniature ancient world of ours is very special. It seems to be located at the boundary between two gods' domains, and players from both gods' domains can enter this miniature ancient world. The only reason why we haven't met any players from the other god's domain is because we start in different zones. That's right. But the information I heard is a little more specific. You guys know about the Boundary River Regional Dungeon, right? I heard that so long as we reach level 120 and cross the Boundary River, we'll be able to reach the miniature ancient world's public training zone. There, players of both gods' domains won't be subjected to any penalties. We can even freely trade resources between the two gods' domains. This is definitely a good opportunity to get rich. Nonsense. This is more than just an opportunity to make money. It's a chance for independent players like us to make it big in God's domain. Unlike on the main continent, we get to have the same starting point as the various major powers. If we make good use of this opportunity and seize the public zone's resources and territory ahead of the major powers, we'll be set for life. That's right. I've already gambled all of my life savings into the miniature ancient world. So long as I can get into the public zone ahead of the major powers, I'll be able to secure a plot of land for sure. I bet the income I can generate won't be any lower than that of an imperial capital's golden land. I've decided. Other than eating and going to the toilet, I'm spending all of my time playing. Many of the players drinking and dining by the roadside talked about the current status quo in the miniature ancient world with great enthusiasm. Some of these players even wore fanatic looks on their faces. Sis, is what they say true? Wu Lingling, who had overheard the conversation of these players, asked, as she looked at Wu Xiaoxiao with deep excitement and expectation in her eyes. The current god's domain could be described as a puddle of stagnant water. In fact, even the real world could be described as such. The various powers of God's domain had long since divided all of the resources available in both worlds among themselves. There were no longer any fights for supremacy like during God's domain's launch. However, if the miniature ancient world was really as these players said, God's domain would be ushering in a new and unprecedented era. New experts would emerge, and old legends would reappear. To members of the new generation like themselves, this was undoubtedly the best stage for them to shine. After hearing Wu Lingling's question, Qin Wuchen and the others perked up their ears. It was especially true for Liu Yuehang and Lu Wuxuan. The two had struggled greatly to enter the top 5 of the class, and their test results were only a few seconds faster than the students ranked behind them. Yet now, not only did they manage to rank within the top 5 of their class, but they even got to walk together with Wu Xiaoxiao, the Academy's biggest star. It was simply an unbelievable situation. Meanwhile, as the vice commander of a top-tier first-rate guild's main force, Wu Xiaoxiao naturally had access to more information than the average independent player and executives of small guilds. So it stood to reason that she should know more about the miniature ancient world. What they say is true, Wu Xiaoxiao said, a hint of fiery passion appearing on her icy face. Currently, all of the new talents nurtured by the various powers are starting to grow restless because of the miniature ancient world. Here, they get to start from the same position as the older generation experts and have a fairer competition. Moreover, there are many more opportunities available in the miniature ancient world than on the main continent. This is also why I entered the miniature ancient world. Moreover, I can tell you now that the various superpowers are mass recruiting fresh talent right now. Some of them are even going as far as to nurture the talents of first-rate guilds partnered with them. So, you guys must cherish this opportunity. With the arrival of this new era, the various major powers placed unprecedented importance on rookie talents like themselves. Even the various superpowers were no exception. After all, the older generation experts would have most of their advantages wiped out when entering the miniature ancient world. Meanwhile, rookies like themselves had much greater growth potential, Their rate of improvement was also much faster compared to older generation experts, whose growths had already stagnated. This was also why Wu Xiaoxiao had met with her little sister in such a hurry. Luo Tiansheng thought that by stirring up trouble, he could make Wu Lingling become Instructor Qi's student. However, little did he know that Wu Xiaoxiao had never set her sights on Instructor Qi at all. Instead, her goal was to turn her little sister into a talent nurtured by a superpower. Meanwhile, after hearing Wu Xiaoxiao's words, Qin Wuchen and the others promptly grew excited, their minds fantasizing about the possibility of clashing against the experts of legends. "This is the Candlelight Hotel, sis," Wu Lingling said as she pointed at the tattered three-story hotel in front of her. Then, putting on a serious expression, she continued, "Let me make it clear first, you absolutely cannot mess around. I'll ignore you if you make Instructor Shi angry." Wu Lingling knew of her elder sister's personality very well. Her elder sister was a brutally straightforward person, and her words would almost always put others into an awkward situation. "You little girl." Wu Xiaoxiao huffed grumpily when she heard her little sister's words. "It's only been a few days since you became his student, yet you're already prioritizing him over me? Do you promise or not?" Wu Lingling said, puffing up her cheeks. "Fine, I promise you," Wu Lingling said, shaking her head helplessly. "However, if I find that he is lacking, you must leave with me. That won't be a problem." Wu Lingling nodded. "Are you that confident in him?" Wu Xiaoxiao was a little surprised to see her little sister agreeing to her demands so readily. She had been close to her little sister since young, so she knew that Wu Lingling had a stubborn personality. Once the girl had decided on something, it'd be nigh impossible to change her mind. However, so long as she promised to do something, she would always keep her promise. Originally, Wu Xiaoxiao had been thinking about how she could get her little sister to agree to her bet. Now, though, she didn't have to go through such troubles anymore. Hearing her elder sister's words, Wu Lingling puffed up her chest and confidently said, "Of course, even big sis Zio has nothing but praise for Instructor Shi's teaching standard." "Zio?" Wu Xiaoxiao grew even more surprised after hearing Wu Lingling's words. She naturally knew of Chen Zio's standards. If Shi Feng managed to gain Chen Zio's acknowledgement, it meant that he indeed possessed some skill. However, Wu Xiaoxiao subsequently shook her head and said, "All right then, lead the way." Wu Xiaoxiao admitted that Chen Zio was a talented individual. Chen Zio's strength also went without saying. Before participating in a superpowers training, she would have needed a long time to beat Chen Zio in a fight. However, that was no longer the case. Now, in a situation where they had similar basic attributes, levels, and tiers, Wu Xiaoxiao was confident she could beat Chen Zio in 3 moves. Indeed, the superpowers of God's domain were just that powerful. The world of superpowers was something she could have never imagined before receiving priority training from a superpower. Afterward, Wu Lingling led Wu Xiaoxiao into the Candlelight Hotel. "Crap! Isn't the mana density here a little too crazy? Is this the benefit of staying in a hotel in the miniature ancient world?" Qin Wuchen and the others were shocked when they entered the hotel's lobby. Mana was the foundation of everything in God's domain, and a good mana environment could provide significant benefits to players. Meanwhile, the density of the mana inside the Candlelight Hotel was on a completely different level compared to the mana outside. After entering the Candlelight Hotel, they could feel their minds gaining unprecedented clarity. They even experienced the feeling of being omnipotence. Interesting. The mana density here is even comparable to some holy lands. Yu Xiaoxiao was shocked after carefully sensing the mana inside the hotel. In God's domain, holy lands were considered the best place for players to train themselves. However, the various superpowers had already monopolized the holy lands on the main continent, and even most first-rate guilds could only dream of visiting these places. While Wu Xiaoxiao and the others were dazed, a low but pleasant voice suddenly entered their ears. "You're finally here." Everyone promptly turned toward the source of the voice upon hearing it. Then they found themselves looking at a cloaked woman with a magnificent body sitting on a couch in the lobby. Chapter 280, Chapter 54, This Person is a Monster. Chapter 54, This Person is a Monster. Has this person always been here? Qin Wuchen couldn't help but ask the others through the team chat when he saw the cloaked woman sitting on the sofa. Players would have their 5 senses enhanced significantly after reaching Tier 3. Meanwhile, thanks to the combat experience he had racked up during his journey to Tier 3, he would always subconsciously spread out his senses wherever he went to familiarize himself with his surroundings. Yet before the cloaked woman spoke up, he had failed to notice her presence even at the slightest. This situation was simply astonishing. She shouldn't be right, Zhao Yuheng said hesitantly. No, she should have been there the entire time, Wu Xiaoxiao said, shaking her head. Then, in a wary tone, she continued, It's just that she has hidden her presence very well, and none of us managed to notice her before she spoke up. Upon hearing Wu Xiaoxiao's analysis, everyone immediately grew cautious of the cloaked woman. An expert capable of coming so close to them without their notice was without a doubt a huge threat to them. After all, there were many red players in God's domain, and a large portion of them were crazy players who PK'd solely for fun. It would be an absolute nightmare if such a player targeted them. When Wu Xiaoxiao saw the cloaked woman standing up and approaching them, she took the initiative to ask, May I know what business you have with us, ma'am? Mr. Blackflame assigned me to teach you, Hidden Soul, the cloaked woman said. Then she glanced at Wu Lingling's ID of Whimsical Wind and continued in a slightly surprised tone. Your ID matches, but why are there 6 of you? Whatever. 6 is even better. You lot, come with me. Is Instructor Blackflame not in the hotel? Wu Lingling asked. Although Shi Feng had previously stated in his message that someone would be helping them train in God's domain, they didn't come here just to train this time. Instructor Blackflame, Hidden Soul, was surprised once more. She didn't think that Shi Feng had taken in students under his wing. However, she quickly concluded that Shi Feng was most likely trying to develop his own troops so that Zero Wing could have an easier time managing its affairs in this God's domain. Mr. Blackflame has already gone offline because he has something to do. I will be overseeing your training in God's domain in his stead. All right, enough talking and come with me to the combat room. I need to check your actual combat standards before I decide how I should train you. He's leaving the teaching to others? Wu Xiaoxiao inwardly sneered when she heard Hidden Soul's words. It's a clever approach. Unfortunately, you used it in the wrong place, originally. She thought that Shi Feng possessed some level of skill. However, she didn't think that Shi Feng would have caught wind of her arrival and hired an expert to teach in his place. The method Shi Feng employed could be regarded as perfect. Even if the instructor he hired taught poorly, it couldn't be considered his problem. After all, he wasn't doing the teaching personally. At most, he could give the excuse that he had failed to account for the expert he hired to be bad at teaching. On the other hand, if the hired instructor did well, not only could Shi Feng flaunt his expansive connections, but he could also show off his excellent insight, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Unfortunately, he had met her. Wu Xiaoxiao admitted that the cloaked woman before her was a capable expert, so much so that she had failed to notice the other party's presence immediately. However, she had fought against many such experts in the professional league before. If it were in the past, Wu Xiaoxiao would have had a headache dealing with such concealment experts after all. As an elementalist, she'd fall into a huge disadvantage if she allowed an assassin to come close to her. She might even get killed quickly. However, after returning from Crimson Emperor's special training course, her combat standard had undergone a qualitative transformation. Now she would have no problem dealing with experts like Hidden Soul. It was especially true in the miniature ancient world, where older generation experts and rookie experts had almost no difference in equipment standards. Sis, Instructor Shi isn't here. Will you still be joining us? Wu Lingling whispered to her elder sister. Of course. Since your instructor has hired such an expert, wouldn't it be a waste if I don't take a look at this scheme? Wu Xiaoxiao said nonchalantly. After saying so, Wu Xiaoxiao followed Hidden Soul to the hotel's underground combat room. Meanwhile, when Wu Lingling and the others saw this, they quickly followed the two. Unlike Wu Xiaoxiao, Wu Lingling and the others didn't have any problems with Shi Feng finding someone else to teach them. After all, even Southern Tiger, a captain of the Soulfire adventurer team, had tried to curry favor with Shi Feng. So it stood to reason that the expert Shi Feng hired was someone strong. At the very least, hidden soul should be enough to teach freshmen like them. Candlelight Hotel, underground combat room. The hotel's underground combat room was designed specifically for players. Although it didn't come equipped with as many functions as the combat rooms found in the battle arena, and its size was only a mere 50-yard radius, it was more than enough for players to practice their skills and spells in. Miss Instructor, how will you be testing our actual combat standards? Qin Wuchen curiously asked when he saw the relatively small combat room. This small combat room might be suitable for Tier 2 players to duel in, but it was somewhat lacking for a duel between Tier 3 players. After reaching Tier 3, experts would only need a few steps to cross a distance of 100 yards. A Tier 3 Great Mage could even cover the entire room with their AoE spells, so for Tier 3 players, a combat room so small was only useful for target practice and nothing more. Just come at me together. Don't worry about anything, and attack me with everything you've got, Hidden Soul calmly said as she swept a glance at Wu Xiaoxiao and the others. I won't use any weapons. It's your win so long as you can land a hit on me. I can give each of you an advanced class legacy if you win. I can even give you a peak class legacy if you want. Advanced or peak class legacies? The eyes of Qin Wuchen and the others instantly reddened a little when they heard Hidden Soul's words. Hidden classes were incredibly rare in God's domain, and even a basic hidden class was worth astronomical amounts of money. In the case of advanced legacies, even first-rate powers would go crazy for them. They weren't items that ordinary experts could get their hands on at all. Is what you say true at this time? Even Wu Xiaoxiao felt a little tempted. After all, she didn't even have an advanced legacy right now, let alone a peak legacy. Instead, she only possessed the basic hidden class illusionist. Even though the hidden class only allowed her to create illusions in battle, making it difficult for her opponents to keep track of her, it had still helped her greatly thus far. If she could obtain an advanced legacy, not only would it increase her strength significantly, but it could also help her massively when she tried to reach Tier 5 in the future. Don't believe me? Seeing the skeptical look on Wu Xiaoxiao's face, Hidden Soul took out a stone tablet that radiated a golden aura from her bag and said, Take a look at it yourself. An advanced legacy. It's a real advanced legacy. Qin Wuchen's eyes bulged when he saw the stone tablet. I've seen one in a battle video before. In that case, I'll gladly take you up on your offer, Wu Xiaoxiao said, her expression turning serious when she saw the stone tablet. Immediately, Wu Xiaoxiao and the others took out their weapons. Then, without prior discussion, the 6 of them tacitly scattered across the room, fully intent on going all out for Hidden Soul's test. Meanwhile, as soon as everyone was in position, Wu Xiaoxiao waved her epic staff and cast 2 spells simultaneously. Tier 3, spell, Phantom Art. Tier 3 spell, Thunderbolt Lock. Immediately, not only did Wu Xiaoxiao split into more than 10 copies of herself, but every one of them held a chain made of lightning in their hands. It was impossible to distinguish her real body from the fakes at all. As for the others, they coordinated their movements with Wu Xiaoxiao, with Xiao Yuheng firing a series of arrows at Hidden Soul, Wu Lingling charging forward after using Windblade, Lu Wu Xuan standing close to Wu Xiaoxiao with his shield raised and his body poised for action, Liu Yuecheng casting a truth shield on Wu Xiaoxiao, and Qin Wuchen secretly entering stealth. Although the 6 of them had no prior experience working with each other before, there wasn't any conflict in their classes. On the contrary, their classes allowed them to make up for each other's flaws, doubling their effective combat power. I already told you to attack me with everything with your full strength. Why are you using a boss rating strategy to fight a player? Hidden Soul said in a slightly frustrated tone when she saw Wu Xiaoxiao and the others scattered around her. Have any of you fought with other players all these years? After letting out a sigh, Hidden Soul took a step forward. Subsequently, Hidden Soul's cloaked figure split into over a dozen indistinguishable copies, each copy charging in different directions. What kind of skill is this? Wu Lingling, who had charged to the forefront, was a little dumbfounded when she looked at the realistic doppelgangers in front of her. Typically, even if a Tier 3 assassin had a doppelganger skill, they could at most produce 3 to 5 realistic doppelgangers or a dozen or so false doppelgangers. There shouldn't be a Tier 3 doppelganger skill capable of producing over a dozen realistic doppelgangers. "No, this isn't a skill," Wu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at Hidden Soul's doppelgangers. "She's using the bronze footwork 1,000 shadow steps. During her training at Crimson Emperor, the instructor overseeing the training had shown them a video of an expert executing 1,000 shadow steps, so Wu Xiaoxiao could quickly discern the move Hidden Soul used. Meanwhile, the instructor at the time had specifically told them that should they encounter an expert capable of using the bronze combat technique under Tier 5, there was only one thing they should do: run. This was because anyone capable of using 1,000 shadow steps before reaching Tier 5 was essentially invincible among experts beneath the domain realm. Moreover, such an expert could be regarded as a one-man army, their effectiveness in PvP matching that of a 1,000-man team. Meanwhile, as soon as Wu Xiaoxiao finished speaking, a familiar voice suddenly entered her ears. "Good insight, average talent, a good degree of mana control, and good reaction. Unfortunately, your combat standard is too low, and you didn't even use your berserk skill. You even used double speed casting in this confined space instead of leaving it as a backup plan. If I were to score you out of 100 points, I'd give you only 5 points." As soon as these words entered her ears, Wu Xiaoxiao suddenly felt her vision darkening. Meanwhile, just as Wu Xiaoxiao was about to collapse to the ground, she vaguely saw Wu Lingling and the others collapsing to the ground one after another. A monster? Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com, Chapter 2981, Chapter 55, Candlelight Hotel, Underground Training Room. Along with the appearance of several bundles of light, Wu Xiaoxiao and the others quickly reverted to their original state, shock and confusion coloring their faces as if they had experienced the same dream. One person, in a situation where everyone was at level 101 and geared in epic weapons and equipment at most. They didn't even know how they lost to Hidden Soul, let alone clashing against her. Meanwhile, all of this ended in an instant. What kind of monster is she? After snapping out of her daze, Wu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but look at Hidden Soul in shock. Even the training camp's head instructor doesn't have strength like this. Could she be a God-ranked expert? The various superpowers would typically have Tier 5 experts lead their training camps. Meanwhile, when participating in Crimson Emperor's training camp for top-tier geniuses, Wu Xiaoxiao had the fortune of meeting Blue Gown, a legendary individual from Crimson Emperor. The glorious Saint Blue Gown was once one of the top 3 geniuses in Crimson Emperor. After becoming a Vice-Guild leader in Crimson Emperor, she even became one of the 12 sacred knights in God's domain. Now that so many years had passed since Blue Gown had made these achievements, she had already become one of the top-ranking players in the A-League. Although she had never reached Tier 6, few under Tier 5 could be her match. Yet, despite Blue Gown being such a strong individual, Wu Xiaoxiao felt that Blue Gown couldn't even hold a candle to the mysterious cloaked woman before her right now. The two were standing on completely different levels. However, Wu Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head and denied the possibility of Hidden Soul being a God-ranked expert. No matter how she thought about it, there was no way a Tier 6 God-ranked expert would come to the miniature ancient world. Moreover, she didn't think that Shi Feng, the former guild leader of a second-rate guild, could be acquainted with a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. Even so, Wu Xiaoxiao still couldn't help but wonder how Shi Feng had managed to get acquainted with such a powerful expert. "Have you 6 been sleeping in God's domain all these years? If I were to score your combat standards, I would give the best among you only 5 out of 100 points, while the rest of you won't receive more than 3 points. To make things worse, all 6 of you only have mediocre talent," Hidden Soul said, her eyes filled with frustration when she looked at Wu Xiaoxiao and the others. She had originally thought that Shi Feng would surprise her with amazing geniuses. Now, though, it would seem that she was thinking too much. Shi Feng had simply found a few trustworthy players to train in the miniature ancient world mediocre talent. 5 points? Qin and the others couldn't help but look at Wu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lingling when they heard Hidden Soul's evaluation. They felt that Hidden Soul was joking with them. After all, Wu Lingling was currently regarded as the God's Domain Academy's #1 genius. Even the Academy's current 4 heavenly kings wouldn't be a match for Wu Lingling when they were still in their freshman year. As for Wu Xiaoxiao, not only was she a publicly acknowledged top-tier genius in God's domain, but she was also only half a step away from entering the professional league's A-League. It should be known that the A-League was a stage where many of God's domain's apex experts fought. Anyone capable of setting foot on this stage was a famous big shot in God's domain. Yet despite Wu Xiaoxiao being such a talented expert, Hidden Soul had written her off as worthless instructor. My big sister definitely isn't. At this time, even Wu Lingling couldn't help but want to refute Hidden Soul's evaluation. She wasn't doing this for her own sake. Instead, she sincerely thought that her elder sister was a true genius. "You don't need to defend me, Lingling." Wu Xiaoxiao reached out and interrupted Wu Lingling. "What this instructor said is true. My talent is nothing special among the rookies. The various superpowers are nurturing. In fact, my talent doesn't even reach the average standard." Wu Xiaoxiao was not the slightest bit surprised by Hidden Soul's evaluation. If it was before Wu Xiaoxiao had participated in Crimson Emperor's special training, she would have most likely tried to refute Hidden Soul's evaluation. However, after seeing the various superpowers and first-rate guilds' rookie talents, she came to understand one thing: her talent was truly mediocre. It was also because Wu Xiaoxiao came to understand this that she wanted to let Wu Lingling partake in Crimson Emperor's special training even more. This was because her little sister was much more talented than her. Despite having only enrolled in the God's Domain Academy recently at 17, Wu Lingling had already mastered Formless Steps, a top-tier basic combat technique. Her talent could be considered rare even among Crimson Emperor's young geniuses. If Wu Lingling could receive Crimson Emperor's priority training, Wu Xiaoxiao was confident that her little sister's future achievements would far surpass hers. "Not bad. At least you're self-aware of your weaknesses," Hidden Soul said, a rare smile appearing on her face. "Since you know you are mediocre, you need to work even harder if you want to become strong in the future. What you 6 need to do next is simple. Fight me. You will pass when one of you manages to last more than a move against me. We will begin the real training once you pass." After saying so, Hidden Soul vanished from everyone's sights and mental perception once more. Not good. Spread out immediately. Wu Xiaoxiao promptly activated her berserk skill when she saw Hidden Soul disappearing. Then she cast a magic barrier around herself. Tier 3 spell, Water Barrier. Unfortunately, even though Wu Xiaoxiao had reacted quickly, she saw a dilapidated short sword cutting at her before her water barrier could even finish taking shape. Then, her vision darkened and her body collapsed to the ground. Moreover, Wu Xiaoxiao wasn't the only one who had collapsed. Wu Lingling and the others had also collapsed to the ground simultaneously. "Your response was good this time. It's a pity that your reactions are still too slow," Hidden Soul said as she reappeared in front of everyone once more. Then she shouted again. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. As if entering a cycle of death, Wu Xiaoxiao and the others got slaughtered by Hidden Soul one time after another. The entire process could be summed up as Wu Xiaoxiao and the others trying to escape as soon as they got resurrected. However, even after exhausting all of their strategies, Wu Xiaoxiao and the others were still met with death. At best, they had managed to delay their deaths by 0.5 seconds. Meanwhile, along with their repeated deaths, Wu Xiaoxiao and the others also came to understand the horror of Hidden Soul. Rather than a monster, it would be more appropriate to call Hidden Soul a god of death. They would die as soon as she laid eyes on them. In the meantime, inside one of the villas of the Qingzhou Villa District, Shi Feng leisurely took out a bottle of A-rank nutrient fluid from the fridge and drank it. Then he started doing the 9 movement sets he had taught to Wu Lingling and the others. Only, the breathing technique he used in conjunction with this exercise was completely different, and its complexity was many times greater. After completing 1 repetition, Shi Feng approached the fridge again, grabbed another bottle of A-rank nutrient fluid, and emptied the bottle's contents into his stomach. As expected, the recovery effect of A-rank nutrient fluids is lacking. I can only complete the body-strengthening technique twice a day. Shi Feng revealed a bitter smile when he looked at his trembling fists. At this rate, it'd take me at least a year or two to get my physical fitness to the master standard. The exercise he taught to Wu Lingling and the others was a simplified version of his body-strengthening technique. Meanwhile, the body-strengthening technique was a training method he developed after combining the training methods he had gathered from other subworlds. The body-strengthening technique allowed him to train the muscles throughout his entire body, and it did so by enriching his body cells with oxygen and accelerating his metabolism. This in turn helped with improving his physique from all aspects, and these improvements would continue until his physical fitness reached the standard of a Hanglian master. Even in the greater God's domain, the body-strengthening technique he created was extremely popular. The only problem with the technique was the harm it did to the user's body. Normally, one would need the help of S-rank nutrient fluids to perfectly restore the damage caused by overloading the body. If Shi Feng had enough S-rank nutrient fluids to help him recover, he would only need 1 month to bring his physical fitness to the level of a Hanglian master. Just when Shi Feng was about to head to the God's Domain Academy for class after taking a short rest, the doorbell of his villa suddenly rang. Then the house's smart housekeeper displayed the holographic image of a young man in front of Shi Feng. Meanwhile, this young man was none other than Gu Yiren, one of World Domination's internal experts and Shadow's current guild leader. Chapter 2982, Chapter 56, Secret Discovered. Chapter 56, Secret Discovered. Why is he here? Shi Feng was a little surprised when he saw the white-clad young man in the holographic display. He hadn't really interacted with Gu Yiren before. Even before he reincarnated, he had only learned of the other party through reading the files Lan Heilong gave him. According to those files, Gu Yiren had passed World Domination's internal member trial when he was 17. There had been over 100,000 rookie players partaking in the trial back then. Among them, there were plenty of talented young men and women who could easily get into top-tier schools. Yet, out of the 30 rookies World Domination recruited, Gu Yiren managed to come in 4th place. After joining World Domination, Gu Yiren's growth accelerated even further. By 20, he had already become a vice commander in World Domination's main force. It should be known that even the minimum requirement to become a vice commander of one of World Domination's frontline teams was to be a Tier 4 refinement realm expert. The requirement to become a vice commander in World Domination's main force was even higher. If Gu Yiren were to join a first-rate guild, he would instantly be made into an elder-level executive, or possibly even a vice-guild leader. Currently, due to Gu Yiren being Shadow's guild leader, many people have ignored the fact that he was only 21 years old this year. At that age, he would only be a 4th-year student in university. However, compared to Wu Xiaoxiao, the God's Domain Academy's current star, Gu Yiren, was definitely superior. Honestly, with Gu Yiren's standards, having him serve as a second-rate guild's guild leader was somewhat of an overkill. "Can we have a talk, Instructor Shi?" Gu Yiren's holographic image asked. "Sure, come in," Shi Feng said. Then he had the smart housekeeper open the front door. When Gu Yiren entered the first-floor living room, Shi Feng noticed that the other party didn't come alone. Instead, there was a beautiful girl dressed like a secretary standing behind Gu Yiren. It seems I've underestimated the importance Shadow holds in World Domination's eyes. To think it would send 2 top-tier talents to oversee a mere second-rate guild, Shi Feng murmured to himself, feeling a little surprised when he saw the girl dressed like a secretary. Even though the girl looked like she was only 20 years old, her physique was already at the half-step Hanglian master standard. Even in the entire Jinhai University's God's Domain Academy, nobody was capable of rivaling this girl in terms of physique. Moreover, judging by the way she carried herself and the level of alertness she showed, the girl was probably at the Flowing Water Realm already. A 20-year-old Flowing Water Realm expert was an existence only the various superpowers could reliably produce. Such an existence wasn't something the various first-rate powers of God's domain could hope to produce. Meanwhile, upon hearing Shi Feng's soft mutterings, the girl Dao Yue couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in surprise and caution. Ever since Dao Yue arrived in Jinhai City, she had disguised herself as Gu Yiren's secretary, and not even Lan Heilong, Shadow's president, knew of her actual identity. In everyone's eyes, she was nothing but an ordinary secretary. Nobody in the city had yet to realize that she, too, was one of world domination's top-tier geniuses. Yet now, less than 3 seconds after she stepped into this living room, Shi Feng, the former guild leader of Shadow, had effortlessly seen through her disguise. This situation was inconceivable no matter how she thought about it. You truly do have great eyes, Instructor Shi. No wonder why a genius like Wu Lingling insists on having you as her instructor. Gu Yiren openly acknowledged Shi Feng's words. As you've surmised, this person beside me is Tao Yue. She is my junior sister and similarly a vice commander of world domination's main force. Unfazed by this revelation, Shi Feng got straight to the point and asked, "So, what business do you have with me? Join us, or, more specifically, return to Shadow. I will give you the position of Vice Guild Leader and let you manage all of Shadow's affairs." "What do you think?" Gu Yiren asked with a smile. "Of course I will handle the explanation on Lan Heilong's side. He shouldn't have any qualms with my decision." "That easily?" Shi Feng smiled. "Don't I need to do something? Of course there is a price. However, it is a simple price to pay for you," Gu Yiren said, chuckling. Then he earnestly said, "So long as you hand over the complete version of your training method, the exercise you taught to Wu Lingling and the others, you can continue being Shadow's guild leader. Yue and I won't remain in Shadow forever, so it is only a matter of time before you get the position back. We can even help you secure Shadow if you want. At that time, Lan Heilong will only be president in name. You will have the final say in Shadow." When Gu Yiren spoke up to this point, Tao Yue's eyes briefly sparkled. Before investigating Wu Lingling, they assumed that Wu Lingling was a rare talent in Jinhai City. They had even made plans to recruit Wu Lingling into world domination. However, after investigating deeper into Wu Lingling, they discovered that the girl wasn't as excellent as they thought. Specifically, Wu Lingling didn't used to be as excellent as they thought. However, everything changed on the day Wu Lingling took her enrollment test. Wu Lingling, who should have only received an A-rank evaluation for her enrollment test originally, had unexpectedly received an S-rank evaluation. It might be fine if Wu Lingling was the only person to have made such a sudden improvement. However, after they looked deeper into the matter, they discovered something shocking. Every student who participated in Shi Feng's brief training session had their evaluations increased by 1 rank. Indeed, in only a few short hours, every one of Shi Feng's students had raised their evaluations by 1 rank. In the eyes of ordinary powers, they would probably only find this situation to be amazing and nothing more. However, it was a completely different story for the various superpowers. The feat of helping someone make visible improvements to their combat standards in a matter of a few hours was something even the various superpowers could not accomplish. It didn't matter even if the person in question had only gone from the trial tower's 5th floor early stage to the 5th floor middle stage. At most, the various superpowers could help bona fide top-tier geniuses achieve such rapid improvement. If a person only had average talent, even the best training methods the various superpowers could offer couldn't help this person make visible improvements in only a few hours. Moreover, Wu Lingling's subsequent performances were even more astonishing. Not only did she single-handedly win the freshman competition, but her combat standard had even reached the 5th floor's late stage already at the time of the competition. It should be known that the freshman competition was held the day after the enrollment test. Meanwhile, the increase in the difficulty of the trial tower's challenges grew greater and greater the higher one climbed. So, the amount of time one needed to pass each stage would also increase exponentially. Wu Lingling's rate of improvement simply defied common sense. Compared to Wu Lingling, the various superpowers' top-tier geniuses were nothing but a joke. Afterward, they had secretly hired some of the Academy's freshmen to challenge Qin Wuchen, Xiao Yuheng, and the other students under Shi Feng to a spar. Meanwhile, they found that every one of Shi Feng's students had displayed far superior combat standards than what they previously displayed in their enrollment test. Fu Wuchen, in particular, had already reached the 5th floor middle stage standard. It should be known that Qin Wuchen had only scored an A-rank evaluation in his enrollment test. Yet he had already caught up with Gutong, who was publicly recognized as a genius. Not to mention, even Gutong had only reached the 5th floor's middle stage recently. After racking their heads over this situation, the only explanation Gu Yiren and Dao Yuwei could come up with for this astonishing situation was the exercise Shi Feng had taught to Qin Wuchen and the others. Meanwhile, after coming to this conclusion, the two of them had secretly tried to mimic the exercise. However, even after mimicking the 9 movement sets perfectly, they failed to experience any benefits from the exercise. This meant that there must be a secret to this exercise that they weren't aware of, and that blindly copying the movements was useless. In that case, if they wished to obtain the complete version of the exercise, they would have to get it from Shi Feng's hands. However, after hearing Gu Yiren's words, Shi Feng simply smiled and asked, "What if I refuse?" Chapter 283, Chapter 57, The Sky is Falling. Chapter 57, The Sky is Falling. Not interested, are you? Seemingly having expected Shi Feng's answer, Gu Yiren smiled and said, "I'm sure you have many partners you can trade with, Instructor Shi, so you don't necessarily have to trade with us. However, I can assure you that we are your best option. It is especially true around this time." "I know what you mean." Nonchalantly, Shi Feng said, "Since you managed to find out about this matter, other people can naturally do so as well. However, those people wouldn't necessarily be as amiable as you, right?" "I'm glad that you are an understanding person, Instructor Shi." Without hiding anything, Gu Yiren said, "I'll get straight to the point then. The training method you have in your possession is extraordinary, Instructor Shi. Once news of it gets out, even Soulfire won't dare to get involved with it, let alone Jin High University. Meanwhile, once the various superpowers start to take action, what you'll be faced with isn't a transaction offer, but a one-sided offering instead. If handled poorly, you might even get struck down into the abyss. However, if you trade with us now, we will help you fend off all of these problems. You can even return to your previous guild leader position. Moreover, with our support, Shadow will also become your possession. This is a win-win solution for both of us." At this point, Gu Yiren was adamant in obtaining the complete version of Shi Feng's exercise. Even though this exercise could only help players reach the refinement realm according to their understanding, it was still plenty astonishing to the various superpowers. After all, nurturing a player to the refinement realm wasn't an easy task, as factors such as luck and talent played an important role. Otherwise, the various superpowers would have long since been flooded with refinement realm experts. Meanwhile, if he could acquire this refinement exercise, both he and Dao Yuwei would instantly become high-level executives in world domination and acquire resources unimaginable to them before. They might even gain access to the legendary upper zone. "Thank you for your concern, Guild Leader Gu, but I am still uninterested in your offer," Shi Feng said, shaking his head. "If you really wish to trade, it will cost you 500 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid." 500? Are you insane? Tao Yuwei subconsciously raised her voice when she heard Shi Feng's demand. It was impossible to find S-rank nutrient fluids on the open market. Although they were privately traded for 1 million credits per bottle, even the various superpowers could only acquire a limited amount from the various major corporations. Meanwhile, this amount wasn't even enough to satisfy the various superpowers' internal needs. Even though Shi and Gu Yiren were regarded as top-tier talents in world domination, they could only exchange for 5 bottles per year, or 10 bottles in total. Yet Shi Feng was asking for 500 bottles. This was daylight robbery. "If you don't have that many, there's nothing I can do to help you," Shi Feng said, shrugging. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He wasn't against selling his exercise if he could get a sufficient amount of S-rank nutrient fluids in exchange. After all this exercise did was lower the bar for players to reach the refinement realm. It didn't mean that anyone who practiced it could reach the refinement realm. Dao Yuwei grew even more furious after hearing Shi Feng's response. She was a top-tier genius in world domination. Never had she suffered such humiliation before. Since you aren't interested in trading, we will be taking our leave first, Instructor Shi. But if you change your mind in the future, feel free to contact me at any time, Gu Yiren said. Unlike Tao Yue, he did not get angry over Shi Feng's response. On the contrary, he politely bid goodbye to Shi Feng and dragged Tao Yue out of the villa with him. Meanwhile, after leaving the villa, Tao Yue glared at Gu Yiren in dissatisfaction and asked, "Why did you stop me just now, senior brother? I was only trying to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he'll really think that he's amazing and that he can trade with us as equals." Teach him a lesson? Gu Yiren rolled his eyes at Tao Yue. Then he looked back at the villa with a heavy expression and said, "If I didn't stop you just now, you would have most likely gotten into big trouble by now. Is he that strong?" Tao Yue asked skeptically as she looked at the fearful expression on Gu Yiren's face. She had conducted a thorough investigation into Shi Feng's history, so she knew he was merely an ordinary person. He did not have any background or powerful experts supporting him. His performance was also extraordinarily mediocre throughout the 10 years he spent in God's domain. She had even looked into Shi Feng's friends and knew that all of them were ordinary people. Moreover, because Shi Feng had failed to receive systematic training when he was young, even after receiving training resources from Shadow later down the line, his physical fitness was only on the level of first-rate athletes. She would need only one punch to topple such a person. "You know that I've always had a sharp intuition," Gu Yiren said. "It is precisely because of my sharp intuition that Teacher chose to take me under his wing. Teacher says that I am extremely gifted when it comes to mental strength. Teacher has even taught me a few meditation techniques that have helped develop my mental strength greatly." Tao Yue silently nodded to Gu Yiren's words. She was aware that Gu Yiren possessed a sharp intuition. Because of his sharp intuition, Gu Yiren had managed to come in 4th place during the rookie test. In comparison, she only managed to come in 10th. My perception of experts is also different from other people. In my eyes, some experts are like household cats, while some are like hungry wolves and lions. However, when I looked at Shi Feng before, I couldn't sense anything from him. He felt no different than a tree in my perception. If I hadn't seen him talking, I would have even suspected that he wasn't alive. But the moment you tried to take action, Gu Yiren paused for a moment when he spoke up to this point. Then the fear on his face intensified as he continued in a slightly trembling voice. "Do you know what I felt?" "What? A tiger? Or is it a monster brandishing its claws?" Tao Yue grew curious when she saw Gu Yiren's fear intensifying. She knew that Gu Yiren could express the threat he perceived from his opponents in various forms. Meanwhile, if his opponent's threat level manifested in the form of household pets, such as cats and dogs, it meant that his opponent was merely an ordinary refinement realm, expert or a half-step master in the real world, individuals incapable of posing any significant threat to him. However, if the opponent's threat level manifested as a wolf, it was almost certain that the opponent was a martial arts master in the real world. In the case of lions and tigers, these manifestations were reserved for top-tier martial arts masters. "I didn't perceive any animal or monster," Gu Yiren said, shaking his head. "That proves he isn't anything, then," Tao Yue said, feeling a little speechless, ignoring Tao Yue's words. Gu Yiren turned around and looked at his junior sister. Then he took a deep breath and whispered, "Instead, what I perceived was the sky falling." Chapter 2984, Chapter 58. You brought this onto yourself. Chapter 58. You brought this onto yourself. The sky fell. Tao Yue scratched her head, failing to understand Gu Yiren's point. "This is also my first time coming across such a situation," Gu Yiren said with a bitter smile. "All I know is that the moment you tried to take action, I got the feeling that the sky was falling, and an indescribable sense of death filled the living room." "Are you sure nothing's wrong with your mind, senior brother?" Tao Yue asked when she saw Gu Yiren's abnormal behavior. Shi Feng was nothing more than a Tier 3 player during his peak. Even if he used to be Shadow's guild leader, Shadow was only a second-rate guild. In the eyes of the various superpowers, Shi Feng was nothing more than an insignificant ant. Yet now, Gu Yiren was describing Shi Feng as if he was someone amazing, Those unaware of Gu Yiren's abilities might even think that he had gone crazy anyway. We should be more careful of Shi Feng, Gu Yiren said. Don't forget that he managed to see through your strength with just a glance. He isn't as simple as he looks. However, I have already told this matter to Teacher, and Teacher has said that he will make a trip here soon. It wouldn't be late for us to teach Shi Feng a lesson at that time. Teacher is coming here in person? Tao Yue's eyes lit up when she heard Gu Yiren's words. That's wonderful. We'll see how Shi Feng continues behaving arrogantly at that time. Their teacher was a legendary individual in world domination. If their teacher visited Jinhai City, Shi Feng would have to hand over the complete version of the Refinement Realm exercise, even if he didn't want to. Meanwhile, inside Shi Feng's villa, after Gu Yiren and Tao Yue left, Shi Feng quietly stood by the window and took an extra look at Gu Yiren. It seems I have underestimated the superpowers of this world. I didn't think he would notice my intentions of attacking just now. Shi Feng's face took on a slightly serious look as he watched Gu Yiren and Tao Yue driving away in their car. I'll have to raise my physical fitness as quickly as possible. On an individual level, Shi Feng did not see Gu Yiren and Tao Yue as a threat at all. Even if his body was in poor shape right now, he could still beat the two of them effortlessly. After all, he had been a neutralizing Grand Master and a mental strength Grand Master during his previous life. Few people could match him even in the upper zone. While his current physique might be terrible, the skills he honed during his previous life remained. He would have no problems defeating even internal Force Masters in his current state. Not to mention, neither Gu Yiren nor Tao Yue was an internal Force Master. However, Gu Yiren's arrival had also served as a wake-up call for Shi Feng. He would probably have a tough time going up against the various superpowers' old monsters. After all, the difference in physical fitness between them was far too massive. It wasn't a gap that could be easily bridged using techniques alone. Hence, he needed to improve his physical fitness as quickly as possible. At the very least, he needed to reach the half-step master standard. If he could accomplish that, he would be able to deal with most problems he would encounter. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng reluctantly put on his jacket and drove his car to Jinhai University. He had to admit that being a teacher was truly a tedious job. However, this was the most reliable way Shi Feng could think of to acquire S-rank nutrient fluids. It was true that he had many things he could use to trade with the various superpowers, with many of these things being even better than the exercise Gu Yiren and Tao Yue sought. However, all transactions were established based on equality. He would simply be seeking an early death if he tried to trade with the various superpowers without having sufficient strength. Jinhai University, God's Domain Academy, teaching Block Noper 3, although classes had only started officially yesterday, many of the Academy's well-known instructors were busy conducting special training with their apprentices outside of the Academy's campus, so they didn't have time to hold classes at all. Even so, students still flooded the teaching block. When Shi Feng entered teaching block number 3, he found himself looking at many instructors fighting over the available classes in the lobby. What's going on? Teaching block number 3 had over 200 classrooms, yet now only a few were left. Moreover, all of the remaining classrooms were super large classrooms. Not even one small classroom remained available right now. The teaching block's super large classrooms were unique compared to the other classrooms available. Apart from being able to accommodate 400 people, the super large classrooms also had state-of-the-art technology that allowed occupants to connect their God's Domain IDs and conduct virtual battles and guidance inside the classroom. Only, apart from senior instructors, other instructors wouldn't usually touch these classrooms. The reason for this was simple. These super large classrooms were simply too expensive to rent. An instructor would have to fork out 30,000 points to hold one lecture in a super large classroom. It was simply impossible for junior and intermediate instructors to recuperate such a hefty cost. While Shi Feng was feeling surprised, a tall and robust man approached him. Meanwhile, this man was none other than Luo Tiansheng. Why, if it isn't Instructor Shi, Luo Tiansheng exclaimed with a smile as he looked at Shi Feng. What's wrong? Can't find a classroom? Well, I guess that's normal after the recent announcement. With the opportunity to visit the secret pavilion's branch headquarters presented to them, anyone would at least try to compete for it. If you didn't know, the Secret Pavilion has recently announced that it is letting more students and instructors visit its branch headquarters. So, apart from the senior instructors, our academy is also letting 5 other instructors to take part in the tour. Meanwhile, these 5 instructor slots would be granted to the top 5 performing instructors today. Moreover, junior instructors can even get promoted to intermediate instructors depending on their performances. Of course, while you might be student Wu Lingling's instructor, you won't receive any special treatment. Instructor Shi. If you want to participate in the tour, you'll have to compete for these top 5 positions, just like everyone else. After all, a student's excellence and a teacher's excellence shouldn't be confused with each other. Only through holding classes can an instructor adequately display their strength. Otherwise, instructors who only have luck to rely on would only bring shame to our Jinhai University if they visited the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters. Don't you think so, Instructor Shi? That's right. Shi Feng nodded. Then he looked at Luo Tiancheng with conviction in his eyes, saying, "What you say is very much correct. Such a method of selection will allow the academy to best demonstrate the standard of its instructors. I didn't think our academy would be so generous to its instructors. Originally, Shi Feng had been pondering how he could quickly get promoted to an intermediate instructor. Now he wouldn't have to worry about this problem anymore." After saying so, Shi Feng promptly chose to rent a super-large classroom via the classroom reservation board in the lobby. Then he went upstairs and made his way to the classroom he rented. A super-large classroom? Is he nuts? Luo Tiancheng was momentarily dumbfounded when he saw that Shi Feng had rented a super-large classroom. However, a moment later he turned to look at Shi Feng's departing figure and sneered, thinking, "You brought this onto yourself. Let's see how you'll enter the top 5 after this crazy stunt." Had Shi Feng chosen to borrow a classroom from the other instructors, he might have had a chance to compete for the top 5 instructor spots. After all, he had students such as Wu Lingling, who didn't care about spending large amounts of points. If he managed to rope in 1 or 2 more idiots into his exorbitant class, it was entirely possible for him to rank among the top 5. However, by choosing a super-large classroom, Shi Feng had put himself at a deficit of 30,000 points right off the bat. In this situation, it'd be a miracle if he could even earn enough points to cover his expenses, let alone compete for the top 5 instructor slots. Not to mention, it wasn't even certain if Wu Lingling would continue attending Shi Feng's classes. After all, Wu Xiaoxiao had no intentions of letting Shi Feng remain as Wu Lingling's instructor. While Luo Tiancheng was secretly snickering and getting ready to head to his classroom, a loud commotion suddenly occurred at the teaching block's entrance. Subsequently, a silver-haired girl and a petite-looking girl entered the building. Meanwhile, these 2 girls were none other than Wu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lingling. Chapter 2985, Chapter 59, Watching Him Rise, Watching Him Entertain Important Guests, Watching Him, Chapter 59, Watching Him Rise, Watching Him Entertain Important Guests, Watching Him, Sure enough. This is going to be interesting. Before seeing Wu Xiaoxiao, Luo Tiancheng still felt that Shi Feng could recoup his losses at the very least by relying on Wu Lingling and a few more of his students. However, now that Wu Xiaoxiao was here, Shi Feng shouldn't even think of earning back the points he put into renting the super-large classroom. The reason why Luo Tiancheng thought so was because of a shocking piece of news he received not long ago. Apparently, while Wu Xiaoxiao was out participating in the Super Guild Crimson Emperor's special training, she showed relatively good talent and performance, so she managed to get herself selected for Crimson Emperor's priority training list. This news had excited Dazzle Wave's executives greatly. After all, Crimson Emperor would choose only 10 players from its affiliated powers to offer priority training. Meanwhile, not only did Crimson Emperor have over 100 affiliated powers, but each affiliated power had even sent 2 or 3 representatives to participate in its training camp. Thus, the difficulty of ranking within the top 10 out of these several hundred people was enormous. Now that Wu Xiaoxiao was slated to receive the treatment of Crimson Emperor's top-tier internal talents, if no mishaps occurred, she would become one of Dazzle Wave's successors in the future. Her current status in Dazzle Wave and God's Domain was completely different from before. With her current status and identity, Wu Xiaoxiao would have no trouble providing more resources for her little sister Wu Lingling. She could even recommend Wu Lingling to Crimson Emperor, allowing Wu Lingling to participate in Crimson Emperor's next training camp and potentially get selected for priority training. Currently, the various powers of God's domain were in urgent need of experts because of the miniature ancient world, and they were doing everything they could to fulfill this shortage. Thus, Crimson Emperor's next training camp might arrive much earlier than expected. It might even be in the works already. After all, a superpower would always act while looking a few steps ahead. Unlike the average power in God's domain, the various superpowers didn't have to worry much about resources when planning for the future. Shortly after Wu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lingling entered the teaching block, another commotion occurred at the entrance as a refined-looking middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses walked into the building, along with a young man and a young woman. Crap. What kind of day is today? Senior Wu Xiaoxiao's arrival just now was already plenty surprising. I never thought that 2 of the Academy's 4 heavenly kings would also come here. Is there some kind of big-shot teaching here today? Why is Instructor Shi here as well? Don't senior instructors get to attend the tour without having to compete? Upon seeing this trio, every student and instructor nearby couldn't help but be surprised. This was because the middle-aged man was none other than the Academy's famous senior instructor Shi, while the young man behind him was Feng, and the young woman was Chen Ziyu. Despite looking thin and sickly, Feng was the youngest out of the Academy's 4 heavenly kings, and he was currently only a second-year student. As for Chen Ziyu, she too was one of the 4 heavenly kings. Meanwhile, both of them were Instructor Chi's students. It was also because of these 2 students that Instructor Chi managed to hold an absolute position in the Academy and stand toe-to-toe with Wu Xiaoxiao's instructor. What brings you here today, Instructor Chi? Didn't you plan to provide special training for Gutong and the others before the secret pavilion tour? Luo Tiancheng asked in confusion after approaching Instructor Chi. The Academy placed significant importance on the secret pavilion tour this time, so much so that it had promised generous rewards to the 4 senior instructors. After all, the tour this time would determine the standings of Jinhai University's God's Domain Academy among the other academies in the province. Thus, all 4 senior instructors were privately training their respective apprentices in preparation for the tour. Ziyu says that Instructor Shi's classes are amazing, Instructor Chi said as she gave a grumpy look at Chen Ziyu. I'm skeptical of her claims, so I came here to take a look for myself. In response, Chen Ziyu simply made an embarrassed smile and didn't offer any explanations. You are thinking too highly of that Shi Feng, Instructor Chi. How can his class possibly be better than yours? Luo Tiancheng was shocked when he heard Instructor Chi's words. Moreover, Shi Feng is charging 10,000 points for one class. That's simply daylight robbery. Instructor Chi held a prestigious position in the Academy. The average instructor in the Academy would even try to attend Instructor Chi's classes. This was because Instructor Chi used to be a core member of the top adventurer team Heaven's Wind. However, after Heaven's Wind's disbandment, Instructor Chi stopped being active in God's domain and focused on teaching at Jinhai University instead. One shouldn't underestimate Instructor Chi simply because he had a refined and scholarly appearance. Although Instructor Chi could only exhibit combat standards at the refinement realm when manipulating his in-game character due to his deteriorated mental state, he had reached the peak of the flowing water realm during his prime. It was even rumored that he was only 1 step away from reaching the void realm. For this reason, Instructor Chi held connections with many major powers and even superpowers. I know that, which is why I came prepared, Instructor Chi said, nodding. This Luo Tiancheng was at a loss for words. Then he turned to look at Liang Feng in the hopes of getting the boy to put some sense into Instructor Chi. Currently, every additional person that attended Shi Feng's class would increase Shi Feng's chances of attending the secret pavilion tour, so Luo Tiancheng couldn't allow Instructor Chi's group of 3 to attend Shi Feng's class. Meanwhile, it was well known that Liang Feng had a conflicting relationship with Chen Ziyu. If Chen Ziyu was adamant in siding with Shi Feng, Liang Feng's reaction would naturally oppose her. Don't worry, Instructor Luo. I also brought enough points with me, Liang Feng said, completely misunderstanding Luo Tiancheng's signal. Luo Tiancheng was flabbergasted when he heard Liang Feng's words. Was that what he meant? Or was this one of the Academy's so-called geniuses? Amidst Luo Tiancheng's shock, Wu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lingling suddenly walked over to the group. "Hello, Instructor Qi." Despite her cold nature, Wu Xiaoxiao had taken the initiative to greet Instructor Qi. "May I know if I can trouble you with something?" Wu Xiaoxiao's sudden greeting had surprised Luo Tiancheng and the surrounding people. Wu Xiaoxiao was known for being a prideful lone wolf in the Academy. Other than her instructor, she would never take the initiative to greet anyone in the Academy. Yet, now, she had taken the initiative to greet Instructor Qi. Is she trying to band together with Instructor Qi to pressure Shi Feng? When Luo Tiancheng thought about Wu Lingling's present situation, he felt that the likelihood of that happening was high. Currently, Wu Lingling behaved as if she were possessed as she adamantly insisted on remaining as Shi Feng's apprentice. She refused to change her mind no matter what others said to her. However, if the Academy's brightest star and one of the Academy's prestigious senior instructors joined hands to exert pressure on Shi Feng would have no choice but to abandon Wu Lingling lest he wanted to get isolated in the Academy. Thinking up to this point, Luo Tiancheng grew a lot more spirited. How can I possibly refuse a request from student Wu Xiaoxiao? Instructor Qi was similarly surprised to see Wu Xiaoxiao greet him. Then he happily said, "Ask away." "Can I buy some points from you, Instructor?" Wu Xiaoxiao said in slight embarrassment. "I spent most of my points at the advanced training hall previously, and I don't even have 10,000 points on me right now. Yet, my little sister refuses to lend me any points no matter what. May I know if you can sell me a couple 100,000 points?" Chapter 2986, Chapter 60, Chapter 60. As soon as Wu Xiaoxiao finished speaking, Luo Tiancheng, who was about to laugh at Shi Feng's predicament, was promptly dumbfounded. Luo Tiancheng could understand Instructor Qi and Liang Feng holding an interest in Shi Feng's class. After all, they had Chen Ziyou fanning the flames from the side. However, it made zero sense why someone as prideful as Wu Xiaoxiao would attend Shi Feng's class. At this moment, Luo Tiancheng couldn't help but think that Wu Xiaoxiao was playing a joke on him. Or was it this world that was joking with him? In Luo Tiancheng's opinion, Shi Feng would already be fortunate if Wu Xiaoxiao didn't give him a beating. Yet not only was Wu Xiaoxiao going out of her way to buy points to attend Shi Feng's lesson right now, but she was even buying points in the hundreds of thousands. Evidently, she didn't plan to stop at just one lecture. This was Shi Feng they were talking about. Even at his peak, Shi Feng was merely a Tier 3 expert who hadn't even reached the refinement realm. It was only due to the early advantage he had accumulated during the early stages of God's domain that he managed to become Shadow's Guild leader. Although Luo Tiancheng was slightly inferior to Shi Feng when it came to individual strength, he was confident he surpassed Shi Feng when it came to teaching standards. So, what qualifications did Shi Feng have to attract the Academy's top-tier talents and a senior instructor to attend his class? However, what Luo Tiancheng didn't know was that Wu Xiaoxiao was only behaving this way because of hidden soul. She naturally had to meet the person capable of recruiting the help of such a monster. If Shi Feng was indeed as amazing as her little sister described, she planned to recommend him to Crimson Emperor. After all, Crimson Emperor was in urgent need of experts right now. "A couple 100,000? I don't have that many points on me right now," Instructor Qi said, shaking his head. Then he turned to look at Chen Ziyou, who wore a delighted look on her face, and awkwardly said, "I did have a lot of points before, but I sold most of them to Ziyou already. I only have a little more than 60,000 points right now. But I still need to take a look at Instructor Shi's class, so I can only sell you 50,000 points." Ever since Chen Ziyou had attended Shi Feng's first lecture, she had become a harvesting machine for Academy points. She had even praised Shi Feng to the sky. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Ziyou had indeed reached the refinement realm after attending Shi Feng's class, Instructor Qi wouldn't have believed her claims at all. It should be known that Chen Ziyou had been stuck on the cusp of the refinement realm for a long time already. Even though her techniques were already on the level of refinement realm experts, she couldn't reach the refinement realm no matter what. Yet, Shi Feng had resolved Chen Ziyu's problem after just one lesson. Even as an instructor, Instructor Qi couldn't help but find this unbelievable. "Okay, I'll take all of them." Wu Xiaoxiao transferred the credits for the 50,000 points to Instructor Qi without hesitation, giving no time for Instructor Qi to even think or hesitate. Meanwhile, Luo Tiancheng couldn't help but be dumbfounded by Wu Xiaoxiao's actions. Was Shi Feng's class really so magical that Wu Xiaoxiao saw the need to seek points so desperately? "Thank you, Instructor Qi. We'll be taking our leave now," Wu Xiaoxiao said after seeing the 50,000 points being credited to her account. Then she promptly left for Shi Feng's classroom with Wu Lingling. Seeing this, Chen Ziyu also hurriedly urged, "Let's hurry over there as well, Instructor. Instructor Shi's class will be starting soon." After looking at the time and seeing that Shi Feng's class was indeed starting soon, Instructor Qi quickly concluded his conversation with Luo Tiancheng and went upstairs with Chen Ziyu and Liang Feng. This world must have gone crazy. It must have. Luo Tiancheng was in complete and utter disbelief right now, even though Shi Feng was no longer Shadow's Guild leader. Even though Shi Feng had already been knocked down from his lofty position. Even though Shi Feng had already been reduced to nothing but a loser. For some inexplicable reason, Shi Feng was shining even brighter than when he was Shadow's Guild leader. It should be known that Wu Xiaoxiao and Instructor Qi were individuals that even Lan Heilong, the president of Lan Hua Group, was trying to befriend. Yet now, these two people were taking the initiative to attend Shi Feng's class. Meanwhile, shortly after Wu Xiaoxiao and Instructor Qi entered Shi Feng's classroom, waves quickly spread throughout the campus. What's going on? Who is this Instructor Qi? How did he get Wu Xiaoxiao and two of the Academy's heavenly kings to attend his class? Could this Instructor Qi be some big shot that came from another city? That's not right. I know that Instructor Qi, if I remember correctly, he should be Shadow's former guild leader. He only came to work as an instructor after Shadow dismissed him. Are you sure that's not a mistake? Even if Gu Yiren were to hold a class right now, Instructor Qi and Senior Wu Xiaoxiao wouldn't necessarily attend it. It is especially true for Senior Wu Xiaoxiao. She is currently being nurtured as a top-tier talent by Crimson Emperor. It wouldn't be long before she enters the A-League at this rate. Unless Instructor Qi has incredibly high combat standards, why would she attend his class? Many students were originally unfamiliar with Shi Feng's name. However, thanks to Wu Xiaoxiao and the others, Shi Feng had instantly become the center of attention of the entire academy. After all, whether it was Wu Xiaoxiao or the academy's 4 heavenly kings, every one of them had a dazzling future ahead of them. The fact that these people chose to attend Shi Feng's class proved that he wasn't ordinary by any means. For a time, some students started fervently looking into Shi Feng's history. In the meantime, inside the faculty office near the teaching block, "Yao Yu, this academy of yours really is interesting," Zhuo Yelin, wearing a short black dress, said as she lazily pointed at a document displaying Shi Feng's information. To think that the famous Silver Witch in God's domain would go out of her way to attend a junior instructor's lesson. Is this guy really just the former guild leader of Shadow? That is the case on paper, at the very least, Lin Yaoyu said as she sorted through the documents on her desk. However, judging by how he behaves, I find it hard to believe that he is a former guild leader dismissed by his guild. He behaves more like a laid-back princeling instead. In that case, he shouldn't be as simple as he looks. He might even be hiding a lot of secrets. Otherwise, there is no reason why the Silver Witch would attend his class, Zhuo Yalin said, a hint of interest appearing in her eyes as she looked at Shi Feng's photo. It really makes you wonder what was going through Lan Heilong's mind to actually exclude such an individual from his guild. Hearing Zhuo Yalin's words, Lin Yaoyu grew a little exasperated as she said, "Shi Feng might be extraordinary, but he is still far from being a match for Mr. Black Flame. Have you thought over my proposal yet? I understand your point. Joining Zero Wing in a personal capacity is indeed a good idea for us. However, after thinking it through, I feel that it is best if you give your slot to Big Sis first," Zhuo Yalin said, her originally lazy expression suddenly becoming serious. "You and I both know what kind of talent and strength Big Sis possesses. She is, without a doubt, a monster-class expert. If not for her family holding her down, she would have long since become a big shot in God's domain. If she can join Zero Wing, it might help resolve her predicament. At that time, with Big Sis's talent, it shouldn't take long before she acquires an invitation slot. It wouldn't be late for me to join at that time. Big Sis, is it? A hint of excitement appeared in Lin Yaoyue's eyes when she heard Zhuo Yalan's words. You're right. That might be for the better if we can persuade Big Sis. I'll try to contact her within the next few days. Lin Yaoyue had nothing but praise and admiration for the person she and Zhuo Yalan referred to as Big Sis. If not for some problems their Big Sis faced with her family and guild during the early years of God's domain, she would have probably been standing at the top of God's domain right now. Moreover, even before God's domain's launch, their Big Sis had already been regarded as one of the goddesses in the virtual gaming world. The Snow Goddess, Gentle Snow. Chapter 290-87, Chapter 61, Academy's Apex. Chapter 61, Academy's Apex. Third teaching block, top floor super-large classroom, including Shi Feng. A total of 35 people occupied the spacious classroom that could sit 400 people. Yet despite less than 10% of the classroom being filled, the classroom's occupancy had caused an uproar throughout the campus. This was because, in just one class, Shi Feng had earned a whopping 220,000 Academy points. Even after deducting the 30,000-point fee to use the classroom, he would still make a net profit of 190,000 points. With this many points, Shi Feng had become the undisputed #1 on the instructor points list. However, contrasting the noisy campus, the inside of the super-large classroom was filled with silence. Everyone kept their mouths shut as they focused their attention on Shi Feng. It was especially true for Qin Wuchen and the other students apprenticed under Shi Feng. Every one of them wore excited looks on their faces, and they thoroughly pushed their 5 senses to their limits for fear of missing out on even one of Shi Feng's words. Are freshmen nowadays so rich? Liang Feng, who sat in the last row of the classroom, couldn't help but be surprised when he looked at Qin Wuchen and the others. Liang Feng was aware that Shi Feng possessed some ability. Otherwise, Chen Ziyu couldn't have reached the refinement realm under Shi Feng's tutelage. This was also why Liang Feng had taken the initiative to attend Shi Feng's class. However, Shi Feng's class was anything but cheap. Even if Qin Wuchen and the others were Shi Feng's apprentices, they still needed to pay 6,000 points to attend a class. This was an amount even Liang Feng didn't possess when he was in his freshman year. Yet all 30 of Shi Feng's students were in attendance right now. It's not that these freshmen are rich, but that Instructor Shi's class is really worth the price, Chen Ziyu said with a faint smile. If I were a freshman, I'd even go as far as to pay 60,000 points just to attend one of Instructor Shi's classes, let alone 6,000 points. Keep on boasting, Liang Feng said as he rolled his eyes at Chen Ziyu. Even if Instructor Shi has some abilities, the development of combat standards isn't something that can be done overnight. Your case is just an outlier. Otherwise, the various superpowers wouldn't be stuck with so few refinement realm experts. What you say might be right, Liang Feng, but what Zio said is also correct. Instructor Qi Lianshan said as he observed Shi Feng, a rare smile appearing on his face. Instructor Shi is indeed an extraordinary individual. Setting aside his teaching standards, he definitely has me beat in combat standards. I wouldn't be a match for him even if I were still in my prime. You're no match for him even in your prime, teacher. Is he that strong? Liang Feng couldn't help but be surprised as he turned to look at Shi Feng, who currently stood on the podium. He had personally witnessed Qi Lianshan's true strength. Even at his current deteriorated strength, Qi Lianshan could easily get into the mid to upper ranks in the professional league's B League should he choose to participate. Qi Lianshan was probably stronger than even the current Wu Xiaoxiao. If Qi Lianshan was still in his prime, he would definitely rank at the top of the B League. He might even have a chance at qualifying for the A League. He is far stronger than you think, Qi Lianshan said, chuckling. You might mistake him for your average civilian, because he looks and feels so ordinary. However, it is precisely because he is so ordinary that he is scary. He has already reached a level where he can integrate his every movement with his surroundings. Such a person should be a void realm expert at the very least. So how could I, someone who has only ever reached the flowing water realm, match him? Upon hearing Qi Lianshan's explanation, Liang Feng couldn't help but examine Shi Feng again seriously. If Shi Feng truly was a void realm expert, he would be one of the strongest experts in Jinhai City. Even the various superpowers would fight to recruit him. A tiny place like Jinhai University's God's Domain Academy wouldn't be able to accommodate him at all. At this time, even Chen Ziyu was surprised to hear Qi Lianshan's explanation. Although she had long since known that Shi Feng was an internal force expert with high combat standards, she never thought Shi Feng's combat standard would be this high. With his combat standard, Shi Feng could become a top-level executive if he joined a superpower. He could become a frightening existence that qualified to oversee the management of a royal capital. While Liang Feng and Chen Ziyu were awed by Shi Feng's strength, Shi Feng scanned the classroom and said in a good mood, "Since nobody else is joining, let us begin the class. However, as everyone's standard isn't uniform, I will be providing one-on-one instruction to each of you. Which one of you will go first? Instructor Shi, can I be the first?" Wu Xiaoxiao, who sat in the first row, suddenly stood up, her beautiful silver hair coupled with her otherworldly temperament, instantly awing everyone in the classroom. "Sure, come on up," Shi Feng said, nodding. He wasn't surprised at all by Wu Xiaoxiao's initiative. Even before entering Jinhai University's God's Domain Academy, Shi Feng had already heard of Wu Xiaoxiao's name. Now that Wu Lingling had become his student, Wu Xiaoxiao would certainly come to test him. Shi Feng had no intentions of letting Wu Lingling go. After all, Zero Wing was a guild, and a guild needed experts if it wanted to grow stronger. Not to mention, God's Domain had never been a single-player game. Meanwhile, although Wu Lingling and the others might not be the most talented players out there, they were still considerably talented. So long as he nurtured them well, they could quickly be of help to him. This was also one of the reasons why he had chosen to come to the God's Domain Academy in the first place. There was no place more suitable for recruiting rookies than in the God's Domain Academy. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng finished speaking, Wu Xiaoxiao quickly walked up to the podium in a few steps and stared at Shi Feng with a penetrating gaze. Crap, what an exciting situation right off the bat. Liang Feng became greatly interested when Wu Xiaoxiao got onto the podium. The name of the Silver Witch was unique in the God's Domain Academy. The Silver Witch was much stronger than the Academy's 4 heavenly kings. She had also reached the refinement realm long ago. Meanwhile, although Wu Xiaoxiao had stated that she had come here for guidance today, everyone present knew that that wasn't her goal at all. Instead, she had come here to determine whether Shi Feng was qualified to teach Wu Lingling or not. Stay focused. Qi Lianshan reprimanded as he looked at Liang Feng. Wu Xiaoxiao must have gained a significant harvest after her training in Crimson Emperor. If you wish to fight for a high position in God's domain in the future, she will inevitably become a mountain that you have to cross. Immediately, Liang Feng and Chen Ziyu took on a serious attitude. Now that the miniature ancient world was released, a new generation of experts would also emerge. If they wanted to achieve something in God's domain in the future, they would have to triumph over these new experts. After all, God's domain had limited resources, so the number of players that could stand at the top was naturally limited as well. Chapter 2988, Chapter 62, Flowing Water Realm. Chapter 62, Flowing Water Realm. Log into your ID, Shi Feng said to Wu Xiaoxiao as he pointed at the virtual gaming cabins situated beside the podium. Due to God's domain's global popularity and increasing relevance in the real world, entertainment and training centers weren't the only ones with virtual combat rooms nowadays. Even the various God's Domain academies would have virtual training facilities. Meanwhile, the super-large classroom came equipped with over 100 holographic imaging equipment that could perfectly replicate a person's God's Domain character in the classroom. Moreover, users could operate their characters as if they were moving their real bodies. There wouldn't be any delay in control whatsoever. With this equipment, instructors could provide more in-depth guidance to students even without entering God's Domain. After hearing Shi Feng's words, Wu Xiaoxiao got into a virtual gaming cabin without hesitation. Then, a moment later, a silver-haired woman holding a crystal staff and wearing a golden robe appeared on the podium that measured over a dozen meters in radius. "That's the Crimson Meteor. I can't believe Dazzle Wave actually gave her one of their most prized weapons," Liang Feng exclaimed, feelings of shock and envy appearing in his eyes when he saw the crystal staff in Wu Xiaoxiao's hand. The crystal staff was named Crimson Meteor, and it ranked 99th in the God's Domain Epic Weapon list. One shouldn't underestimate the Epic staff simply because it was ranked 99th. The God's Domain Epic Weapon list was a list the Secret Pavilion created, and it featured only 100 of the best epic weapons that existed in the current God's Domain. Every epic weapon on the list was a supreme weapon capable of rivaling fragmented legendary weapons, and players could use them up to level 150 without having to change weapons. "Her robe is not much inferior to the Crimson Meteor either," Chen Zio said, her eyes similarly filled with jealousy when she looked at Wu Xiaoxiao. The Starlight 8-piece set. This is the epic set equipment that Skyfrost relied on to become a famed smith. I heard that only 3 sets were made back when it was first created. One Starlight set could go for a plot of golden land in any of the 5 holy cities. It sure is great to have a major power's backing. She's practically unstoppable in the miniature ancient world with such equipment. I think she can even fight against the mythic monsters in the miniature ancient world, Liang Feng said with a bitter smile. While combat standards were indeed important in God's domain, weapons and equipment were even more important. This was because weapons and equipment served as the foundation of players, whereas combat standards acted as a bonus to this foundation. Without proper equipment, the benefits a player could reap from their combat standard would be significantly reduced. To offer an example, imagine an ordinary player geared in top-tier equipment rated at 100 points. If this ordinary player was capable of exhibiting only 50% of their actual combat power, the actual combat power of this player would be rated at 50 points. Then imagine a top-tier player capable of exhibiting 90% of their actual combat power geared in average equipment rated at 50 points. The actual combat power of this top-tier player would be rated at only 45 points. Despite having vastly superior combat standards, the top-tier player with average equipment would still be inferior to the ordinary player with top-tier equipment. This was the harsh reality players needed to face in virtual reality games such as God's Domain. Not to mention, combat power was only one of the many bonuses players had to boost their combat power. After factoring in other bonuses, the gap between the 2 players would only continue to grow. Although Liang Feng and Chen Ziyu had also received secret invitations from many first-rate guilds, the amount of support these first-rate guilds were willing to provide them definitely wasn't close to the support Wu Xiaoxiao had received from Dazzle Wave. Now, not only were they inferior to Wu Xiaoxiao in terms of combat standards, but they were also inferior to her in terms of equipment standards. It was a truly despairing situation. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng scrutinized Wu Xiaoxiao's equipment for a moment, he nodded and said, "Not bad. Your equipment is good. Do you have any specific guidance you want to receive?" Others might think that Wu Xiaoxiao's equipment standard was excellent, but it could only be considered average for Shi Feng. It was especially true now that the current God's Domain had yet to join the greater God's Domain. These so-called top-tier weapons and equipment would only be useful in the current God's Domain. Once this subworld gained access to the greater God's Domain, over 99% of the currently available weapons and equipment would fall into disuse. The reason for this was simple. It was because the craftsmanship level of this subworld was vastly inferior to the craftsmanship level of other subworlds. In other more developed subworlds, all of the weapons and equipment they produced were close to rivaling mana weapons and equipment. Not only did the items these outer worlds created carry mana, but they could even be repaired using magic crystals. Meanwhile, these mana-imbued items gave players an easier time to use combat techniques, mana techniques, skills, spells, etc., drastically increasing their combat power. Simply put, the bonuses provided by the current God's Domain's equipment came in the form of addition. whereas the bonuses provided by outer-world equipment came in the form of multiplication. During Shi Feng's previous life, it had been a huge shock to everyone when they discovered the craftsmanship level of more developed subworlds. Meanwhile, after hearing Shi Feng's question, Wu Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment before Hidden Soul's figure suddenly popped into her mind. Then she asked, "I have been having trouble facing the ambush of assassins recently, Instructor Shi. Is there any way I can deal with these ambushes?" After training with Hidden Soul, Wu Xiaoxiao had come to appreciate the terror of assassins. At the same time, she came to realize how unprepared she was for melee combat. Although she had racked her mind for solutions, not once did she manage to dodge or block Hidden Soul's attacks throughout their several-hour-long training session. As Wu Xiaoxiao finished speaking Qin Wuchen, and the others also promptly perked up their ears. Big Sis is so cunning, she's actually having Instructor Shi to help her answer Instructor Soul's challenge. Wu Lingling grew speechless when she heard her elder sister's question. Even so, she still couldn't help but lean forward a little to hear Shi Feng's response. Cope with an assassin's ambush? Looking at Wu Xiaoxiao, Shi Feng calmly said, "That's simple. You just need to reach the flowing water realm." Chapter 2989, Chapter 63, True Flowing Water Realm. Chapter 63, True Flowing Water Realm. Reach the flowing water realm? Wu Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes in disbelief. However, when she looked at Shi Feng's expression, it didn't seem like the other party was joking with her. Then, revealing a bitter smile, she said, "That is indeed a good solution, but reaching the flowing water realm is easier said than done, Instructor Shi. I might have reached the refinement realm for some time already, but I have yet to reach the flowing water realm's threshold." Wu Xiaoxiao naturally yearned to reach the flowing water realm. After all, refinement realm experts were merely considered entry-level experts in the various superpowers. Only after reaching the flowing water realm would an expert be regarded as a mainstay by the various superpowers and granted important tasks to handle. This was because flowing water realm experts could single-handedly influence the outcome of a battle involving thousands of ordinary experts. However, reaching the flowing water realm wasn't an easy feat. The flowing water realm's principles could be regarded as an upgraded form of the refinement realm's principles. To reach the flowing water realm, a player would need to extend the range of their control past their body and onto their opponents. Essentially, one would have to predict the opponent's movements and respond using the most efficient method, and the whole process had to be completed in one go. It could be considered an extreme way of utilizing the refinement realm's principles. This was why the various superpowers believed that the flowing water realm was a realm of painstaking effort. So long as a refinement realm expert invested enough time and effort into training, they would be able to reach the flowing water realm without fail. Meanwhile, according to the evaluation Wu Xiaoxiao received from Blue Gown, the head instructor of Crimson Emperor's special training, she would need to train hard for at least half a year before she could reach the flowing water realm. It might even take her up to a year depending on the circumstances. The fact that you haven't touched the threshold yet shows that your training method is wrong, or that you've taken a detour, Shi Feng said, as he called up the classroom's virtual interface. "I will set up some arrow attacks now, so try to dodge and block as many as you can. We'll see where your problem lies. Other than having the function to simulate in-game characters, the super-large classrooms also had the function of setting up a variety of training methods." A moment later, 30 holographic archers appeared around Wu Xiaoxiao, each archer having strength that was 30% higher than Wu Xiaoxiao's. The advantage in strength made it difficult for the testee to block them, and this could be considered one of the most rudimentary methods of testing one's dodging capabilities. After setting up the test, Shi Feng looked at Wu Xiaoxiao and said, "If you have no more questions, we will begin now." After sweeping a glance at the archers around her and memorizing their positions, Wu Xiaoxiao nodded and said, "I'm ready." At this time, everyone else in the classroom also started paying close attention to the podium. They were all curious to find out how many arrows Wu Xiaoxiao could dodge at a time. This arrow-dodging training method was very common in God's domain. Faced against archers with superior strength attributes, classes other than the assassin class would have difficulty achieving a good result. It was especially true for magical classes. Within the standard 30-yard range, even a magical class expert who had reached the refinement realm could, at most, dodge 12 or 13 arrows simultaneously when they were at Tier 3. After all, the arrows were incredibly fast. With the arrows needing to cover a distance of only 30 yards, even if one managed to predict where the arrows would come from, there was still a limit to the responses one could make with a Tier 3 physique. "We'll start with 5 arrows for the first round," Shi Feng said. "Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." Immediately, 5 arrows launched into the air, each flying toward Wu Xiaoxiao from different directions. This drastically reduced the space Wu Xiaoxiao had to maneuver around, and she would have no choice but to improvise if she didn't want to get cornered. However, Wu Xiaoxiao didn't even blink when facing the 5 arrows. Calmly, she did a sidestep followed by a turn, her actions resulting in the 5 arrows grazing past the edges of her robe. The degree of control she had over her body had already reached a perfect level, and she did not execute even a single unnecessary movement. What a beautifully executed evasive maneuver, Liang Feng marveled. Is this Wu Xiaoxiao's current strength? Chen Zio clenched her fists when she saw the unfazed expression on Wu Xiaoxiao's face. Although she had already reached the refinement realm, she was still nothing but a joke compared to the current Wu Xiaoxiao. After Wu Xiaoxiao successfully dodged the first volley of arrows, the second volley of 10 arrows quickly followed. Meanwhile, the sight of 10 archers firing their arrows at Wu Xiaoxiao simultaneously stressed Wu Lingling and the other spectating students. Such a situation was even scarier than getting surrounded by 10 monsters. After all, even if 10 monsters surrounded them, only a few of these monsters could attack them at a time. However, that was not the case for the arrows launched by archers. Moreover, with all 10 arrows coming in from different directions, even if their minds managed to perceive the trajectory of these arrows, their bodies wouldn't be able to execute the necessary amount of responses to dodge all of them. However, unlike Wu Lingling and the others, Wu Xiaoxiao still didn't feel pressured when faced with the 10 oncoming arrows, similar to before. She moved about the podium leisurely as if she was dancing, her movements resulting in the arrows missing their mark and harmlessly grazing past her robe. It wasn't until the 4th volley of arrows that Wu Xiaoxiao got hit. Faced with 20 arrows flying at her simultaneously, Wu Xiaoxiao could no longer dodge all of them perfectly, so she chose to block a portion of them using her staff. However, in doing so, the resulting impact forced her body out of position, and she ended the round with 3 arrows in her body. The test also came to an end along with the 4th round. Even so, Wu Xiaoxiao's performance had stunned the spectating crowd, and everyone couldn't help but applaud her in admiration. 17 arrows! Wu Xiaoxiao is truly a terrifying genius. I was nowhere close to achieving such a result when I was still at the refinement realm, Qi Lianshen exclaimed. The arrow test was one of God's domain's more notorious strength tests. Typically, those capable of dodging 12 arrows were experts who had already reached the refinement realm, while those capable of dodging 18 arrows were flowing water realm experts. The fact that Wu Xiaoxiao had managed to dodge 17 arrows proved that she was already at the peak of the refinement realm, and that she was only half a step away from reaching the flowing water realm. Her previous statement of not having reached the flowing water realm's threshold was definitely false. "This is my current limit, Instructor Shi. May I know if there are any problems with my training method?" Wu Xiaoxiao asked Shi Feng as she got down from the podium. Wu Xiaoxiao felt that she had already done her best in this test. During the 4th round, she had perceived the trajectories of all 20 arrows. She had also executed all of her movements flawlessly. Yet she simply couldn't dodge all of the arrows. She found it hard to imagine what else she could have done to evade more arrows. "The problem is massive," Shi Feng said, shaking his head as he looked at Wu Xiaoxiao. "The reason why the flowing water realm is called as such is because the practitioner needs to keep their heart as calm as water and their body moving like flowing water. You've gotten the calm part down, but you've never even considered the other part. Rather than a player, you've treated yourself as a great mage instead." "But how can I possibly block those arrows?" Wu Xiaoxiao said, feeling somewhat unconvinced. She had tried blocking those arrows before. However, it was precisely because she tried to block them that she ended up breaking her stance after all. She was only a Tier 3 Great Mage, not a Tier 3 Berserker. Is that so? Seeing that Wu Xiaoxiao looked unconvinced, Shi Feng put on the auxiliary guidance helmet and said, "I will demonstrate it to you only once. How much you can gain from it is up to you." The super-large classroom's auxiliary guidance helmet allowed instructors to directly manipulate their students' in-game characters. Although the character's handling wouldn't be as smooth compared to a character controlled using a virtual gaming cabin, the owner of the controlled character could get a first-person's point of view of their character's movements. Upon receiving the prompt to share her character's control, Wu Xiaoxiao accepted it without hesitation. She was curious to see how a swordsman like Shi Feng would control a great mage to dodge all those arrows. Let's begin. After taking over Wu Xiaoxiao's character, Shi Feng promptly started the test again. Immediately, 5 arrows launched toward Shi Feng. However, instead of taking evasive maneuvers like Wu Xiaoxiao, Shi Feng swung the staff in his hand horizontally. Then, at a speed invisible to the naked eye, the 5 arrows bounced off course and struck the ground. Following the 5 arrows were 10 arrows, 15 arrows, 20 arrows, 30 arrows. Even though the arrows he faced kept increasing, Shi Feng did not move an inch from his position. He simply swung around the staff in his hand, knocking down every oncoming arrow before they could land on him. Moreover, his movements were so fast that they were practically invisible to the naked eye. It simply wasn't a speed the average Tier 3 Great Mage could achieve with their weapon. Even until the end of the test, Wu Xiaoxiao's character remained standing in its original position. The only difference was that a large number of arrows had appeared around its feet. Chapter 299D, Chapter 64, above the apex. Chapter 64, above the apex. This is a great mage. Liang Feng and Chen Ziyu couldn't believe their eyes when they looked at the arrows embedded in the ground around Wu Xiaoxiao's character. Magical classes were known for being made out of paper in God's domain. Moreover, they were also the weakest in strength and agility. This was because most, if not all, magical class players would invest the free attribute points they received from leveling up into intelligence. Thus, compared to classes that prioritized strength and agility, magical classes were vastly inferior in reaction speed and melee confrontations. Yet, when Shi Feng controlled Wu Xiaoxiao's character, rather than a great mage, the character performed as if it were a war god instead. How was this possible? Wu Xiaoxiao was also dumbfounded when she saw the arrows scattered around her character. Compared to Liang Feng and the other spectators, Wu Xiaoxiao had experienced firsthand the impact transmitted through the staff when Shi Feng deflected those arrows. Thus, she could tell that under Shi Feng's manipulation, the intensity of the impact was much lower than when she was the one manipulating the staff. However, compared to the significantly dampened impact force, what surprised her the most was the speed at which Shi Feng swung the staff. As a great mage, Wu Xiaoxiao could confidently say that she was the most knowledgeable out of everyone in the classroom regarding the limitations of a great mage. Meanwhile, based on her understanding, she knew that it should be physically impossible for a great mage to swing their staff fast enough to block even 15 arrows, let alone 30 arrows. However, after replaying Shi Feng's actions in her mind one more time, Wu Xiaoxiao suddenly came to a realization as she asked, "Is its strength as one?" "It's good that you understand," Shi Feng said, nodding after removing the auxiliary guidance helmet from his head. Previously, when Wu Xiaoxiao was dodging the arrows, she had indeed exerted perfect control over her body, using minimal movements to dodge the oncoming arrows. However, by separately manipulating her various body parts, Wu Xiaoxiao had forgotten that her body was actually one big mechanism. She might have succeeded in manipulating the various parts in this big mechanism without making any unnecessary movements, but she had failed to manipulate this mechanism as a whole. She had only used individual parts of her body to cope with the oncoming arrows instead of using her entire body. This was a common problem all magical class players faced. They might have top-tier control over their minute movements, but they failed to exert their entire body's strength to cope against attacks like melee players. Conversely, by virtue of how melee classes functioned, melee players had a much easier time reaching the flowing water realm. They only needed to learn how to exert minute control over their various body parts to reach the flowing water realm. Afterward, Wu Xiaoxiao looked at the arrows surrounding her again and smiled bitterly, saying, "But even if I achieve strength as one, I doubt I can perform to such an extent." She wasn't a fool. While Shi Feng had indeed performed the strength as one technique necessary to reach the flowing water realm, the average flowing water realm expert could only cope against 18 arrows. Yet, not only did Shi Feng manage to cope with 30 arrows, but he had also done so without evading any of them. He had thoroughly blocked all 30 arrows using his staff without moving a single step. It should be known that even Void Realm experts could only cope against 27 arrows after pushing strength as one to its limits. There was no way a Void Realm expert could deal with 30 arrows as easily as Shi Feng. There was no doubt that Shi Feng's combat standard had already reached the apex of God's domain. No, he might even be above the apex. Amazing, truly amazing. Qi Lianshan couldn't help but grow excited as he looked at Shi Feng. Never in my dreams did I imagine that such a mighty expert would appear in our Jinhai University. So this is the true flowing water realm.
This is the true flowing water realm?
Chen Ziyou's eyes also lit up with excitement. Previously, she had been wondering how she could further improve herself after reaching the refinement realm. After all, even her instructor, Qi Lianshan, didn't know the exact method to do so. The only solution he could offer was to train her control over her minute movements to its limits. However, after seeing Shi Feng's display, she already had an idea of how she should proceed. So this is the difference between the refinement realm and flowing water realm. Liang Feng also came to a realization when he heard Qi Lianshan's words. At the same time, though, he couldn't help but fall into thought as he wondered. But why would Shadow dismiss such an expert? Is Shadow crazy? However, Liang Feng didn't dwell too deeply into the matter, focusing on the class instead. Subsequently, Shi Feng started providing one-on-one guidance to the rest of the class. Even Qi Lianshan couldn't help but pose a few questions to Shi Feng. By the end of the class, everyone in the classroom had received a significant harvest. It was especially true for Liang Feng, becoming the second student after Chen Ziyou to reach the refinement realm under Shi Feng's guidance. Meanwhile, after the class ended, Qi Lianshan hurriedly approached Shi Feng, who was just about to exit the class, and asked, "Instructor Shi, may I know if you will allow people outside the academy to attend your class?" Chapter 29.1, Chapter 65, Rising Again in the Miniature Ancient World. Instructor Shi, may I know if you will allow people outside the academy to attend your class? Qi Lianshan sincerely asked as he looked at Shi Feng. Of course, I will pay the 10,000 academy points as usual. I will also pay for the expenses of this super-large classroom. People outside the academy? Shi Feng was a little surprised by Qi Lianshan's words. Is that allowed? The academy isn't against it. It is fine so long as the instructor agrees, Qi Lianshan explained. I know this is a troublesome request for you, but I really can't think of anyone else who can help my niece, Instructor Shi. Upon hearing Qi Lianshan's words, the students and instructors in the hallway fell silent. Am I dreaming? Instructor Qi is actually asking Instructor Shi to teach his niece. What's wrong with Instructor Qi's niece? You might not know it since you're a freshman, but Instructor Qi's niece is someone amazing. She used to be a genius mythology, specifically went out of its way to recruit, and she had already reached the refinement realm at the age of 16. However, for some reason, she stopped improving after entering mythology. Eventually, mythology kicked her out, and she is now attending Tianshu University's God's Domain Academy, the #1 academy in our province. She still hasn't resolved this problem even until now. Seeing that Instructor Qi is asking Instructor Shi for help, does that mean Instructor Shi has a solution? That's most likely the case. This is Instructor Qi we are talking about after all. The fact that he made such a request shows that he acknowledges Instructor Shi's abilities. The bystanders exchanged words with one another, and everyone couldn't help but look at Shi Feng with curious gazes. They wondered what abilities Shi Feng possessed to receive Qi Lianshan's acknowledgement. At the same time, they also came to understand that from today onward, their God's Domain Academy would probably be welcoming its 5th senior instructor. After all, apart from Qi Lianshan, Wu Xiaoxiao and 2 of the Academy's 4 heavenly kings also acknowledged and revered Shi Feng greatly. This was more than enough to show how high Shi Feng's teaching standard was. "Okay, you can bring her over the next time I have a class," Shi Feng said after thinking it over. Accepting Qi Lianshan's request wouldn't do him much harm, and he could also save on a significant expense. "Thanks a lot, Instructor Shi." Yu Lianshan was overjoyed when he heard Shi Feng's answer. Immediately, he bid goodbye to Shi Feng and ran to contact his niece to have her hurry over to Jinhai City. Subsequently, when Shi Feng arrived downstairs and was about to exit the teaching block, Luo Tiansheng suddenly appeared in his way with a gloomy and manic look on his face. "You've really hidden yourself well, Shi Feng. I didn't expect you to have this kind of ability." "It seems President Lan and I have underestimated you," Luo Tiansheng said, sneering as he glared at Shi Feng. "First it was Wu Lingling, then it was Chen Xiu. Now, even Wu Xiaoxiao and Qi Lianshan are treating you with respect. You really are basking in glory right now. Unfortunately, what use is there for you to have glory alone? President Lan originally only planned to put some pressure on you. However, President Lan is very angry now that you've made Shadow lose face. I heard that Blackie and the others were involved in getting you into Jinhai University. What are you trying to say?" Shi Feng suddenly had a bad premonition. "Nothing. You are now a celebrity at Jinhai University. What can Shadow possibly do to you?" Luo Tiansheng said, smiling. "The most we can do is take away Blackie and the others' accounts and drive them out of Shadow. After all, a small place like Shadow can't afford to accommodate big shots like you." Shadow was indeed incapable of doing anything to Shi Feng right now. However, it was different for Blackie and Shi Feng's other close friends. How ruthless of Lan Heilong. "Blackie and the others have not done anything to betray Shadow," Shi Feng said, his expression turning cold when he thought about his brother-in-arms. Unlike him, Blackie and the others didn't have much money saved up. While it was true that they earned much higher wages than the average white-collar worker, they had also invested a lot of money into God's domain. Thus, they didn't get to save a lot of money throughout these years. Blackie and the others were no longer young. If they suddenly lost their income source and the accounts they've operated for all these years, even making a living would become a problem for them in the future. "Who told them to be involved with you?" Luo Tiansheng laughed. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for behaving arrogantly. President Lan wouldn't have gotten so angry if you hadn't behaved excessively in the academy and made Shadow into a laughingstock. Good, very good." Shi Feng also laughed. Then he narrowed his eyes and said, "I didn't plan to deal with you people if you didn't provoke me. But since Lan Heilong wants to play, tell this to him for me. Since I can bring up Shadow to its current state, I can naturally make it disappear from God's domain as well." "Good. I'll be sure to relay these words." After saying so, Luo Tiansheng let out a contemptuous laugh and walked away. The current Shadow was no longer the same as before. The guild now had world domination backing it. Let alone Wu Xiaoxiao and Qi Lianshan. Even the Soulfire Adventurer team couldn't make Shadow disappear from God's domain. Meanwhile, after Luo Tiansheng left, Shi Feng promptly gave Blackie a call. "Brother Feng, what's with the sudden call?" the slightly chubby Blackie asked in surprise. "I heard about your matter already," with an apologetic look on his face, Shi Feng said. "It's all my fault that you guys—" "What are you talking about, Brother Feng? How can this be your fault? Lan Heilong would have found some other reason to get rid of us old people even without your matter. Moreover, we have long since felt dissatisfied with that ungrateful bastard. He has no ability whatsoever, yet he wants to blindly issue commands every day. We can't be happier now that we've left Shadow," Blackie said nonchalantly. "Also, so what if we've left Shadow with our abilities? What guild wouldn't want to recruit us?" However, despite Blackie's words, Shi Feng knew that it wouldn't be easy for Blackie and the others to join a good guild. It was especially true now that they were in their 30s. While it was true that there were no age restrictions for players to develop their combat standards in God's domain, the brain activity of players would deteriorate once they entered their 30s. It would become much more difficult for such players to reach higher combat standards in God's domain. The various powers in God's domain would rather recruit youngsters whose combat standards were only at the trial tower's 5th floor than recruit older experts at the 6th or 7th floor standards. It was especially true if these older experts used to belong to other guilds. There was no saying whether these experts might be secretly working as spies. It just so happens that I have something I want to tell you guys. They recently formed a guild, so I'm wondering if you are interested in joining. Chapter 200,992, Chapter 66, One Reason. Chapter 66, One Reason. You formed a guild, Brother Feng? Blackie was momentarily stunned when he heard Shi Feng's words. Then, immediately afterward, he revealed an excited look as he said, "That's great, we'll definitely join you. Our initial plan was to contact you about joining the guild Qianliu is forming anyway. With this, we can start something big in the miniature ancient world." Su Qianliu is also forming a guild. Old memories started surfacing in Shi Feng's mind when he heard this name. Ice Queen Su Qianliu. She was one of Shadow's 5 demon generals, and she was also one of the guild's few rare beauties. Lan Heilong's cousin brother had fervently tried to pursue Su Qianliu initially, and Lan Heilong had also put a lot of pressure onto her to coerce her into entering a relationship with his cousin. Eventually, Su Qianliu got fed up with the harassment, choosing to delete her account and leave Shadow. At the time, many of Shadow's outer members were Su Qianliu's fans, so upon learning of her departure, these players also left Shadow and formed an adventurer team with Su Qianliu. When Su Qianliu left, Shi Feng would often have Blackie secretly siphon some of Shadow's resources to help Su Qianliu's adventurer team. As a result, Su Qianliu's adventurer team quickly made a name for themselves in the Black Dragon Empire and received many recruitment offers from large guilds. However, as far as Shi Feng recalled, Su Qianliu never agreed to merge her adventurer team with any guild. "Qianliu does have such intentions," Blackie answered. "Now that the miniature ancient world has just opened, she thinks it's a good opportunity to set up a new guild. She has long since started preparing for this, and she has even found several investors. I heard the total investment capital she got is quite significant. Now all that's left is to form a guild in the miniature ancient world and decide which NPC city to develop in. When Shanlu learned that we had left Shadow, she contacted us and asked us about joining her. She even said that it'd be best if I could get you to join her as well. Now that everyone's in agreement, we can start a conquest in the miniature ancient world together." "She's already found investors?" A slight frown formed on Shi Feng's face. "These investors are betting a lot on the miniature ancient world. Each of them has promised at least several $100 million to Qianliu. We can even set up our headquarters in Jinhai City's city center with that kind of money. Moreover, with this capital, not only can we start guild operations immediately, but we can also recruit a bunch of independent experts. I believe it won't take more than 2 months before we can establish a foothold in the miniature ancient world," Blackie said in a passionate tone. Seeing that Blackie was about to continue speaking, Shi Feng quickly interrupted him and said, "I don't intend on taking any investments for the guild formed, Blackie." "No investments?" Blackie couldn't help but take a second look at Shi Feng when he heard Shi Feng's words. "Brother Feng, things are no longer the same as when God's domain first launched. Back then, everyone only treated God's domain as another game, but God's domain has already become an integral part of real life. Even if the miniature ancient world's launch is a good opportunity to establish a guild, you should know that establishing a guild costs a lot of money. If we don't offer enough benefits, there's no way we can attract any players to join. Not to mention, before the guild starts making a profit, the guild still needs to feed a bunch of people." "I understand," Shi Feng nodded. Then he smiled and said, "But I will think of a solution for these problems. So, are you still willing to join my guild after learning about my decision?" Shi Feng naturally knew about the various problems one would meet when establishing a guild in God's domain, which was why he chose to establish the Candlelight Hotel first. After all, maintaining a guild wasn't an easy task. It was especially true when the guild still lacked their own territory and guild town. He couldn't possibly ask the guild's members to work for free. People still needed to live, What is the guild's name? Blackie curiously asked, instead of answering, Zero Wing.
It is currently a small guild with only a few members, Shi Feng said.
Zero Wing? Nodding, Blackie said. Good name. I'll contact the others right away and meet up with you in the game.
Sure. Come over to 100 Flow City and I'll take you guys out to level, Shi Feng said, smiling.
It's a deal, Blackie said with a helpless smile, but I'll also have to go talk to Qianlu about this. She came to us with sincerity, after all. Do you have a way to get her to join us? Shi Feng asked.
If she joins us, it'll boost our guild's management and overall strength significantly.
Su Qianlu used to be one of Shadow's 5 demon generals, so her combat standards and talent naturally went without saying. She only failed to realize her true potential because she failed to get sufficient resources during her time with Shadow. During Shi Feng's previous life, Su Qianlu had been a bona fide Tier 5 Apex expert in Zero Wing. If he could get Su Qianlu to join Zero Wing again, it would undoubtedly help him a lot, this.
I'm afraid it'll be difficult, Blackie said, shaking his head.
You should know that she has her own team now, Brother Feng. She needs to be responsible for those people. Moreover, it had taken her great pains to persuade those investors. Getting her to abandon those investors to join us will be very tough, unless we can provide her with a convincing enough reason. There is absolutely no way she will take the risk. A convincing reason? After thinking for a moment, Shi Feng smiled and said, Sure. Give her a call, and I'll give her a convincing reason. Chapter 29093, Chapter 67. Zero Wing's Benefits. Chapter 67, Zero Wing's Benefits. Miniature Ancient World, 100 Flow City. Roughly 30 to 50,000 new players appeared in the city's magnificent and ancient plaza every day. The huge influx of players quickly turned the city that used to be dominated by NPCs into a city dominated by players. So, this is the miniature ancient world? The mana here is so dense, so this is why the various powers are desperately trying to get in on the action. Among the hundreds of players that had just appeared in the plaza, a few dozen players wearing beginner's gear looked around with hopeful and curious looks on their faces. Unlike most of the players around them, these several dozen players looked to be in their 30s on average. Some of them even looked like they were 35 years old or older. These players could be regarded as older generation players in the current god's domain. Blackie, does the guild leader plan on developing in this place?
This isn't a bad place. The player traffic here is comparable to royal capitals. It'll be much easier for us to recruit players in the future. But we came here a few days later than everyone else. We don't even have any good equipment right now either. I'm afraid we'll have to work overtime if we want to catch up. Does the guild leader have any arrangements in mind, Blackie? The group of veteran players asked questions one after another as they looked at the slightly chubby man standing at the head of their group, their faces filled with expectations. Since Brother Feng asked us to come here, he should be planning on using this place as a base, Blackie said, smiling when he saw everyone's enthusiasm. Although Brother Feng says that he has already established his guild, I still don't know what the exact situation surrounding it is. We should apply to join the guild first and see what arrangements Brother Feng has for us. Everyone nodded and followed Blackie to the Adventurers Association. Then they applied to join Zero Wing. Meanwhile, Shi Feng, who was planning the guild's management system and point system in the Adventurer Association's temporary guild lounge, couldn't help but smile when he saw Blackie entering the lounge. Aren't you moving a little too fast? I just finished setting the guild regulations, yet you've brought everyone here already anyway. Come and take a look at the regulations I've set. Creating a guild wasn't an easy task. It was especially important to get the guild's organizational structure and promotion system right during the guild's inception. If these matters weren't handled properly, it would lead to big problems when more players joined the guild in the future. However, Shi Feng was already familiar with these matters, so it didn't take much effort for him to write everything down. After reading the regulations Shi Feng had set, Blackie couldn't help but frown and said, Guild leader, I think your requirements for members are too high. You're asking for combat standards at the Trial Tower's 5th floor late stage just for outer members. That's higher than even the ordinary expert standard right now.
You can become at least an internal member in a third-rate guild with such standards. You're even asking for the 6th floor middle stage standard for official members and the 7th floor early stage standard for internal members. Blackie felt that Shi Feng was joking when he read the various rank requirements. It should be known that even veteran players like themselves were only at the 7th floor early stage standard. Meanwhile, they were already considered first-rate experts in God's domain. Otherwise, Su Qianlu wouldn't have invited them to create a guild together. In the current God's domain, a first-rate expert could receive an elite member's treatment at the very least in a first-rate guild, while most would receive the treatment of core members. In a small guild, a first-rate expert would be granted the position of guild executive or vice commander of a legion. Yet in Zero Wing, first-rate experts were only qualified to become internal members. These requirements are indeed a little high for the current God's domain, Shi Feng said, not surprised by Blackie's evaluation. However, he didn't continue elaborating on the matter. Instead, he smiled and asked, "How did your talk with Su Qianlu go?" "She says she wants to meet and talk in detail first, but we need to go to Rock Devil City first. Also, she is currently in a meeting with the investors, so it'll take another 6 or 7 hours before she can meet us," Blackie said, shaking his head, judging by her response. "I think it'll be tough to sway her thoughts. After all, she has over $1 billion in investments dangled in front of her." "It's fine, so long as she has agreed to meet," Shi Feng said with a faint smile. "Since we have another 6 hours to waste, go and gather everyone. Since everyone trusts me so much, I naturally can't mistreat you all. Guild leader, don't tell me you're planning on digging up your life savings for us." When Blackie heard Shi Feng's words, he hurriedly said, "We might not have saved up a lot all these years. We can still make do with what we have. You don't need to dig into your pockets." Seeing Blackie's anxious look, Shi Feng laughed and said, "What are you talking about? Do you think I have that much money? Didn't you think that I set the guild's standards too high just now? I'm planning to let you guys see whether the benefits our guild offers are worth the high requirements. Is that the case? I'll call them over then." Blackie nodded and left the lounge. A short time later, 63 players gathered in the lounge. Every one of these players used to be a first-rate expert in Shadow, and a few of them were even team leaders and vice-team leaders in Shadow's main force in the past. If it weren't for their growing age and stagnating development, Lan Heilong wouldn't have been so ruthless as to dismiss so many first-rate experts from the guild at a time. "What did you call us over for, guild leader? Are we going out to grind?" Everyone revealed excited expressions when they looked at Shi Feng. Ever since Shi Feng became Shadow's guild leader, they never really got the opportunity to team up anymore. So it had been a very, very long time since they last teamed up and grinded together. "No, I only called you here to distribute the guild's internal member benefits to you," Shi Feng said, shaking his head. "I believe all of you should be aware of the miniature ancient world's uniqueness. Here, you get the opportunity to reconstruct your mana bodies. Our guild might not have a lot of funds or resources right now, but our guild has a mana legacy that can help you construct a better mana body." After saying so, Shi Feng took out the memory crystals he had prepared beforehand and distributed one to every person in the room. "This is a mana technique? Am I dreaming? Aren't mana techniques supposed to be incredibly rare? Even first-rate guilds hardly have any." When Blackie and the others saw the Holy Annihilation mana technique recorded in the memory crystals, they couldn't help but doubt their eyes. "Did you rob a god's treasury, guild leader?" Blackie asked, his face filled with an indescribable sense of shock as he looked at Shi Feng. It should be known that mana techniques were one of the best methods available for players to improve their control over mana, and every copy of a mana technique was worth over 10,000 gold. Yet Shi Feng had brought out 63 copies. However, Shi Feng simply chuckled and did not answer Blackie's question. "Instead," he said, "we don't have a lot of time, so quickly learn it and head to the Colosseum to reconstruct your mana bodies. We still need to meet with Su Qianlu and give her a convincing reason." "Right. Time is limited." Blackie also revealed an excited expression like the others after hearing Shi Feng's words. "We'll go right away." Chapter 2994. Chapter 68. Shi Feng's Means. Chapter 68. Shi Feng's Means. Due to the rarity of mana domain legacies in God's domain, even geniuses nurtured by the various superpowers had difficulty getting their hands on one. After Blackie and the others received the memory crystals from Shi Feng, every one of them eagerly rented an advanced training room in the Adventurers Association to inherit the Holy Annihilation mana technique. Then, in less than an hour, everyone had successfully digested all of the information contained in the memory crystals. "What's the rank of this mana technique of yours, guild leader?" "It feels so powerful. I never thought you could use mana in such a way." "I can't believe this mana technique uses multiple magic arrays to channel the various individual elements and utilize them simultaneously," Blackie said, an ecstatic expression on his face after he processed the information he just inherited. Although Holy Annihilation was a sword technique, the method in which the technique made use of mana was simply astounding. It was completely different from how he made use of mana normally. Even if he wasn't a swordsman player, he still benefited significantly from the technique. "How is it? Are you confident in improving your mana body now?" Shi Feng asked, chuckling when he saw Blackie's excited look. Nobody had a better idea than he did regarding the might of the Holy Annihilation technique. After all, it was the ultimate technique of the Heavenly Blue Saint. It should be known that the title of Saint was granted only to people who had reached the extremities of a particular field. Even among Tier 6 gods, one would rarely find anyone capable of achieving such a feat. When competing in their respective fields of expertise, saints were stronger than even gods' advanced silver. With my current grasp over mana and combat standard, I should have no problem securing an advanced silver mana body, Blackie said excitedly. Meanwhile, upon hearing Blackie's answer, everyone else present also started wearing hopeful and expectant looks on their faces. In the past, acquiring a silver mana body was nothing more than a dream for them. Even the strongest among them had only managed to acquire an advanced bronze mana body. Meanwhile, it should be known that most Tier 4 experts only possessed basic silver mana bodies. There were even some Tier 5 experts with silver mana bodies only. If they could secure themselves an advanced silver mana body, now reaching Tier 4 would no longer be a dream. Advanced silver? Shi Feng shook his head when he heard Blackie's answer. "It's still a little low. If you want to accomplish anything big in the future, you'll need to have a gold mana body at the very least. Gold." Blackie was rendered speechless momentarily when he heard Shi Feng's words. How can that be possible? Setting aside our control over mana, our combat standards don't even meet the mark. When he was still working in Shadow's middle management, he had researched the miniature Ancient World's Colosseum. While it was true that the miniature Ancient World granted everyone a chance to reconstruct their mana body, it wasn't easy to secure this opportunity. If players wanted to acquire a gold mana body, they'd have to take on the Colosseum's Gold Challenge. Meanwhile, the Gold Challenge placed a high requirement on players' combat standards. At the very least, one needed to be a half-step refinement realm expert geared in top-tier equipment to pass the Gold Challenge. Currently, he was merely at the Trial Tower's 7th floor middle stage standard. He was still a little ways off from reaching the half-step refinement realm standard. He was also geared in beginner's equipment only. In his current state, the best he could do was complete the Silver Challenge. Meanwhile, everyone else also nodded in agreement with Blackie's words. They would naturally try to obtain a gold mana body if they could. Unfortunately, God's domain was a cruel place. Oftentimes, even if a treasure was placed right before one's eyes, one wouldn't be able to acquire it if one lacked strength. The Colosseum might not allow others to take on the challenge on the challenger's behalf, but it doesn't prohibit others from providing guidance from the side. I'll be instructing you all afterward. Although I can't guarantee that every one of you will make it, I can at least give you the possibility of passing, Shi Feng said, smiling when he saw everyone's lack of confidence. Give us the possibility of passing. Blackie couldn't help but think that Shi Feng was joking with him when he heard Shi Feng's words. He also couldn't help but grow a little confused by Shi Feng's recent behavior. It felt like Shi Feng had become an entirely different person. It was especially true when he learned that Wu Xiaoxiao and Qi Lianshan had attended Shi Feng's class. It should be known that Wu Xiaoxiao was a bona fide refinement realm expert,
while Qi Lianshan was a former flowing water realm expert. However, even if Shi Feng possessed incredible teaching abilities, it was still too far-fetched to say that his pointers could help them pass the gold challenge. It should be known that combat at the Tier 3 standard happened at very fast speeds. Life and death could be decided within an instant. Although having someone stronger providing guidance from the side would indeed help a little, the amount of help one could receive through this method was limited. "Let's just go and give it a try first," Shi Feng said, not bothering to explain himself any further. "Even if we fail, we'll only lose a few coins. An ordinary expert's guidance might achieve limited results, but a domain realm expert's pointers were a different story. A domain realm expert possessed inhuman control over their surroundings, so it was entirely possible for them to guide others as if they were manipulating their own weapons. Although the effectiveness would be reduced significantly, a domain realm expert manipulating someone could achieve combat standards surpassing the half-step refinement realm standard. Not to mention, Blackie and the others were already close to reaching the half-step refinement realm standard. This would make it even easier to manipulate them. While Shi Feng couldn't help them complete the epic challenge, completing the gold challenge wasn't out of the question. Blackie and the others might have their combat standards stuck on the trial tower's 7th floor standard. They possessed a wealth of combat experience. Their knowledge over terrain utilization, combat tactics, skill and spell usage, and mana control were comparable to that of younger refinement realm experts. Hence, Shi Feng decided to give helping them a try. Meanwhile, everyone felt that Shi Feng's words made sense, so they quickly followed Shi Feng to the Colosseum. Chapter 295, Chapter 69, Monstrous Mana. Chapter 69, Monstrous Mana. Miniature Ancient World, Rock Devil City. As a city situated deep in the mountains, Rock Devil City sat at the top of a mountain, overlooking the surrounding mountains while surrounded by a thin layer of mist. Due to the magnificent scenery here, Rock Devil City became crowded with players only a few days after the Miniature Ancient World's opening. Now, the city's player population had already exceeded 10 million, and it could be considered above average among the nearly 1,000 cities in the entire Miniature Ancient World. Apart from the magnificent scenery, Rock Devil City also had something other NPC cities did not. The Thousand Stars Tower. The Thousand Stars Tower was an ancient construction that measured several thousand meters in height. It was also because of this tower's presence that many powers had chosen to establish their base here. The Thousand Stars Tower was essentially a supersized hotel. So long as one could afford the rent, one could rent a residence inside the tower that could accommodate a large number of players. These residences were rentable guild residences, in a sense. Meanwhile, in the middle zone of the Thousand Stars Tower, several hundred players clad in level 100 dark gold equipment had gathered in a residence the size of a large shop. These players were of varying ages, with the youngest being only 20 years old, while the oldest was already in their 50s. All of these players carried a decisive air around them, and one could tell that these people were veterans of combat at a glance. They were undoubtedly experts who had experienced numerous life or death trials. They were completely different from the sheltered talents nurtured by the various large guilds. "Is there even a need to talk with them, Commander?" a bald, middle-aged guardian knight asked as he looked at the elegant and lovely woman before him. The level 102 guardian knight looked like he was in his mid-40s, and he wore dark gray, heavy armor while carrying a spear and a shield on his back. Of course, the woman wearing a noble light blue robe said, sipping on a cup of refreshing tea as she looked at the mountains outside the window. "We were only able to form an adventurer team in the Black Dragon Empire back then because of Blackie and the guild leader secretly supporting us. We're also in need of experts currently. Now that they've been kicked out of Shadow, it's a good opportunity for us. But by the looks of it, the guild leader plans to operate without investors." "How are we supposed to negotiate with him?" the bald knight said. "The current God's domain is no longer the same as 10 years ago. Establishing a large guild is even more difficult than establishing a listed company. Every aspect of a guild requires money. I'd have no comments if he has money, but does he have any, though? Moreover, even if he does have the money, I still don't think he is qualified to be the guild leader." Times have changed, and strength is everything now. He is no more than a Tier 3 expert, even at his peak, and his combat standard is at the half-step refinement realm at maximum. How can he compare to you, Commander? Hearing the Guardian Knight's words, the several hundred players nearby nodded their heads in agreement. At present, Su Qianlu had already become an expert standing at the peak of Tier 4, and she was a well-known expert even in the Black Dragon Empire. She was completely different from when she was still one of Shadow's 5 demon generals. It was also because of her strength that those investors were willing to invest so much money into helping them establish a guild. That's different. I only got lucky and made a breakthrough, Su Qianlu said, shaking her head. I am not interested in the guild leader position either, personally. I'd prefer if we could pull the guild leader and the others to our side. That way, our guild will have a more stable time developing. If that's your decision, we will naturally comply, the Guardian Knight said, sighing. Then he chuckled and continued. Also, you don't have to worry about convincing them. After all, they have no idea how strong we are right now. They probably still think that we are a weak adventurer team. Shadow was based in the Starmoon Kingdom, so it was utterly unaware of how their adventurer team fared in the Black Dragon Empire and how much improvement their adventurer team had made. Initially, their adventurer team had only started as a small group of several hundred players. Now, though, the adventurer team already had several thousand members. Moreover, their adventurer team even had 3 refinement realm experts, 10 half-step refinement realm experts, and nearly 200 first-rate experts. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that their adventurer team's main force was stronger than even Shadow's main force. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to Rock Devil City and been able to occupy a residence in the Thousand Stars Tower's middle zone. After all, the cost of renting a residence here was 100,000 gold and 100,000 magic crystals per month. Isn't it almost the appointed time? Why aren't they here yet? Do they really think we have a lot of time on our hands? A tall and beautiful girl carrying a 2-handed saber that was as long as she was tall said in dissatisfaction. Just wait a little bit longer, Su Qianlu said as she looked at the impatient girl. Then the corners of her mouth curved up slightly as she continued, By the way, I heard that you'd made significant improvements again recently, Snow. Even Firecloud says that he is no longer a match for you. I guess it won't be long before you become our adventurer team's #1 expert. The beautiful girl was named Happy Snow, and she was their adventurer team's pride. Not only did she reach the refinement realm at a young age, but she had even mastered an advanced combat technique. Her talent was comparable to that of the various superpowers' top-tier geniuses. Meanwhile, the fact that she managed to defeat Firecloud, a vice-commander in their adventurer team, further validated her strength. You're making fun of me again, big sis Qianlu, Happy Snow said. Then she glared at the bald Guardian Knight, who was scratching his head awkwardly, and she said, I only won because Uncle Firecloud let me. He never fights me seriously. While Su Qianlu and her companions were chatting merrily with each other, several dozen people appeared outside the residence's courtyard. They're finally here, Firecloud, the bald Guardian Knight said when he saw Shi Feng's group walking into the courtyard. Then, in a contemptuous tone, he said, It seems they brought quite a few first-rate experts with them. Unfortunately, they are overestimating themselves if they think they can convince us with just that. After saying so, Firecloud snapped his finger. Immediately afterward, the players standing around him stopped suppressing their auras exploding forth like an erupting volcano. Many of the players walking on the street outside the residence were even frightened by this situation, putting on a show of power. Shi Feng couldn't help but smile and shake his head when he noticed Firecloud and the others unleashing their auras simultaneously. All right, then. Blackie. It's best if you show them who's stronger. Roger. Blackie immediately grew excited when he heard Shi Feng's words. Then he turned around and said, Brothers, no need to be polite with them. As soon as Blackie finished speaking, the Zero Wing members present quietly nodded and stopped suppressing their auras and mana as well. Boom. Immediately, with Zero Wing's members as the center, a towering pillar of mana visible to the naked eye appeared in the middle of the courtyard. The terrifying aura Zero Wing's members radiated also drowned out the auras of Firecloud and the others. This? How? How is this possible? Firecloud couldn't believe his eyes when he looked at Blackie and the others. Chapter 296, Chapter 70, Mana Bodies Galore. Chapter 70, Mana Bodies Galore. How can they release such strong mana? This mana? What are the ranks of their mana bodies? Shock filled the hearts of Firecloud and the others as they looked at Blackie's group of 63. At the same time, they couldn't help but grow curious and confused. Everyone present was a veteran expert in God's domain, so they knew that mana radiating from a player's body could only come from two sources. The first source was weapons and equipment that housed powerful mana. The second source was the mana contained within the player's mana body. Typically, weapons and equipment that carried powerful mana were fragmented legendary items at the very least, and few were epic items. The miniature ancient world had only opened recently, so fragmented legendary items couldn't possibly appear among players yet. As for epic weapons and equipment that carried powerful mana, every article was incredibly rare. Even first-rate guilds wouldn't have more than a handful of such epic items. Hence, there was only one explanation for the powerful mana that Blackie and the others radiated. The mana body. Only by having powerful mana bodies could Blackie and the others manipulate and radiate such powerful mana. The mana they currently radiated was so strong that it had elevated the mana density in the courtyard by a small margin. At this time, Su Qianliu's eyes suddenly flashed purple as she scanned Blackie and the others. Immediately afterward, a look of shock appeared on her face. "What's their situation, Big Sis Qianliu?" Happy Snow asked curiously when she noticed Su Qianliu using her special identification skill. Su Qianliu didn't try to hide the information she just discovered as she said, 14 gold mana bodies and 49 peak silver mana bodies. 14 gold mana bodies and 49 peak silver mana bodies. Happy Snow's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to look at Blackie and the others. "Uncle Firecloud, didn't you say that they were people Shadow dismissed?" Mana bodies served as the foundation of players in God's domain. The stronger a player's mana body, the sturdier their foundation and the greater their future growth potential. So long as an expert possessed an advanced silver mana body, even if they weren't a genius, first-rate guilds would still cultivate them as if they were geniuses. The reason for this was simple. So long as said expert's combat standard reached the Trial Tower's 7th floor middle stage, it was almost certain that they could reach Tier 4 if they had sufficient resources. As for the peak silver mana body, which was also the mana body Su Qianliu had reconstructed through the Colosseum, it granted players the foundation to reach Tier 5. Even in the various superpowers, an ordinary expert with a peak silver mana body would receive priority training on par with top-tier geniuses. As for the gold mana body, that was something unattainable by the average expert. At least, that should have been the case. After all, even among the various superpowers, less than 1/3 of their peak experts possessed a gold mana body. Normally, even the various superpowers dared not dismiss a group of experts with such powerful mana bodies, let alone a second-rate guild. Yet Shadow had done exactly that. At this time, Firecloud had no idea how to answer Happy Snow's question. After all, he too failed to process the current situation. For a moment, he even suspected whether Shi Feng and the others were the same people he knew. According to his understanding, Shadow didn't even have the ability to muster such a force, much less have the leeway to dismiss it. While Firecloud and the others were still feeling shocked and confused, Shi Feng raised his hand and signaled for Blackie and the others to retract their mana. Then he turned to Su Qianliu and said, "Qianliu, I believe Blackie has already told you the details of the situation, so I won't repeat them. All I want to know is whether you are willing to join us right now." This. Su Qianliu grew hesitant when she heard Shi Feng's straightforward question. Meanwhile, seeing Su Qianliu's hesitance, Blackie advised, "Don't hesitate, Qianliu. Nothing can go wrong with following Brother Feng. Isn't it just a bunch of credits? So long as we have strength, would we need to worry about earning credits?" Firecloud, who had strongly advocated for Su Qianliu to give up on Shi Feng's group previously, had surprisingly chosen to remain silent right now.
He simply stood aside and waited for Su Qianliu's answer. Firecloud wasn't the only one who took such a stance. At this time, the other members of Su Qianliu's adventurer team had also turned to look at their commander with expectant gazes. They might have written off Shi Feng's guild previously, but after seeing Blackie and the others, they'd be blind, deaf, and retarded if they couldn't see Zero Wing's potential. It should be known that Blackie and the others were all first-rate experts. With the current mana bodies they possessed, at least 90% of them would reach Tier 4 in the future. In other words, Zero Wing would have at least 50 Tier 4 experts under its command. Only pseudo-first-rate guilds and above could possibly field such a force. In comparison, the guild they were creating could, at best, reach the third-rate standard after 2 or 3 months of development, and that was under the condition that they had ample financial support. Meanwhile, unless Su Qianliu or Happy Snow could reach Tier 5, their guild would, at most, develop into a top-tier second-rate guild in the future. "Don't look at me like that. I know what you guys are trying to say," Su Qianliu said, a bitter smile on her face as she shook her head. Then she looked at Shi Feng and continued. "Guild leader, I can agree to join Zero Wing with my team. But if I do so, I'm afraid we'll lose the chance to enter the ancient demon court that we found." "Ancient demon court? There's an ancient demon court here?" Shi Feng's eyes lit up with excitement when he heard Su Qianliu's words. However, he quickly suppressed his restless heart as he asked, "Can you elaborate on the situation, Qianliu?" At this moment, apart from Shi Feng, Blackie and the others also grew excited when they heard the mention of an ancient demon court. An ancient demon court, that was something that had set off many wars in God's domain in the past. As the name Ancient Demon implied, ancient demons were demon gods that had existed since the birth of God's domain. They were ancient demon gods, so to say. Meanwhile, the strength of these ancient demon gods varied significantly, with the stronger ones rivaling gods and the weaker ones rivaling inferior dragons. A portion of God's domain's archaic species were also the descendants of these ancient demon gods. During ancient times, demon gods were one of the pinnacle races in God's domain. They possessed their own civilization, and ancient demon courts were towns and cities in which these demon gods resided. Needless to say, the treasures and legacies available in these ancient demon gods were incredibly abundant. However, the ancient demon courts weren't just simple treasure troves. As someone who had experienced the greater god's domain, Shi Feng knew much more about the ancient demon courts than Blackie and the others. On the surface, the ancient demon courts might seem like the residence of demon gods, but they were far more complicated than that. The existence of the ancient demon courts involved core secrets of God's domain, and one example of these secrets was the demise of the ancient demon gods. Chapter 297, Chapter 71, Ancient Demon Court. Chapter 71, Ancient Demon Court. The Book of Ends, stored in the Fire Dragon Empire's library, recorded some information on ancient demon gods. The ancient demon gods were a race that used to rival dragons, and the race was only second to the god race. Yet, as powerful as they were, the ancient demon gods had suddenly vanished from God's domain within a span of less than a year, leaving behind only descendants with trace bloodlines. Meanwhile, it was also because of the ancient demon god's disappearance that God's domain's ancient era came to an end. However, only after gaining access to the greater God's domain did Shi Feng understand part of the reason why the ancient demon gods had disappeared from God's domain. The ancient demon gods had touched upon God's domain's forbidden technologies. Meanwhile, these forbidden technologies laid slumbering in the various ancient demon courts, and they were the main reason why the greater God's domain's various powerhouses had desperately searched for ancient demon courts. After all, some of these powerhouses had only managed to gain their achievements and status in the greater God's domain, thanks to the forbidden technologies they acquired from ancient demon courts. During Shi Feng's previous life, due to his subworld lacking knowledge about the ancient demon courts, they hadn't put much importance on exploring and exploiting the various ancient demon courts found. As a result, when they gained access to the greater God's domain, the various outer world powers had severely oppressed them, and they had very nearly lost their subworld and their spot in the competition between parallel worlds. Shi Feng never thought that he would come across an ancient demon court so quickly in this life. So how could he not be excited by this piece of news? The reason why I managed to attract so many investors was mainly because of this ancient demon court, Su Qianlu said, sighing. The value of an ancient demon court goes without saying. It is especially true when it is located in the miniature ancient world. Those investors naturally know this as well. However, you should also know that exploiting an ancient demon court isn't an easy task. You can't even get past the entrance without sufficient strength. So, the joint exploration of the ancient demon court was listed as one of the conditions in the partnership contract. In exchange for funding our guild, we will have to share the ancient demon court's harvests with those corporations. At the same time, those corporations will be sending the main force of the first-rate guilds they have shares in to help us in exploiting the ancient demon court. After discussion, we settled for a 70-30 split in their favor. I already signed the contract and told them the ancient demon court's location yesterday. They have even scouted out the area already. If we renege on the contract now, they can simply remove us from the equation and monopolize the ancient demon court for themselves. They also have the strength to do that. You should have told us sooner if you found an ancient demon court Qianlu, Blackie said with a pained expression. The miniature ancient world had only been open for a few days, so it meant that Su Qianlu had only discovered the ancient demon court not long ago. They could have secretly monopolized the ancient demon court if she had told them about her discovery earlier. Hearing Blackie's words, Firecloud said in dissatisfaction, "What can we do about it? How were we supposed to know about your potential? Now that things are already like this, if we want to acquire the ancient demon court's resources, we will have no choice but to accept their investment. They will only get 49% of the guild's shares anyway. We still hold the right to make decisions with 51% of the shares." Upon hearing Firecloud's words, Su Qianlu and Blackie looked toward Shi Feng for a decision. If they accepted the investment, not only would they receive ample funding, but they could also acquire the ancient demon court's resources. The only problem was that they would have to give away a significant portion of the guild's shares. Even so, they would still hold the right to make decisions in the guild. However, if they refused the investment, they'd have nothing to do with the ancient demon court anymore. "I don't plan on accepting any investments," Shi Feng said, shaking his head. "I already stated clearly that I do not wish for Zero Wing to be put under any restrictions. Even a possible restriction is unacceptable." "I guess we'll have to give up on the ancient demon court then," Su Qianlu said, finding this situation a pity. She understood Shi Feng's personality. Since Shi Feng had said that he wouldn't accept any investments, he definitely wouldn't be accepting them. The ancient demon court was something her adventurer team had discovered by luck. Originally, she thought it would become their capital to establish a guild in the miniature ancient world. Yet now, it had become the possession of those major corporations. Hearing Shi Feng's decision, the members of Su Qianlu's adventurer team couldn't help but lower their heads and sigh as well. The ancient demon court was a treasure trove that even the various superpowers would fight for. Yet now they had given one away with nothing to show for. "Give up? Who said we are giving up?" Shi Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard Su Qianlu's words. Then, in a serious tone, he said, "Since we were the ones who discovered the ancient demon court, it naturally belongs to us. But those corporations have already dispatched their teams," Su Qianlu said awkwardly. "I talked about this with them during our meeting just now. Originally, we would be heading for the ancient demon court after we were done talking with you, guild leader." Blackie was rendered speechless by Su Qianlu's words. He didn't think that Su Qianlu would act so decisively. At this time, Happy Snow's eyes suddenly flashed with inspiration as she suggested, "How about we explore the ancient demon court with them without telling them about our plans first?" "You wish," Firecloud said, shaking his head and smiling as he looked at Happy Snow's scheming expression. "Do you take these corporations for fools? They've already listed all of the preventive measures in the contract. Their teams will be holding on to the loot we get during the exploration. Only after the guild they've invested in is fully established. Will they hand our portion of the loot to us, or rather to the guild?" "Tell me it isn't true, Big Sis Qianlu," Happy Snow said as she looked at Su Qianlu in dismay.
Nodding, Suqianliu said, "That is indeed the case. There are over 1 billion credits involved after all. Those corporations also place significant importance on the ancient demon court's items. Doesn't that mean we won't get anything?" Happy Snow asked in frustration. "You don't have to do all these unnecessary things." Looking at Suqianliu, Shi Feng said, "Just tell them that our partnership contract is dissolved." "What about the ancient demon court, then?" Suqianliu asked. "We will go over there now and reclaim it, of course," Shi Feng said. Then he scanned the experts belonging to Suqianliu's adventurer team and continued, "You guys are already prepared, right?" Exploring an ancient demon court was indeed a challenging task. However, it wasn't so challenging that a first-rate power couldn't raid it. Meanwhile, it should be known that everyone present was a first-rate expert at the very least. If they set aside the difference in equipment, there was only a small difference between the strength of their team and a first-rate power's main force. Suqianliu also took a look at everyone present. Although their current team was no match for the teams those corporations organized, they weren't without a fighting chance. So, after gritting her teeth, she said, "Okay, I'll go tell them now." Chapter 2998. Chapter 72. Gathering at the Ancient Settlement. Chapter 72. Gathering at the Ancient Settlement, Gray Forest Mountain Range, Tifa Mine. Inside the dull gray mine illuminated by magic light, thousands of sword-wielding level 105 elemental golems laid motionlessly in front of a metal door measuring several dozen meters in height. If one looked carefully at these elemental golems, one would find that they were coated with anti-magic metal, which granted them superb resistance to magical attacks. Meanwhile, due to the nature of golems, the elemental golems also possessed superb physical resistance. Most importantly, every one of these elemental golems was a great lord. With several thousand of them gathered together, even a team of several thousand ordinary experts would have a tough time going up against them. Yet, now, these elemental golems had lost to merely a team of 500 players, as expected of an ancient demon court's guards. "I didn't think they could form a supergravity domain when gathered in groups of 100, a one-eyed man carrying a great sword on his back said as he kicked the elemental golem before him. Then he turned to the beautiful and curvaceous woman beside him and said, "Thankfully, we have you leading the team, Goddess Ru. If it weren't for your frost flame domain counteracting their supergravity domain, we would have had much greater difficulty getting to the ancient demon court this time." When the one-eyed man spoke up to this point, many of the surrounding people also turned to look at the beauty wearing a red robe and wielding a crystalline staff, their faces filled with admiration and reverence. This was because this beauty was none other than God's domain's famous frost flame goddess, Cleansed Ru. Not only was she a vice guild leader in the first-rate guild 100 Flower Palace, but she was also one of the top 100 experts in the God's Domain experts list. Ranking within the top 100 might not seem like anything special, but it should be noted that the secret pavilion only recorded 1,000 players on the God's Domain experts list. Moreover, even the weakest player on this list was at Tier 5. Thus, anyone capable of ranking within the top 100 was a top-tier Domain Realm expert. Meanwhile, in response to the one-eyed man's flattery, Cleansed Ru simply kept her staff away and indifferently said, "Even without my frost flame domain, nothing can go wrong here with you around, One-Eyed Ghost." One-Eyed Ghost was the most recent player to become one of God's Domain's 8 Sword Meisters. Apart from being an honorary elder in the first-rate guild Nature Hall, he was also one of the top 100 experts in the God's Domain experts list. Moreover, he was even in possession of the incredibly powerful Darkness Domain. Before entering the miniature ancient world, he was regarded as one of the experts with the highest chance of reaching Tier 6. Meanwhile, One-Eyed Ghost was known for being a smiling tiger in God's Domain. He might have a cheeky personality on the surface, but he was actually an incredibly ruthless person on the inside. If their two guilds hadn't partnered to raid the ancient demon court, Cleansed Ru wouldn't have been willing to interact with someone like One-Eyed Ghost. "I might have a mana domain, but I am still only a swordsman." "How can my mana domain possibly compare to that of a Tier 5 divine mage like yourself, Goddess?" One-Eyed Ghost said with a light smile. Then he sighed as he continued, But it really is a pity. I thought I would get to travel with two great beauties this time. I didn't think that the other beauty would give up on partnering with our two guilds. It is indeed a pity. Cleansed Rue also sighed when she heard One-Eyed Ghost's words. Su Qianliu was someone whom she had her eye on. Before she had even tried to recruit Su Qianliu into the 100-Flower Palace. After all, Su Qianliu was not only a great beauty, but she also possessed excellent management capabilities. People like her were rare in God's domain. Unfortunately, Su Qianliu had rejected her invitation. Now Su Qianliu had even strangely given up on their partnership and the ancient demon court to join a newly established guild called Zero Wing. Cleansed Rue found this to be a truly bizarre situation. That's because Su Qianliu is stupid, Big Sis Rue. Not only did she reject our guild invitation, but she even gave up on our partnership to join some no-name guild. She'll definitely regret her decision later on, a level 102 female knight said contemptuously. Many of the 100-Flower Palace present silently nodded in agreement. While Tier 4 experts were indeed rare in God's domain, they could at most serve as mainstays in the various first-rate guilds. A single Tier 4 expert wasn't enough to let a guild dominate an entire region. Meanwhile, Su Qianliu's decision to join a newly established guild and abandon the opportunity to raid an ancient demon court was no different than putting the cart before the horse. It was an incredibly foolish action. However, Cleansed Rue didn't comment on the matter. After all, everyone had their own decisions. Immediately, she commanded through the team chat, "Everyone rest up. We'll be going inside in a moment." Although the ancient demon court was an ancient settlement, its nature was more like a trial dungeon. The level of the monsters inside would change according to the player's level, and their levels could increase up to level 150. Meanwhile, after players successfully raided an ancient demon court, they would be rewarded according to their performance. An ancient demon court was essentially a dungeon that players could raid infinitely. Moreover, the rewards one could acquire would change every time depending on one's level and performance. Thus, one could also say that an ancient demon court was a treasure trove. Of course, this treasure trove didn't come without restrictions. Specifically, players could only enter an ancient demon court once every 7 days. In other words, a team could only raid an ancient demon court once a week. However, while this restriction might be severe toward individual teams, it wasn't as significant to a guild. After all, a guild had more than one team under its command. This was also why the ancient demon courts found on the main continent had become private grinding spots for the various powers. Meanwhile, in the miniature ancient world where dungeons appeared randomly, the value of an ancient demon court was many times higher than on the main continent. Goddess Rue, I'll say this first, but as per our agreement, you must let Nature Hall have the ancient demon court's key if it drops, One-Eyed Ghost said, smiling as he looked at Cleansed Rue. Naturally. But don't forget that the inner zone's teleportation stone belongs to 100-Flower Palace, Cleansed Rue reminded. Although the ancient demon court resembled a trial dungeon, it also possessed the properties of a settlement. So long as players acquired the key to an ancient demon court, they wouldn't have to worry about others occupying the ancient demon court in the future. This was because the key could be used to open or close the entrance to the ancient demon court. In addition, the inside of an ancient demon court could be split into 2 zones, outer and inner. However, players would need a specific teleportation stone to enter an ancient demon court's inner zone. Without the teleportation stone, players wouldn't be able to enter the ancient demon court's inner zone and acquire its true treasures. You can rest assured, Goddess Rue, Nature Hall sticks by its words. Not to mention, our 2 guilds have already signed a contract on this, One-Eyed Ghost said, chuckling. After both sides verified their arrangements once more, 100-Flower Palaces and Nature Hall's members finally merged into an actual 500-man team, which was also the ancient demon court's maximum entrance limit for a team. TL notes: I will be using the word settlement when the author is referring to both towns and cities simultaneously, tangent from now on. I've been making do with towns and/or cities thus far, but settlement sounds like a better alternative. For those curious, chunzhen can mean either town, dent, chun dent, or city, chunshi, chunzhen.
Usually the author uses Chun-Den when referring to both being ambiguous. When the author is being specific, he will use Xiaojian for towns and Chun-Shi for cities. Chapter 2999, Chapter 73, Stop That Lunatic. Chapter 73, Stop That Lunatic. After resting for around 10 minutes, Cleansed Rue and One-Eyed Ghost gathered everyone to enter the ancient demon court. However, before they could enter, they heard the sound of footsteps coming from the cavern entrance. Immediately, the members of both guilds turned toward the source of the footsteps and saw a team of nearly 300 players led by a cloaked man entering the cavern. Walking beside the cloaked man was a beautiful woman, and this woman was none other than Su Qianlu. Why are they here? Didn't already give up on partnering with our two guilds? Did they regret their decision? The members of Hundred Flower Palace and Nature Hall began a quiet discussion among themselves as they looked at Su Qianliu's group. What is Su Qianliu trying to do? Big Sis Rue. Didn't she already terminate our partnership? Rainsong, the female knight carrying a round shield and a one-handed axe on her back, asked. They should be planning on raiding the ancient demon court by themselves by the looks of it, Cleansed Rue said. They want to raid it themselves? Song Rain couldn't help but blink her eyes in disbelief when she heard Cleansed Rue's answer. Are they stupid? Although the ancient demon court was only a trial dungeon, its raid difficulty was more than double that of Hell Mode team dungeons of the same level. Moreover, unlike Hell Mode team dungeons, the loot players could acquire from an ancient demon court was highly dependent on the evaluation they received, and the loot's quality would be reduced significantly if players couldn't achieve a high evaluation. The ancient demon court's raid evaluation was split into 5 ranks, D, C, B, A, and S. The difficulty of achieving a higher rank increased exponentially, and players would need to score at least a B rank evaluation for a high evaluation. This was also why their two guilds had dispatched their best players to raid the ancient demon court. Yet, now, Su Qianlu was trying to raid the ancient demon court with her adventurer team that didn't even reach the standard of well-known adventurer teams, TLN, Ordinary Well-Known Top Adventurer Team. Maybe they came prepared, Cleansed Rue said as she moved her gaze from Su Qianlu to Shi Feng. Although I don't know who that swordsman is, the fact that he managed to get Su Qianlu to join him must mean that he is strong. Hearing this, Song Rain retrieved her axe and shield and asked, Should we get rid of them now? Now that Su Qianlu had already withdrawn from their partnership, they were no longer in the same boat. Meanwhile, an ancient demon court in the miniature ancient world was of extraordinary value. Before the entrance key was found, anyone could freely enter the ancient demon court. It might be fine if Su Qianlu's team lacked the strength to raid the ancient demon court, but it'd be a problem if her team did have the necessary strength. However, Cleansed Rue shook her head and said, Let them be. I concur, One-Eyed Ghost said, nodding. Then he smiled as he continued, They are aware of the ancient demon court's location. While we might be able to kill them here, if they publish the ancient demon court's coordinates to everyone out of spite, we'll be the ones to suffer. If the various superpowers learned of this ancient demon court, they definitely wouldn't let it be. Meanwhile, their two guilds couldn't guarantee that they could acquire the key on their first try. So the best solution now was for both sides to keep the ancient demon court a secret and rely on their respective abilities to secure the ancient settlement. At the same time as Cleansed Rue and One-Eyed Ghost had come to an agreement, Su Qianlu, Blackie, and the other members of the team couldn't help but feel shocked and anxious. Crap. It's the Frost Flame Goddess and new Swordmeister. Blackie was flabbergasted when he saw Cleansed Rue and One-Eyed Ghost in the distance. With those two here, their team is probably on par with the various superpowers' main force guild leader. I'm afraid it'll be tough for our team to compete with theirs, Su Qianlu said to Shi Feng with a worried look on her face. She didn't think that Hundred Flower Palace and Nature Hall would send two such experts into the miniature ancient world. The strength of two top 100 God's Domain experts list experts was no laughing matter, even if Cleansed Rue and One-Eyed Ghost were only at Tier 3 right now. It was still impossible for their team to win against these two experts. After all, each of these people could constitute an entire team by themselves. Raiding a dungeon and combat standards are two separate matters, Shi Feng said nonchalantly, as he glanced at Cleansed Rue and One-Eyed Ghost. They might have a significant advantage over us. We have our own strengths as well. Strengths? Su Qianli asked skeptically. No matter how she thought over the situation, she couldn't figure out how their team was superior to the other party's team in any way. Do we have any? Of course, Shi Feng said. Then he walked up to the ancient demon court's massive entrance and reached for the magic array engraved on it, saying, for example, the ability to stir up trouble. As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, the magic array on the door suddenly glowed with a dazzling light. Not good. Stop that lunatic. One-Eyed Ghost shouted, his expression sinking when he saw the magic array activating. Although the ancient demon court was an ancient settlement, it had a few similarities with team dungeons. One example would be the different difficulty settings. Meanwhile, the ancient demon court had two difficulties: normal mode and hard mode. However, unlike team dungeons, the difference in raid difficulty in the ancient demon court's normal mode and hard mode was massive. Hard mode's difficulty was at least several times higher than that of normal mode. Moreover, once an ancient demon court's difficulty was set, it couldn't be changed again for a month. This crazy bastard. Cleansed Rue's expression also turned ugly when she saw Shi Feng adjusting the ancient demon court's difficulty. If the difficulty was changed to hard mode, it had become much more difficult for them to acquire a high evaluation. Meanwhile, it was almost impossible for them to acquire the ancient demon court's key without a high evaluation. However, before One-Eyed Ghost and Cleansed Rue could say anything else, another change occurred to the door's magic array. Specifically, the magic array's color had gradually changed from red to black. Hell mode. How is this possible? Cleansed Rue was utterly shocked when she saw the familiar skull illusion appearing in front of the door. At this time, apart from Cleansed Rue and One-Eyed Ghost, even Su Qianliu couldn't help but be dumbfounded by this situation. In God's domain, it was common knowledge that the highest difficulty the ancient demon courts had was hard mode. Never had a higher difficulty been seen before. Yet now, the black skull illusion unique to hell mode dungeons had appeared above the teleportation portal in front of the ancient demon court's entrance. All right, now it is fair for all of us. Let's go in then, Shi Feng said before walking into the portal. The ancient demon courts indeed only had two difficulty settings on the surface. However, during his previous life, after his subworld gained access to the greater God's domain, the various powers in his subworld came to realize that the ancient demon courts actually had a hidden difficulty hell mode, apart from being a much more challenging mode to tackle. Hell mode was also the only place where players could acquire the true treasures the ancient demon courts had to offer. Meanwhile, activating an ancient demon court's hell mode was simple. All that was needed was for a Grandmaster Magician to adjust the difficulty setting. However, as Grandmaster Magicians and Tier 6 God-ranked experts typically wouldn't visit ancient demon courts, nobody in his previous life's subworld had noticed this feature until they gained access to the greater God's domain. Chapter 3000, Chapter 74, Success and Failure, Chapter 74, Success and Failure. Damn it, we were still a step too late. When Rainsong saw Su Qianliu and the others rushing into the portal, she couldn't help but curse as she gripped her axe tightly. Lunatics! What a bunch of lunatics! A hell mode ancient demon court. This was something they had never even heard of. The ancient demon court's normal mode was already plenty challenging for most experts. In the case of hard mode, even after their two guilds had joined hands, they would still face extreme difficulty in obtaining a high evaluation. Now that the ancient demon court before them had its difficulty changed to hell mode, it'd probably be impossible for anyone to clear it with a high evaluation for 1 month. 1 whole month. There was no doubt that the ancient demon court's existence would get exposed during this long period. At that time, the various superpowers would definitely flock to this place, and neither their two guilds nor Su Qianliu's group would benefit from the ancient demon court. At this time, other than Rainsong, Nature Hall's One-Eyed Ghost also wore a grim expression on his face. While staring at the portal Su Qianliu had disappeared into with a cold gaze, he said, "Good, very good. as expected of someone capable of making a name in the Black Dragon Empire. If the ancient demon court's difficulty was only changed to hard mode, their team could still cope with it one way or another. While their chances of obtaining a high evaluation wouldn't be 100%, they should still have around a 60% chance of succeeding. However, it was a different story for Hell Mode. He had no confidence that their team could score a high evaluation in a Hell Mode Ancient Demon Court. After all, even in normal team dungeons, the difficulty gap between Hard Mode and Hell Mode was massive. This gap would only be even more significant in Ancient Demon Courts. Meanwhile, players would be subjected to a 1-week cooldown when challenging the Ancient Demon Court. If they failed to receive a high evaluation after clearing it, they'd have to wait for 1 whole week before they could try again. Many variables could occur in 1 week in the current miniature ancient world. "What should we do now, Big Sis Rue?" Rainsong asked as she turned toward Cleansed Rue. "Now that those lunatics have activated the Ancient Demon Court's Hell Mode, should we still move according to plan and go inside?" "We'll wait," Cleansed Rue said as she stared at the black skull above the teleportation portal. "Although they've messed up our plans with this move, it isn't necessarily a bad thing for us. While the Ancient Demon Court's difficulty has indeed been increased, this is the first time a Hell Mode Ancient Demon Court has appeared in God's domain. If we can succeed in raiding it, we'll probably get an astonishing harvest. I have already contacted the Guild for reinforcements. I believe it won't be long before the higher-ups send more Tier 5 experts to help us." Upon hearing Cleansed Rue's words, Rain's Song quickly came to a realization as she exclaimed, "That's right. How could I forget about this?" Risks and opportunities came hand in hand. This was an unchanging law in God's domain. Just like Cleansed Rue stated, having a Hell Mode Ancient Demon Court appear wasn't necessarily a bad thing for them. On the contrary, if they could raid it successfully, the benefit they could reap from it would definitely exceed their imaginations. "As expected of you to notice this detail, Goddess Rue," One-Eyed Ghost said, his grim expression suddenly changing into a carefree one. Then he lightly chuckled and continued. "Su Qianliu might have thought that she was creating trouble for us, but she failed to realize that all she did was to give us even more benefits." It was true that neither of their guilds could field a team rivaling the various superpowers' main force. However, if their 2 guilds worked together and concentrated their top combatants into a single team, they could match the various superpowers' main force. After all, the number of Tier 5 experts their 2 guilds possessed was only slightly inferior compared to the various superpowers. Unless Tier 6 God-ranked experts were involved, their 2 guilds would remain mostly even with the various superpowers. "Everyone, listen up. Seal this cavern with an advanced barrier immediately," One-Eyed Ghost commanded as he looked at the other Nature Hall members present. "From now onward, nobody is allowed to enter or leave this place until our reinforcements arrive. So long as Su Qianliu's team dies out of the dungeon, use the Deathlock Scroll on them immediately." Unlike team dungeons, players were prohibited from using magic scrolls inside Ancient Demon Courts. For this reason, Ancient Demon Courts were much harder to raid than the average team dungeon. The inability to use magic scrolls naturally meant that players couldn't use return scrolls to leave an Ancient Demon Court. In this situation, there were only 2 ways players could exit the dungeon: die or clear the dungeon. Apart from these 2 methods, there were no other ways for players to exit an Ancient Demon Court. "Yes, sir. Immediately, both Nature Halls and 100 Flower Palaces members started setting up advanced barriers around the cavern. With these barriers in place, even Tier 4 players would have difficulty entering or leaving the cavern." After seeing several barriers go up around the cavern, One-Eyed Ghost looked toward the teleportation portal, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he thought to himself, "Let's see if you'll still be as tough once you come out of the dungeon." Meanwhile, Cleansed Rue couldn't help but shake her head and sigh when she noticed the killing intent. One-Eyed Ghost radiated. Although she didn't know what had caused Su Qianliu to take such a crazy action, there was no question that Su Qianliu had angered their 2 guilds. After all, neither of their 2 guilds had initially planned on dispatching many Tier 5 experts into the miniature ancient world. This situation had foiled many of their plans, and they'd have to halt and reorganize their plans. right now. Even if she chose not to take action against Suqian Lu, One-Eyed Ghost definitely wouldn't let Suqian Lu get away. He might even hunt down Suqian Lu's team until they all deleted their accounts. After all, this wasn't the first time One-Eyed Ghost had done such a thing.